Let me take this opportunity to greet the Executive, Honorable Minister Patricia de Lille, and Honorable Deputy Minister Maggie Sochu, all honorable members present, the department led by the DG and all guests present, as well as the dissolved board that is present, and our previous chairperson of the board, Ms. Kanile. You are all welcome in our meeting. Today's meeting is convened under very unsettling developments within South African tourism, with the South African Tourism Board appointed by the Minister on the 27th of September 2024, having been dissolved on the 19th of August 2025, and a 5-member board having been appointed on the 22nd of August 2025. I would like to thank the members of the committee for having allowed this meeting to be scheduled today, given that all committees of the National Assembly are commencing with their strategic planning sessions today. This committee had initially planned to start its planning session today. However, the recent developments at South African Tourism dictated that the committee deals with the issues on an urgent basis. I must state that the developments at South African Tourism are a cause for serious concern for both the committee, the tourism sector, and the citizens of this country. It is disheartening that the entity is in the news again in the 7th Parliament for heinous matters of a dissolved board and suspension of the Chief Executive Officer. We learned from the legacy report of the 6th Parliament that the committee spent a lot of time dealing with the board and governance issues at SA Tourism. I must state it upfront, Minister, that this committee in the 7th Parliament does not want to spend time in endless meetings about dissolved boards, suspended senior officials, and maladministration. We want to tackle serious issues in the sector and ensure that the tourism recovers beyond the 2019 performance. We want to conduct oversight over the work of South African tourism for programs designed to market the country internationally and domestically. We want to conduct oversight on sector collaborations towards ensuring that the country reaches the 2030 target of 15 million arrivals and see the sector creating more jobs and contributing towards the gross domestic product of the country. But we are here today, and we need to get to the truth behind all that is happening at South African tourism and ensure that good governance is restored. Hence, we have invited the Minister and the members of the dissolved board to shed light on the developments at the entity and assist us in conducting proper oversight on those matters. To get to the crux of the matter, I've also extended an invitation to the 2 former chairpersons of the board, Prof. Davids and Ms. Makosazana Kanile. We want to hear from them with regards to what transpired in their tenure. This will be important, especially when it comes to all the allegations leveled against the suspended CEO and how the minister has dealt and interacted with that issue. The members will appreciate the information from Ms. Kanile, as she is the chairperson that was demoted, followed by a mass resignation of the board members and ultimately the dissolution of the board she led. It was during her tenure that the Ngubane report was commissioned. This is a report that concluded that the CEO had not conducted herself in a proper manner. The board was also dissolved before they could confirm the appointment of the CEO, whether she was fit and proper for the position. The indication is that the board was dissolved when they were in the process of laying charges against the suspended CEO. This information is important as there seems to be a pattern of dissolving boards when they are trying to fight corruption, and the minister needs to clarify us why this is always the case. Minister, you will appreciate that you have issued a statement and the private sector has also voiced their views on your recent decisions. In all this, the committee has been left behind. In this meeting, you will then help us In understanding all the recent developments at South African tourism, especially around your decision to dissolve the board, your actions which seem to be protecting corruption in the entity, and also whether you have not undermined the work of the board and this oversight committee of Parliament. In preparation for this meeting, I had requested the minister to furnish the following documentation: the minutes of the alleged special board meeting of the 1st of August 2025, on which the minister relied to conclude the board had convened an unlawful meeting and therefore subsequently dissolved. The service level agreement between SA Tourism and WWP Group Pty Ltd, who were given an upfront payment of 4.2 million, which led to a material irregularity finding by the Auditor General. The Ngubane Forensic Investigation Report of WWP transactions. The charge sheet against the suspended CEO developed by Chidel Thompson Hasten. The minutes of the board meeting of the 2nd of May 2025, in which supposedly the board took the decision to suspend the CEO. The legal opinion of the 3rd of September 2024, compiled by Cliff Decker on the matter of the CEO. It is regrettable, Minister, that you have decided not to give us the presentation for this meeting and that you did not furnish us with any documentation as per our request. You will then need to explain to us why we should not consider this as an act of disrespect and accountability to this Committee of Parliament. In your presentation, Minister, we need to get clarity, amongst other things, on the following. Why did you decide not to send any presentation to the committee, having written an invitation for this meeting to your office on the 21st of August 2025? Also, why did you not send all other documents to the committee as requested? Clarification on all the alleged unlawful special meetings that was convened by the board on the 1st of August 2025. This clarity is important as your decision to dissolve the board centers around this meeting, whereas the information circulating in the media is that there was no such a meeting, whether special or ordinary. We need to understand why the minister did not appoint the deputy chairperson of the board and thus created a vacuum in the board. We need to understand your knowledge, Minister, about the allegations leveled against the suspended chief executive officer and your support to the board or the lack thereof in dealing with those matters. This is important as we need to ascertain whether in dissolving the board, you were not shielding the suspended chief financial officer from allegations leveled against her, thus assisting the perpetuation of corruption in the entity. Minister, we need to verify for ourselves whether in dissolving the board, you did not overstep your executive authority and powers and encroached on the work of the board. This is important for us to determine whether you were not remiss in your interpretation of the Tourism Act when you took a drastic step of dissolving the board. On a matter of principle and ensuring good working relationship and cooperation between the different arms of state, as the committee, we are perturbed about how you handled information dissemination around your decisions. It is untenable for us, Minister, as the committee, that we were alerted about these serious developments in the media without you having formally informed the committee. We got to know about the dissolution of the board on the 19th of August in a media statement issued by your office on the 20th of August 2025. We read about the appointment of the board that will manage the affairs of South African tourism in a media statement issued by your office on the 22nd of August 2025. Minister, you also did not issue notices in the Government Gazette about your recent decisions with regard to the South African Tourism Board. I must say that for the Minister not to inform the committee properly about these developments, it is tantamount to an act of gross undermining of this committee in our oversight role over the entity. In the light of the issues raised above, the committee kept in abeyance all its pre-planned activities for today and dedicated this whole day in dealing with the issues of SAT. Members and the Minister, Rule 167F, which deals with general powers of the committee, stipulates the following. For the purposes of performing its functions, a committee may, subject to the Constitution, legislation, the other provisions of these rules and resolutions of the Assembly determine its own working arrangements. Given the nature of the issues before the committee today, the working arrangements of this meeting is that the meeting will be inquisitorial as provided for in Rule 167F. We will follow the following process, and you need to jot it down. Each member will be given an opportunity to ask all the relevant questions to the minister before moving on to the next member. Each member will be given a maximum of 20 minutes to interact with the minister, members of the dissolved board, and the two former chairpersons of the board. The minister will be given an opportunity to make a presentation first. This will immediately be followed by the presentation from the dissolved board. The two former chairpersons will also be given an opportunity to make their presentations after the dissolved board. The committee will then ask questions for clarity based on all presentations. However, this does not allow a dialogue between the members and the minister. A member will ask a question, allow the minister to respond, and ask a follow-up question or move to the next question. Members may also ask questions to the dissolved board for further elucidation on issues they presented to the committee. After all the members have exhausted their questions, all the guests, including the minister, will be released, and the committee will then continue with the deliberations and the way forward. As you see, I think we've provided everyone with the agenda on the desk on your in front of you. We will now move to item 2 on the agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda. May I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Yes, Honorable Flong.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Before I adopt the agenda, Chair, it should be put on record that we are also not happy as members of the Portfolio Committee that the required presentations or documents from the Minister were not presented to this Portfolio Committee till now. So it should be put on record, Chair, that we are not happy as members of this Portfolio Committee, and I move that we adopt this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Flong. Is there a seconder? Honorable Ishmael.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everybody. Thank you. I would like to second the agenda, and I also want to put it on record that we are not happy that we are hearing about the dissolvement of the board and all the issues of tourism via a statement rather than a letter addressed to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ishmael, for the secondment. Honorable Maecho.
Chair, I just want to raise, I acknowledge that the agenda has been adopted and seconded. But on the items here, on the 10, oh, it's time. Okay, Chair, it's time. In terms of the invitation of the previous boards, and the entire delegation from the department and so forth and so forth. So I was on the apology introduction. I wanted to add that we also include the adoption of the credentials so that after the introduction, we know who's here and so forth. So we adopt those credentials. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maecho. I think we have a standard way of how we do things. After the adoption, we normally come to the apologies and then the delegation. The delegation is who is here. And then for today's session, the delegations would have followed the apologies, and we would have then requested everyone to introduce themselves. Because I'm not sure who of the board could make it and who could not make it, but we will be, so that you will also be able to note down when you are posing a question, who are the members of the dissolved board or the previous chair that is here, or who you want to pose a question to. So it's coming, Honorable Maecho. Can we move to the apologies?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, honorable members, Minister and guests. The apologies I've received is from the MP from the Patriotic Alliance, Ms. Basson, and from the guest that we have invited, Professor Gregory Davids has submitted an apology due to work commitments, and from the board members, the dissolved board members, I've received 2 apologies from Mr. Jonathan Khadia and Mr. Tumelo Sidikani. I'm not sure if they decided to come or they're not here still, Chair, but during the introduction, we'll know who is here.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I just have a problem, in the absence of the chair. I feel this meeting is not going to work, because for us, I'd like to hear what he has to say, why he has resigned. In the absence of not sitting here, for me, I'm just like sitting here and wasting my time, really. Because I want to hear exactly what transpired, because like you said, we saw this in the news and we're all sitting here today to iron out the problems. In the absence of the chairperson, the board, the chairperson of the board, I don't know, looks like it's very convenient he's not here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moodley. The board consists of several members, and I think they are equal to the task in terms of providing us with what have transpired in that board. The board do not just exist out of the CEO that is not present today. So we have requested from the board, and I think it's a communique that went out to the board to make a presentation, and it's incumbent upon them to provide the person who is going to make the presentation to us here today. So there will be a presentation from the board. Of course, Prof was the one presenting the board at our meetings, but him coming there, he had to come on a mandate, and he had to come on a mandate from the board that is sitting here, the dissolved board that is sitting here. So they will be making their presentation to us, Honorable Moodley. Now, can we move to the introductions? I'm also going to ask the honorable members to introduce themselves, because some of the board members, you may not know some of the members. They are here for 1 year. I think I'm the youngest one. I'm here for 3 months, 2.5 months in this portfolio. So let me just start here on my right-hand side with Honorable Klong. Then we end with Honorable Buthelezi, and then we'll start with Honorable Mashabela, and we'll end there with Honorable Moodley. And then we'll move to the left-hand side, where you all will be introducing yourselves to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister, the DM, the DG, and all former board members of SAT. I am Stembi Lehlongo, a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Once again, good morning, everybody. My name is Hasina Ismail. I'm also a member of the portfolio committee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elmarie Linde. I'm a member from the portfolio committee from the DA.
Morning, everyone. My name is Honorable Garabaribuan, member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, all present. Good morning, Minister. My name is Sakina Frenchman from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee and the delegation led by the Minister. My name is Silo Mayecho. I'm the member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Honorable Nomba Buthelezi, and I am the member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, with the exception of the Minister and her deputy. My name is Renelo Mashabela from the EFF. I'm not greeting the Minister and the deputy. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone who is present here today. My name is Lorato Florence Tito. I'm from the EFF also. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Roy Mudley. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. I'm hoping, praying we can have a successful meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We will now start on our left-hand side. I think we know the minister and the deputy minister. So we'll start here on the left.
Good morning, members of parliament. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Aldrin St-Pierre. I am the MLO for the Minister of Tourism, Patricia de Lille. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Petra van Niekerk. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Director General of Tourism.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Dr. Gisela Vita, and I am the Community Outreach Officer in the Office of the Minister of Tourism.
Good morning, Chair, the Minister and the Deputy Minister. My name is Nhlanhla Xaba. I'm the Parliament and Cabinet Liaison Officer in the Office of the Deputy Minister, Megisoko.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister and Deputy Minister. My name is Dr. Sipongo Mane. I'm the Deputy Director General, Corporate Management in the Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and all present. My name is Nkomeleni Victor Vele. I'm the Director General for the Department of Tourism.
DG and Dr. Sipo, is it possible to move a bit closer to the side? You are way on the end there, you know.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lawson Naidu. I'm a member of the dissolved board. In addition to the apologies from Mr. Selikani and Mr. Gardia, there is also an apology from Ms. Maya Dirac Ace, also a member of the dissolved board, is unable to be with us today. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Nele, and I am a member of the dissolved board of SAT.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Portfolio Committee members. My name is Judy Norkeri, and I'm also a member of the dissolved board. And I wish you all well and all of us well for the deliberations today. Thank you for your introduction, Chair.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Ayanda Mazibuko. I'm a member of the dissolved board. I also had the privilege of chairing the Tourism Grading Council Awards Committee within the board, and I also served on the Marketing Committee. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Morning, Minister, Deputy Minister. My name is Ikaneng Oba Bilane. I am a member of the former board and also had the opportunity to chair the marketing committee and also sit in the awards committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. I am Makosazana Kanyile, former chair of the board at SAT. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members of the committee and the Department of Tourism. My name's Advocate Lizelle Haskins, and I'm a former Deputy Chairperson of SAT Board. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Mela Matola. I'm a member of the former board, and I also had the opportunity to serve as the interim audit committee chair. Thank you.
I think we have done with the introductions. I think those who have not introduced themselves, maybe they think all of us know them, but you're also welcome in the meeting. I think I've outlined which format the meeting will be taking. It will be a presentation by the minister. We've not received any documentation, so it will be a verbal presentation that she's going to do, followed by a presentation from the dissolved board, then followed by a presentation, as we've heard, that Prof. Davids is not here, then it will be Ms. Kanile. It will follow the dissolved board. So we'll be receiving those three presentations. We will then interact with those presentations. One member at a time. They have bombarded my office, I must tell you, with so many questions. I see Honorable Ishmael is laughing there. She knows why she's laughing. They've really bombarded, and I've said to them, an opportunity will present itself where, as committee members, you will be able to pose all your questions and then get the answers. So today it will be one member at a time, and we're giving them 20 minutes. And I'm asking them kindly to indicate who you are posing the questions to, so that the relevant presenters are able to jot down those questions and then interact with them. So if you are posing a question to the minister, please state that you are posing the question to the minister. If it's to the dissolved board, state so, as well as to the former chairperson, Ms. Kanile, you know, so that the answers then, so after every member have posed a question, we will then ask you to answer them. We've set here, you can see here, adjournment is at 5 o'clock today. So we do have sufficient time to interact with all of the matters. And I know South Africa is watching us. They would also like to get answers, the same as the committee members sitting here. So I think we will just hand over now to the minister, to Honorable Minister Patricia de Lille, to do a presentation. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to all the members. Before I get to the presentation, I just need to answer a few questions posed by the chair about why no presentation. On Friday at 14:39, I sent a WhatsApp to Dear Honorable Chair Ronaldo Lamango. I hope you are well. I wanted to reach out to you ahead of Tuesday's PC meeting and provide you with an update from my end. My response is not yet ready for submission because I'm still awaiting input from the state attorney to thoroughly address the PC's request. I look forward to the meeting. Thank you. Regards, Patricia. And then on Sunday at 10:31, I received a missed call from the chair. I was traveling and I responded at 17:54. Chairperson, good afternoon. I'm sorry I missed your call. I was traveling. Regards, Patricia. So that is on that matter. Then the second question, issue raised by the chairperson, let me just put this aside, that there was no notice in the Government Gazette. I can confirm that there is a notice in the Government Gazette, and we can provide the honorable members with a copy of the Gazette. Then the question of where that says the rules where I must consult the PC first.
Honourable Minister, there's a hand.
Must-
Honourable Ishmael.
Apologies,
So
Minister.
bring it here.
Please, yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Then in terms of the rules and legislation, I will respond to the chairperson raised that the portfolio committee was not consulted. Now, if I look at the constitution, section 85, the executive authority of the republic, the executive authority of the public is vested in the president. And then it says how he exercised his powers. And then if I look at chapter 4, in terms of the legislative authority of parliament, it does say when exercising under section 44, 4, when exercising its legislative authority, Parliament is bound only by the Constitution and must act in accordance with and within the limits of the Constitution. So that is my response to that. The other one that the chairperson also raised, the chairperson said that it seems to be that I'm protecting corruption. I want to say if anybody's got any evidence that I'm protecting corruption, I will advise anybody to take that evidence or to the Hawks, to the police. Let me get into the presentation, chairperson. And what I will do, as I'm going through the presentation, I will then also give all the attached documents for the honorable members and the chairperson. Now, let me start with the 19th of April, 2023. I decided to dissolve the South African Tourism Board during the Tottenham Hotspurs debacle because of the irregular expenditure and thereby saving our country 1 billion rand. An SIU investigation, the conduct of the board, and they recommended that the Tottenham board members be declared delinquent. I've also now written to the president to request a proclamation to pursue the recovery of funds and prosecutions flowing from the findings of the SIU report. The Tottenham SIU report further recommends consequence management against 2 people still in the employ of South African Tourism. They have subsequently been suspended. And then I have got an annexure of the SIU report, annexure 2, that I will hand over to the committee. The SIU report, annexure 2. Then I then appointed 3 people in the interim to handle the affairs of the South African Tourism Board until a full-time board is appointed and their names were gazetted. And in February 2024, I appointed a new board being chaired by Ms. Kanyile and Deputy Chair Advocate Lizelle Dominique Jordan. I subsequently removed the chair and the deputy chair following excessive meetings they held within 6 months. 900,000 of the 1.44 million budgeted for board meeting was used up. And then, let me just take this out. They were removed from their positions. I did not fire them, nor did I dissolve the board. The pair resigned and resolved to challenge my decision in court. Therefore, the matter is sub judice. and I've attached my media statement issued 10 September 2024 as Annexure 3. That one. I had asked that the frequencies of these meetings be investigated, including alleged mismanagement by the board. This follows the resignation of the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, who accused the board members of interference and overreach. The CFO resigned in August of 2024, and even though the Auditor General has flagged the appointment of the CFO as critical, to date, South African tourism still doesn't have a permanent CFO. The vacancy was flagged in my meeting with the Auditor General in April of 2025, and I will attach that as annexure number 4, the Auditor General's report, and the instructions by the Auditor General to the executive authority to call a call to action, and the culture of inadequate accountability and consequences. And the committee can see the page, but in here, the Auditor General raised monitoring of filling of key vacant posts on SAT, such as the CFO and internal audit. This was my quarterly meeting with the AG in April of 2025. I also submit that as an annexure for the board to read. Let's just put all the pages together. Yeah. So that's annexure 4 years. The vacancy was flagged in my meeting with the Auditor General in April 2025. I then wrote to the board on the 13th of June, and I reminded the board of the AG's findings and guidance to ensure critical appointments at South African Tourism, including the CFO and the head of internal audit. This was on the 13th of June. Annexure 5 attached is a letter, the letter that I wrote to the board on the 13th of June, where I referred to the board had asked me for an extension to fill the post. And I said, regrettably, no extension will be granted because I've asked them to report to me by the 6th of June. So that's annexure 5. I reminded the board again in a meeting of the 4th of July, 2025. And again in a letter on the 13th of July, 2025. And to date, honorable members, South African Tourism doesn't have a permanent CFO and the head of internal audit. Now, while I'm being accused of political interference, the AG's report reminds us, I, as the executive authority, must monitor the implementation of the planned actions, including the recovery of financial loss and the institution of consequence management. Now, in that meeting of the 14th of July and the letter dated 13 July, which is annexure 6, I cautioned the board against convening meetings that are unprocedural. In my letter, I said to the board, board governance and lack of clear outcomes. It has come to my attention that special and ordinary meetings are being called without due process being followed. This undermines the integrity of the board and renders any outcomes from such meetings procedurally invalid. Moreover, the absence of properly constituted meetings with clear resolutions and follow through is unacceptable. The board must ensure that all meetings are lawfully convened, appropriately chaired, and result in actionable and recorded decisions. So that is Annexure 6 that I will also give to the committee. Then I did say that these failures I express undermine the integrity of the board and could render outcomes from such meetings procedurally invalid and unlawful. Then on the 13th of July, 2025, I raised the issue that the SIU report that we received in April of 2025. I raised that in why did the board not attend to the recommendations of the SIU? Then also there's another letter dated 10 June 2025, in which the CEO raised several matters in the marketing division of SAT. Also on poor board governance and lack of outcomes. I also raised the issue that the board members are prohibiting from contacting executives of South African tourism directly, as per their own rules. The 5 subcommittees of SA Tourism, in discussing matters that they've been assigned to, must make recommendations to a full board, and then the full board must then take a resolution. That resolution must be communicated in writing to the CEO. And then as Annexure 7, I attach the letter dated the 10th of June. Then in a response of the board, and a letter dated 22nd July, regarding the governance failures and are acknowledged by the board. And there was a commitment that interventions have been put in place, and these enhancements have and will ensure that all meetings are properly constituted, chaired, and documented. And I have attached the response of the board dated 22nd July as Annexure 8. Just get that there. It's Annexure 8. Now, on the 1st of August, hours after the quarterly board meeting that was held on the 31st of July, chaired by Professor Gregory Davids, the board unlawfully implemented a round-robin resolutions in the absence of a board chair. Instead of writing to me to appoint an acting chair to deal with the so-called urgent matters, the board gave Mr. Lawson Naidu the powers of a board chairperson with the title board representative. The legal advice to me confirmed that the actions of the board were unlawful and ultra vires in no manner whatsoever do the provision of the Tourism Act number 3 of 2014 provide for a single member of the South African Tourism Board to communicate and implement the decision taken by the South African Tourism Board. Members must understand that the board is a creature of statute and is only limited to the exercise of the powers conferred to it by the Tourism Act of 2014. The board acted unlawfully. It exceeded its powers when it took a resolution dated 1st August, in that the very meeting where the impugned resolution was taken did not follow the lawful procedure in terms of section 18(2) of the Act, the Tourism Act. And this is because only the chairperson of the board, who was empowered in terms of section 18(2) to call a special board meeting. Now, while this board denies that Mr. Naidu is the board chairperson, it's evident from its actions since the 1st of August 2025, that the powers of the so-called board representative includes powers exclusive to a board chairperson. Now, among some of the contraventions, Mr. Naidu, as an example, amongst other contraventions, Mr. Naidu directly communicated to members of the executive. He extended the contract of the acting chief audit executives. Despite being formally advised also that the contract with CTH has lapsed, that is the legal firm, Mr. Naidu nevertheless continued to engage the services of CTH law firm, and even went so far as to approve an invoice of almost 120,000. Now, this amounts to authorizing payments for services outside the ambit of a valid contract, a clear contravention of procurement and financial governance prescripts. And in doing so, he placed the entire board at risk, as he was purportedly acting on their behalf. I attach Annex 8, which is a letter from the CFO, attaching also the invoice from CTH. Honorable members, every law in this country matters. Every cent matters. Part of protecting the public purse is to ensure that due process and governance is non-negotiable. I want to repeat, every law in this country matters. Every cent of the taxpayers matters. And part of protecting the public purse is to ensure that due process and governance is non-negotiable. And as I've demonstrated, there's been continuous governance failures by the dissolved board. I want to go back to the meeting of the 4th of July again. In that meeting, I lamented the board's failure to act on the complaints by the company secretary against the CEO. I lamented them. I even said to them, as an ex-trade unionist, I will always protect workers' rights. Why have you not acted on 2 grievances by the company secretary against the CEO? And I told the board that they failed the company secretary by not processing her grievances. Now, if that is the action of a minister who wants to protect the CEO, then I want to see this. It is also not true that I blocked the board from acting on the CEO in relation to the Nkubani report. I had asked the board for more information before giving my concurrence. First, when they wrote to me, I called a meeting with them 7 days later. I said, please, if you want me to consider your recommendation, can I have access to all the documentation that you have used so that I can apply my mind before I give concurrence? I went as far, and I only received the last document on the 4th of July in the board meeting. I went as far as asking the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Minister Buthelezi, to help me and give guidance on the matter. I then received feedback from Minister Buthelezi on the 27th of July, 2025. Now, before I can go back to the board to concur with their recommendations, on the 13th of August, the board, represented by Mr. Naidu, they suspended the CEO for what the board deemed the retaliatory suspensions of the company secretary and the chief marketing officer. Now, honorable members, I don't want to venture into the merits of the claims. However, it is important to note that in the letter of the board to me on the 22nd of July, the board informed me that the CEO has been directed to ensure accountability, particularly the chief marketing officer, over the WWP contract extension, the DSTV Delicious Festival, and the Cape Town International Jazz Festival. Now, on the disciplinary action against the chief marketing officer, in a letter dated 21st July, 2025, the Audit and Risk Committee chair wrote to the CEO that she is expected to take relevant consequence management steps in line with the delegation of authority of SAT. And I've also attached the letter as Annexure 9. Then, as it stands, honorable members, I want to assure this portfolio committee, there's no crisis. There's absolutely no crisis. I've appointed a group of 6 South Africans to handle the affairs of South African tourism up and until I have appointed a permanent board. And the current group of 6 members will process all matters related to the CEO. Just last week, honorable members, I met with the tourism sector. I met with the industry, who continue to show support for the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. An execution lab is now being established, and we met in Johannesburg last week with the full sector to ensure the monitoring and the implementation of the 5 pillars in the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. Because this is a plan between the private sector and the public sector. Furthermore, the main body in the tourism sector, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, wrote to me on the 21st of August, and they nominated 6 individuals keeping the momentum of the tourism sector. And I have attached a letter as annexure number 10, the letter from the Tourism Business Council. Yes, there might be other associations who don't agree with it, but this is the main body. And that is annexure number 10. Now, in conclusion, Chairperson, it is not the first time that my integrity has been questioned. I stood before this parliament 25 years ago. And I warned about corruption in the arms deal. Again, in 2023, I came to the same house and again I raised the alarm about the 1 billion rand of the Tottenham Hotspurs deal. And so the SIU report confirms and says and recommended that that board be declared delinquent. And I can assure you that this time around, it will be no different. It will be no different. Dear South Africans, I want to address you directly. I stand here before you and Parliament and the members of this honorable committee, fully committed to obey my oath, respect and uphold the Constitution of South Africa and all other laws of the Republic of South Africa. I take my oath very serious. That is why I said if there's any evidence about me seeming or are protecting corruption, please take the evidence where you're supposed to take them. I want to end on a happy note. I want to wish all South Africans a happy Tourism Month. September is Tourism Month. And I want to remind South Africans, this is your country. Enjoy. Go out with your families and help us to further grow tourism. I thank you, honorable members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I am prepared to take questions. I am prepared to provide any further evidence requested by the committee, as I've always done in the past. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm just going to sort this out and then give and hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you to Honorable Minister de Lille. I'll now give an opportunity to the member of the dissolved board. I think they furnished us with the name. Mr. Lawson Naidu, he will do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will be doing the presentation together with some of my colleagues who follow from me. But I want to start off the presentation in terms of dealing specifically with the reasons for the dissolution of the board. And the key issue here from our perspective is that the reasons provided by the minister for the dissolution of the board do not constitute good cause as is required in terms of the Tourism Act. In the letter from the minister that we received on the 12th of August, the minister says that we, by way of round-robin resolution, appointed myself as a representative of the board to communicate and implement all decisions taken by the board. The minister goes on to say in that letter that the impugned resolution is patently unlawful and ultra vires for obvious reasons, because the board has no such powers to appoint board members. That was the letter asking us to make representations on the basis that the resolution was unlawful. We were given 48 hours to do that. Each of us responded within that time frame with a very detailed rebuttal of the contents of the minister's letter around the unlawful resolution, which we submitted on the 14th of August. Having submitted our representations on the 14th, we then wrote to the minister the following day on the 15th, Friday, the 15th of August, requesting an urgent meeting with the minister to discuss her understanding of this resolution that we had taken. We received an acknowledgement of that a few days later, but no substantive response to that request for an urgent meeting. Then on the 19th of August, we received a letter informing us of the dissolution of the board. That letter provides different reasons for why the board is being dissolved. And here there's an element of confusion between what constitutes a round-robin resolution and a meeting, because now the minister says that the very meeting where the impugned resolution was taken did not follow the proper procedure as set out in the Act. Now, the crisp point here is there was no meeting of the board on the 1st of August. If we had held a meeting, there would have been no reason for us to take a decision by way of a round-robin resolution. A round-robin resolution is taken through electronic communication when you cannot assemble the members of the board in one place and at one time. So there was no meeting on the 1st of August, and yet the minister relies in the letter dissolving the board that the reason for the dissolution is the unlawful meeting. She also says in that letter that we did not provide an explanation about the individual who convened the special board meeting. There was no individual who convened it because there was no meeting. So the point here, honorable members, honorable chair, is that the reasons given in the first letter of the 12th are different to the reasons provided in the second letter that dissolved the board. That means that we did not have an opportunity to respond to the reasons provided in the second letter, and therefore the Audi alteram partem rule was violated. We were not given an opportunity to respond to that. But I think that's the crisp issue, I think, facing this committee today was the decision to dissolve the board rational and lawful? And we submit that it was not. But I think some of the context of how this came about is equally important. As has been said, the former chair of the board resigned at our quarterly board meeting on the 31st of July. At the very end of that meeting, Professor Davids informed us that this would be his last meeting chairing the board. He indicated that he had submitted a resignation to the minister, but he did not furnish us with the reasons for his resignation. That may become clearer as my other colleagues brief you on other aspects relating to the role of the chair. This was an incredibly important board meeting, quarterly board meeting on the 31st of July, because we had to finalize the annual financial statements and the annual report for submission to the Auditor General on the 31st. Yet earlier, that very same day, on the 31st of July, the CEO had summarily suspended the company secretary. We therefore went into a critical meeting of the board without a company secretary. We'd heard about it just a few hours before. And again, my colleague, the interim chair of ARCO, will deal with the consequences of that in terms of the communication with the Auditor General's office later that evening and into the early hours of the following morning. The board was therefore dealing with some critical issues relating to the submission of the annual financial statements, needing to deal with the issue around the suspension of the company secretary, and in the absence of the minister appointing an acting chair, Now, the minister says we did not ask her to do so, but as my colleague, Ms. Judy Nwokedi will illustrate, we had 2 weeks before that unanimously passed a motion of no confidence in the chair and submitted that motion of no confidence to the minister with a letter appealing to the minister to urgently appoint a chair and a deputy chair of the board. The minister did not act on that. Being without a chair, the board discussed via WhatsApp, not in a meeting, that we needed to appoint someone to coordinate the activities of the board. And I might say that there were several discussions via WhatsApp and email, and that all of the decisions that were taken by us as a board were taken unanimously, contrary to what the minister is saying, that I acted alone, that I extended the contract of the acting internal audit executive, and my colleague, Mr. Matola, as the chair of ARCO, will be able to confirm and indicate exactly how that came about. I was not appointed by the board as an acting chair, an interim chair, or anything of that nature. And it was made very clear to the minister that this was in order to enhance the functioning of the board's work. It was to communicate and to represent the board in dealings with the minister, with the CEO, and others. Then on the 1st of August, the CEO then also suspended the chief marketing officer. Now, whilst we don't take issue with the substance of the reasons, the manner in which that was done, similar to the manner in which the company secretary had been suspended, they had literally been given a letter of notice of intention to suspend, and then were expected within a couple of hours to make oral representations as to why they should not be suspended. That we felt was contrary to fair labor practices. They were not given an adequate opportunity to respond, and were then had their representations dismissed and were placed on suspension. And that was the reason, ultimately, that that the board took the decision to suspend the CEO. It was not related to the Ngubane report, but it was rather related to the manner in which she had suspended the CMO and the company secretary. There were also other members of staff that were similarly placed on suspension, also on the 1st of August. So immediately after the chair resigns, the CEO suspends, I think, up to 5 members of staff within the space of 24 hours. The minister had been informed on the 5th of August that the board had taken this round-robin resolution. A letter was sent to the minister's office. It was acknowledged, but there was no further response from the minister. Then I received a call from the minister in the early evening of the 11th of August, shortly after the board had written to the general manager of human capital at South African Tourism, and we were required to do so in terms of SAT's disciplinary policy and procedure, where if a member of staff is to be placed on suspension, that you have to consult with the general manager of human capital. That letter was dispatched to the general manager of human capital on the afternoon of the 11th of August. I then received a call, as I say, from the minister, where the minister questioned me as to under what authority was I giving an instruction to the GM of human capital. Before I could respond, the minister realized that she had alerted me to the fact that she clearly had sight of the letter that went from the board to the general manager of human capital, and the minister should not have had sight of that. She then backtracked and said she would call me in 30 minutes, but did not do so. Instead, I received a WhatsApp message from the minister saying, "Dear Lawson, I'm going through the correspondence that you copied me on the CEO. And can you confirm that you sought my concurrence on the board resolution of 1 August 2025 to act as the representative of the board? Please revert to me as soon as possible." Within 15 minutes, I responded, "Dear Minister, in the absence of a board chair, the board felt it important for its functionality to appoint a representative of the board to communicate on behalf of the board. The board unanimously agreed that I be so appointed by it. Such a decision of the board does not require the concurrence of the minister in terms of the act. It is a temporary situation pending the appointment of a chair of the board by yourself. All actions taken by me in this capacity have been done so with the full support of the board. To clarify further, I am not acting as a chair of the board. We are functioning as a collective with a mandate to the representative to communicate and implement decisions of the board in line with our fiduciary duties." Chair, I'm going to stop there and hand over to my colleague, Ms. Judy Nkedi, who will take you through the next section dealing with the role of the chair. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very, very much, Honourable Chair. I speak and represent the dissolved SA Tourism Board as the former Chair of Human Capital and Remuneration. Honourable Chairperson and esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee, allow me to say that I've worked in the sector for 15 plus years, and before that in related sectors for the single largest tourism-owned, Black-owned tourism company, a global company called Tourvest. So I come with those credentials, as well as chairing Gauteng Tourism Authority. Tourism is fundamentally about people, the human-to-human connection, the stories we tell, and the memories we create. And that's why the world all over, people want to visit our amazing country. But as the Chair of Human Capital and Remuneration, SA Tourism, on a very fundamental level, it's about the careers, the professions, and the livelihoods of individuals at stake. And the majority of workers are female. By failing to address these grievances, and I'll come to this later, the chairperson, the leader of the board, one could say, and we found that when we joined the SAT board, and it was labeled as a toxic environment that placed the careers at risk and ultimately destroys and destroyed members of staff who have worked at SAT. The result at the moment, as we sit here today, SAT, the body charged with the marketing of South Africa, sits without a CEO, a chief marketing officer, a company secretary, head of legal, and many other key executive management and senior management positions due to suspensions, disciplinaries, litigation, and a fair amount of cases that has been lodged with the whistleblowing line. So in our view, this has not only led to a major loss of institutional memory and the ability to execute, but it is a crisis. So let's talk about leadership, a pattern of paralysis. The root cause of this does not lie with leadership, rather the lack of it from the chairperson of the former board, the board that was dissolved this year in 2025. The chairperson's role, as mandated by the Tourism Act and complying with corporate governance principles, is to lead and guide the board in its oversight functions. Yet, we have been faced with a continuous pattern of no response, non-responsiveness, and inaction. And in fact, there was what we would call a triangulation happening between the minister, the chair, and the CEO, and all of us were rendered irrelevant, no communication flowing from the chair. We have written and we wrote repeatedly asking for information timely information, quality information, in order to allow us as a board, who all have equal status, so that we could function. So in terms of what I call the leadership paralysis, was the chairperson's persistent inaction and a failure of him to fulfill his fiduciary responsibilities. This then led to both management and board levels of dysfunctionality, and of course, the erosion of the board's authority, because the board was unable to execute its mandate due to internal obstacles. The core of what we would call a governance crisis stems from the chairperson's failure to lead and guide the board as mandated by the Tourism Act Section 16. I now want to come to another section, and I'll conclude on what led then to the culmination and the final plea, the last straw, when we unanimously agreed in a vote of no confidence. So when we look at what frustrated our oversight, was performance management. The CEO's performance from the day shortly into our appointment as a board, we had asked for the probationary contract of the CEO, the signed agreements post the probationary contract, the then legally binding document that would allow us to monitor as the board, facilitated by the chairperson, the execution and the implementation of the key performance indicators of the CEO. This, of course, is critical. Despite repeated requests for line of sight, sharing with us as the board, the regularly prescribed policy requisite of performance managing the CEO and the COSEC, and sharing this with the board, to the point when we were dissolved, we had not seen it. And we, due to what was happening within the organization, it was very key and critical, and we communicated this to the chair, that he needs to deploy a very rigorous performance management appraisal process with clear metrics determined by deliverables that are measurable, actionable, and timely, with clear alignment to the APP. I now want to talk to the grievances. We have had to contend as the board with allegations, including grievances and intimidation and bullying by key staff members, especially the CEO. This then was not minor workplace disputes and just allegations. They then culminated in formal grievances lodged against the CEO. Yet, when the chairperson received these, he failed to act. He failed to pay attention to the grievance policy and the grievance procedure of SA Tourism. These grievances, as lodged by the COSEC, dated to the 19th of December and the 4th of June. None of the timelines as prescribed in the policy were adhered to. In one of our last meetings, he called me after the meeting, not during the meeting, to indicate that he'd like me to take over the grievance matters. And I said very clearly, I'm sorry, Chair, you need to formally motivate this to the board. It cannot be a bilateral discussion between you and I as to who is going to deal with these grievances, noting that the first grievance was lodged on the 19th of December, 6 and a bit months earlier. To date, none of these grievances have been concluded, and it is the sole responsibility of the chairperson to do so in policy. This, together with many other matters, culminated in the board agreeing that we would now pass a vote of no confidence in the chair, having exhausted all internal challenges, and we passed that formal resolution on the 17th of July. This resolution was submitted to the minister, and it was a clear and unequivocal statement of our belief in his dereliction of his duties that rendered the board ineffective, but not non-compliant. The role of the chair, whilst we are fully aware of it, in no way is elevated above any of other board members, but the chair has a unique role to play. The chair is the conduit through which and by which the minister communicates with the board. And we had repeatedly warned and cautioned against the triangulation that the minister communicates directly with the CEO and maybe to the chairperson, and none of the information flows to the board. The vote of no confidence was a necessary action to protect the board's credibility and uphold its mandate in the face of a leadership paralysis. We, Honourable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, we have acted in good faith to protect the organisation's integrity and mandate. We ask you, this committee, to recognise the gravity of our concerns and support a path that ensures accountability and restores effective leadership at SAT. When, at the time, the new board, the former board had been appointed, and the CEO, as a member of the Tourism Business Council and the private sector, our support for the new leadership was solid, because without an effective marketing organization, or maybe we can say despite the effective marketing of the organization, the private sector continues to do its work, because the private sector exists to drive a profit and to ensure prosperity and the growth of the sector. I would like to conclude by saying that corporate governance is the lighthouse that guides an organization through treacherous seas, because we're in Cape Town where the two oceans meet. But at SA Tourism, as a board now dissolved, we have found ourselves adrift because the light was not just dim, it had been deliberately extinguished by those tasked with keeping it lit and then dissolving us. We feel this is not a failure of governance, it is a profound act of betrayal to all us board members that brought to SAT for a board fee that does not compare to the board fees of Eskom, Transnet, any of the other boards. We are paid 2,400 and 2,500 a board meeting, and we are presented with board packs in excess of 1,500 pages, sometimes 2,000 pages. We were not doing this for any other reason that we've worked in the sector to preserve the sector, to promote the sector, and ensure that our young people, our Black young South Africans, especially from rural, township and informal settlements and hostels, have an opportunity to break the scourge and the curse of poverty. I thank you for listening. Now I hand over to probably one of the most important, well, I think all the subcommittees are important, but SA Tourism is a destination marketing organization. I now hand over to my former colleague of the dissolved board who chaired marketing, Opa.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Judy. Chairperson, thank you so much. I'm not going to take much of your time. I come before this committee to ask for justice. Chairperson, in our application of the law, we should not be selective. And I'm going to start with the Act. The Act is very clear in its prescriptive nature that the minister must, so we must stress, must appoint a chair and a deputy chair. On our induction in October, the first induction in October last year with the new members, we asked the minister, Minister, when are you going to appoint the deputy chair? I am working on it. I am looking at bringing young people, but I'm working on it. On 2 meetings which we've had with the minister, my colleague Maya, who is not here, asks the question, Minister, when are we appointing the deputy chair? Again, the same answer. I'm working on it. On the letter of the dissolution of the board, we state clear, on the letter of the vote of confidence of the chairperson, we stated very clearly, Minister, we request you to appoint the chair and the deputy chair immediately. Minister blue ticks us. Chairperson, we cannot have a selective invocation of the law. The law is prescriptive to the minister. So the minister can therefore not choose one part of the act to implement and not implement the others. It is this challenge that we are facing, members. It is not on the board. It is on the dereliction of the minister for not performing her functions. Because if there was a deputy chair, this meeting was not going to happen today. If there was a deputy chair, it was not going to happen. And the act does not give the minister an option to either or. It gives a very clear instruction that the minister, what the minister is supposed to do. So condemning the board for her own actions is disingenuous. To now blame the board of her own dereliction is a betrayal of public trust. After dissolving the board, the minister immediately appoints members, and in those group of members, she immediately appoints a chairperson and a deputy chairperson. But it took her 9 months for us continuously asking her to do her job, and there was no need, Chair, for us as board members to ask the minister to do her job. It is her job that is prescribed by the Act. But now she says we should have asked her to appoint. It is not our position to ask the minister to appoint. It is the Act's instructing the minister to appoint. On the minister's interference, minister is on record saying that she is intervening. On the day of the dissolution of the board, minister went to SAT and had a meeting with the executive and the staff and told the staff that she is going to protect the executive. Protect them from who? And that our decision was unlawful. And to date, we requested a meeting with her. She felt it important to speak to the staff, but she never acceded to our request for an agent meeting. And this was not the first time in her interference. It was not the first time. The minister writes letters to the CEO and not the board. The minister constantly has meetings with the CEO and the executive where the board is not involved, with no sight of whatever they were discussing, and yet the board is supposed to do oversight. To make it worse, the minister approves travel of staff of SAT. She approves travel, and yet the board has passed a budget. And I'm going to step back to show that something is amiss. I was part of the earlier members in August, and I want to state to show a pattern of interference. In August, we are invited by the DG as a board to a joint lekgotla, which was supposed to happen on the 1st and the 2nd of August, 2024. Whilst we were preparing for that lekgotla, correspondence came from the minister to say, no, the board is not needed. The only people that are needed is the CEO and the executive. And yet it is us as a board that must oversee the strategy of the minister. Members, to tell the truth, the minister does not want a board. The minister wants to run SAT, enabled by the CEO. We, as these board members, were obstructionists to the minister's agenda that she was pushing there. The SIU report that she is talking about, and I want to state it clearly, that SIU report, in terms of the DOA, the officials that are mentioned there report to the CEO. What the CEO was supposed to do was to then write a recommendation, say, board, here is a SIU report, and these are my recommendations that I am going to take for the disciplinary processes. It is not for the board to discipline a lower member. We deal with the CEO. Same with the CMO grievances. And the minister now speaks about procedure. When you submit an issue, you don't just circulate it. You send it to HR Remco if it affects staff. And HR Remco will discuss it and then present it to the board, as the minister is saying. You don't circulate it to everyone and then say you are not dealing with this matter. So minister cannot be selective in how she applies the law. Where it suits her, she says we must follow the law. When it doesn't suit her, she doesn't respond to our correspondence. Lastly, Chair. Minister, in all her deliberation, I've been listening. She does not refer to the material irregularity of the AG. She mentions the positions of the AG and everything. She still does not refer to the material irregularity, which is serious if we understand what a material irregularity is about the CEO. She doesn't. Instead, she rushes to CFO, and we have reasons why. Because the members that were interviewed, we found them not to be suitable to be appointed. So we can't just then create another problem. So the minister does not refer to the matter. And the minister, it was quite interesting that when she was asking for documents, she asked for documents, Chair, that are not related to the material irregularity. Give me the resolution where you took this decision. We gave her. Give us the invoice of the lawyers. We gave her. Give us the specifications that you gave to Ngubane to investigate. We gave her. The point I'm trying to make is that a matter of material irregularity took over 2 months from the 4th of May right up until today. We have not received the material irregularity, yet the minister is quick to deal with a meeting. We wrote to the minister about the letter which Mr. Lawson, we nominated the minister. The professionalism that we expect from the minister was that to write back to us and say, I do not agree with your letter. Chair, we request that this committee hold us accountable equally so. That if we, the board, as the minister, is claiming that we were incompetent, clearly we have tried to show who was incompetent in applying the law. So I ask that these members, you can accuse them of anything, but you cannot accuse them of incompetence. These are members, strong men and women that build companies from scratch.
successful companies in this country. You cannot accuse them about incompetency. The minister wants to run SAT. She communicates to the CEO, and that's what she is doing. The board members were a barrier to the minister's agenda at SAT. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pilani.
Miller is going to give the last presentation on ARCO, and then Mr. Makosazana, Ms. Makosazana will come.
Thank you very much, Chair, honorable members. I will not take too much of the time. I really need to focus on the issue that I think brings us to where we are, if you think about it. In terms of the audit committee, I must highlight that I acted as interim ARCO committee chair based on the request by the former chairperson to host a meeting, not to host, but to manage just one meeting. He asked me, can you please chair one meeting? And I chaired the meeting, and then he requested, well, can you please do the phone? And I said, can we please request the minister to ensure that they appoint someone as the audit committee chair? Because I'm not a CA. I may run a company. I may have, managed the organizations before, but we felt that we needed somebody. So we took the task upon ourselves to manage an audit by the Auditor General in the absence of an ARCO chair, because the ARCO chair had resigned. And we're still waiting for the appointment of an ARCO chair. So that's how I find myself as the interim audit committee chair. But to cut to the chase, members, in the 2023-2024 financial year audit by the Auditor General, a material irregularity was identified, which related to South African tourism's activities in Dubai at the Dubai Expo, and specifically around the activations related to the dome, what was called the dome activities. And in that material irregularity identified in the 2023-24 annual report, the Auditor General identified this material irregularity and notified the accounting authority as required by the Material Irregularity Regulations 3.2. At the time of the material irregularity being identified, and at the time of the auditor's report, the response of the accounting authority was not yet due. And as a result, the Auditor General therefore highlighted that this material irregularity will be included in next year's auditor's report, meaning this year's report. During the course of 2024, the board at the time, not the dissolved board, commissioned Ngubane and Associates to undertake a forensic investigation into the transactions that led to that material irregularity. The final report on the investigation into the transactions that the supplier that was involved in and those that led to the irregularity were then presented. The report was presented on the 29th of April to the audit committee. In short, the report contained 4 recommendations, Chairperson and members of the committee. The report recommended that consequence management should be implemented against the CEO, who was at the time the CFO, for contravening the section 3.1, 31.12C of National Treasury Regulations, resulting in irregular expenditure of 4.1883 or 4.2 million rand, as she was still employed by South African Tourism. No consequence management could be recommended against 2 other individuals or managers who were involved because they no longer worked for South African Tourism. The second part of the second recommendation said that South African Tourism should recover the prepayment of 4.2 million from the supplier involved, as there was no evidence to support the work that was claimed to have been done. Thirdly, if the recommendation stated that if South African Tourism fails to recover the amount of 4.2 million from the supplier, it was recommended that the amount should be recovered from the CEO, who was the CFO at the time, from two other managers or individuals, as they were found to be responsible for approving the upfront payment that led to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Those two other individuals no longer work for SA Tourism. Hence, the recommendation of the forensic audit says then you need to recover it from the persons that are still within the employ of South African Tourism if you can't recover it from the supplier. And lastly, the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure should be properly disclosed in the annual financial statements and be reported to the relevant treasury, meaning that that material irregularity should then be disclosed in this year's report. And I think that is the issue that then brought the board to raising the issue of consequence management with the CEO. So at a board meeting on the 2nd of May, the report was accepted, and the chair, the former chair, was present in the meeting. He was party to that. He did not dissent. He also accepted the findings, and it was therefore recommended that the actions or the recommendations of the report be adopted and acted upon. And in that meeting, board members, Mr. Naidu, as well as Rachel Ngwele, were mandated to prepare board resolutions, a board resolution and a letter to the CEO informing her of the fact that the board has decided to accept, has accepted the recommendations of the forensic audit report and will be acting upon it. Secondly, the board and the chair were mandated to brief the minister and to get legal advice, which they duly did. So we got the legal advice from CTH, which is the company that the minister has mentioned, and the board, the representatives nominated by the board informed the minister accordingly. As it was indicated, we would require her concurrence to ensure consequence management as required by the forensic report. And subsequent to that, Cheryl Thompson Hazen were appointed, and they drew up draft charge sheet and a notice of intention to suspend for the CEO. And that is the point where, you know, the nominated members brought this matter to the attention of the minister and requested her concurrence that we then should act in accordance with what the forensic audit report had recommended. There were meetings with the minister on the 26th of May with the representatives. Then there were a series of requests for further information. As the minister indicated, she needed more information to consider our request for concurrence to act. The information was submitted, I believe, on numerous occasions. And as we indicated, to date, we still have not received any indication from the minister as to, you know, whether there was concurrence until we were dissolved. And those chairperson and committee members are the matters that really relate to the board's initial decision to ensure consequence management based on the recommendations of a material irregularity identified by the Auditor General, as well as a full forensic audit, forensic report that detailed 4 specific recommendations. I thank you.
Mr. Pilani, is it possible to just drop the mic? Okay, sure. Mrs. Kanile.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Tourism, distinguished members of the committee, stakeholders, and invited guests, thank you for the opportunity to address this all-important meeting. I would like to express my appreciation for the invitation extended to myself in my capacity as former chairperson of the South African Tourism Board and to my former deputy chairperson, Advocate Haskins. We accepted this invitation with a clear sense of the fiduciary responsibilities we carried as former board members of SAT, as well as the broader civic duty we still hold as citizens to contribute meaningfully to discussions around governance and accountability. At the outset, it is necessary to state that we are in litigation with the Minister of Tourism. This litigation stems from actions taken during and following our tenure as board members. Our removal as chairperson was accompanied, was accompanied by public statements that we believe were false, defamatory, distorted facts, and caused harm to our reputations. The minister's intention was to discredit us based on the work we had conducted and that we were effectively dealing with the maladministration within SAT. It is also important to state that we were not removed as board members, but only from our leadership positions. The initial allegations made against us for our removal was that we convened 54 meetings. 54 board meetings to advance our personal interests and enrich ourselves. And the words fruitless and irregular expenditure were used in the letters received from the minister. And those statements are false. The facts provide clear evidence to refute them. On behalf of my former deputy chairperson and the chairperson of the awards committee at the time of our removal, I must firmly state that neither of them, and he's sitting over there, have claimed a single rand from SAT. Nothing at all. And this goes against the claims that were purported by the minister. The claim that 54 board meetings were convened is a distortion of the facts. There were no 54 board meetings. In reality, there were 2 ordinary quarterly board meetings, and the remaining special board meetings, of which there were 11 in total, were requested primarily by management. These special board meetings were necessitated by urgent requests from the CEO seeking approvals for statutory financial reporting requirements under the Public Financial Administration Act, urgent payment approvals, prepayment requests, and approvals for the brand campaign, among other financial matters. The other meetings related to meetings with the minister herself on her invitation, and meetings with the portfolio committee, again on the invitation of the minister. Additionally, induction sessions and 30 subcommittee meetings out of a total of 4 subcommittees were held for the regular functional requirements of SAT governance. It is worth noting that both the deputy chairperson and I did not attend a significant number of these meetings, particularly those that dealt with committee activities to which we were not assigned or invited. It's also important to note that the chairperson, or rather that I, in my leadership capacity, also attended meetings and events as invited by management and industry stakeholders. The minister publicly claimed that 900 of the 1.4 million board budget had been spent, implying recklessness and mismanagement on our part. However, this figure needs to be addressed accurately. The 1.4 million allocation was for board fees, with the larger 5 million board activities budget, which covered other governance expenses, including accommodation, travel, catering, board induction, trainings, board insurance, and administrative requirements. The suggestion that 900,000 was spent entirely on board fees is incorrect. The 900,000 figure includes expenses for board activities such as accommodation, travel, and catering, rather than being solely tied to board fees as alleged. While the 900,000 is approximately 60% of the board fee allocation utilized, it covered the first 6 months of our tenure. As a new board, understanding the legacy issues of SAT and the SAT boards, coupled with the firm instructions from the 6th Administration Portfolio Committee chairperson that we should exercise governance oversight rigorously, follow fiduciary responsibilities, and not be rubber stampers. Those were our marching orders as a new board at SAT. Importantly, we learned very early on that we were dealing with an inept management team led by the CEO, together with the newly appointed CFO and CMO, acting COO and CBBO, that failed to run SAT effectively and properly, necessitating increased governance interventions from the board. This additional oversight contributed directly to the higher frequency of meetings in the first 6 months. Given the context, the allegations made against us are baseless and fail to acknowledge the legitimate and necessary scope of board activities during this challenging period of for SAT governance. In response to the minister's public action, we took various decisions. First, we made the decision to resign due to our complete lack of confidence in the leadership of the minister, as well as the conduct of the CEO, whose actions directly undermined the principles of accountability and good governance. And the deputy chairperson will detail the conduct of the CEO. We also point out at this juncture that following our resignation, 4 other board members stepped down within a week and chose to stand in solidarity with us. Their reasoning, as shared with me, was that it was deeply rooted in the unfairness they observed, particularly the singling out of myself as the deputy chairperson, despite the decisions of the board being collectively made. And that as board members, they too attended the meetings. These members also expressed grave concern about us being unfairly treated and unjustly vilified in the media, and they questioned the appointment of Gregory Davids. Secondly, we made the conscious decision to seek redress through formal legal channels rather than engage in a public dispute. Finally, confident in the work the board had performed and knowing the allegations were false, we invited the minister in our letter dated the 11th of September to investigate us. As we understand, and as of today, no such investigation has taken place. As we will demonstrate today, our focus as a leadership team remained firmly fixed on addressing governance concerns, including the conduct and probation processes of the CEO during that time. Our objective is to provide the committee with the facts. These facts are documented in reports and correspondence that were submitted to the minister. The matters we will highlight are not based on speculation or opinion. They are grounded in evidence, and we hope they contribute to the committee's deliberations to strengthen oversight in the tourism sector. We refer the committee to our resignation letter and closeout report, which we believe have been circulated. The copies of those reports were submitted to the remaining SAT board members, the Minister of Tourism, the Portfolio Committee on Tourism, the Office of the Public Protector, and the Auditor General of South Africa on 13 September 2024. Even in light of our removal from our leadership positions, we believed it was essential to take proactive steps to ensure transparency and to initiate processes that would safeguard the functionality and integrity of SAT. Specifically, we called upon AGSA to investigate the matters outlined in our resignation letter and report, particularly with regard to WWP. We wanted to leave no stone unturned in addressing the systemic issues that had come to light during our tenure. Furthermore, we believed it was crucial for the minister to fully grasp the depth of the challenges within SAT, challenges that demanded urgent and decisive action. Lastly, we hoped that the closeout report would serve as a valuable resource for the new board members. It was our intention to provide them with clarity, context, and a starting point from which to address the issues we had uncovered. Our hope was that this report would empower the new board to chart a new course forward towards improved governance, accountability, and ultimately the fulfillment of SAT's mandate in service of the tourism sector in South Africa. We reflected deeply on what information would be the most important to present to the Portfolio Committee in order to shed light on the events leading to our removal from our leadership positions. The following critical points stand out. In May 2024, on the 24th, the board resolved to send a detailed report to the minister outlining the board's activities and challenges we're facing. When we had been appointed, we had been informed that there would be an SLA that would be signed between the board and the minister. The SLA never materialized. However, we're proactive in providing a report to the minister. That action was also prompted by information that had been communicated to myself from a fellow board member who indicated that a respected person within the tourism industry had informed him about the minister's displeasure about the fact that we were having so many meetings, something that had not been communicated to ourselves as a board at the time. And we reacted accordingly and sent a detailed letter of our activities at that point, or rather a report. The report detailed how we were addressing substantive issues related to an increasingly chaotic and dysfunctional SAT environment, management's resistance to accountability, and troubling evidence regarding the CEO's lack of fitness for the role and disregard for board processes and leadership. The minister chose to respond to only one aspect: the remuneration of board members. Key issues concerning SAT's deteriorating governance were ignored entirely. On the 5th of June, the minister wrote to the board in a move that left all board members surprised. No reference was made to our May 2024 report or the explanation that detailed the meetings we were having. Instead, the minister's letter centered on the frequency of board meetings, which she claimed indicated a lack of understanding of fiduciary duties. In response, the board provided a comprehensive explanation in an almost 30-page report, clarifying that the meetings were both necessary and justified, with approximately 80% of the meetings being convened at the request of SAT management. For example, the Africa Travel Indaba approvals and the NTT's PFMA reporting obligations. To illustrate the board's commitment, it's worth noting that we convened a meeting on a Sunday to address an irregular and procedurally flawed approval that the CEO and management sought to obtain from the board. Mind you, the CEO had attempted to have myself as the chairperson approve a payment of 15 million unilaterally, trying to bypass board processes. The board shared evidence of an untenable situation with the minister, where management's repeated failures to adequately prepare for meetings, submit documents on time and in completeness, last-minute requests that led to the board to institute a standard operating procedure in an attempt to address the issues. Despite the detailed response provided by the board, the minister chose not to respond at all, ignoring these significant governance failures. In July 2024, the board had sent 2 further letters to the minister. These letters raised urgent concerns about the AGSA's findings of a qualified audit outcome at SAT. Alarmingly, the CEO and CFO not only failed to address the critical issues raised by AGSA, they also missed a grace period deadline granted by AGSA to improve on the audit outcomes. This complete failure in accountability and leadership was exacerbated by the CEO's unwillingness to hold the CFO accountable for this lapse. Despite the gravity of these issues, the minister once again failed to respond to the board's correspondence, essentially ignoring the deteriorating governance and leadership failures within SAT. In August 2024, the minister failed to respond to correspondence submitted to her by the board regarding the material irregularity raised by AGSA. This MI, initially issued to SAT management in April 2024, had been completely disregarded by management for months. The board therefore had to intervene and recommend that the matter be subjected to a forensic investigation. Throughout this process, the CEO repeatedly obfuscated facts, misled and withheld critical information from the board across 4 separate responses to the AGSA inquiry. This placed the board in a precarious situation where failure to ensure transparency would have resulted in board members being personally held liable for this 4.1 million. Not only that, the CEO did not disclose until we were 2 meetings in that she was indeed the CFO at the time of this material irregularity. In light of the CEO's lack of cooperation, the board insisted on cross-referencing her claims with fact-checked responses from the SAT's internal auditor. This was met with aggressive opposition from Gregory Davids, who pressured the board to submit the CEO's original responses without due diligence. When the board complied with Gregory Davids' demands, the AGSA came back and expressed dissatisfaction with the lack of transparency by the board in its submission. As a result, the board had to appeal to AGSA to resubmit and request a second opportunity so that we could provide more accurate facts. Had the board not insisted on the use of verified internal auditor evidence, the CEO may have evaded accountability altogether. We believe that the MI has now resulted in the dissolved board's Ngubane report. So serious was the matter. During a 30 August board meeting, amongst other agenda items, feedback was provided regarding the CEO's probation and evaluation process. As part of my fiduciary duty as chairperson, I conducted a thorough probation assessment alongside the deputy chairperson, who served as chairperson of the Human Resources and Remuneration Committee as well. Initially, the CEO's probation was set at 3 months, but upon our recommendation in May 2024, the board resolved to extend that probation for an additional 3 months, concluding at the end of August 2024. It's also important to mention at this point that I myself designed the CEO's performance contract. None existed with proper KPIs and KPAs, none existed at SAT when we were looking for it. And I myself designed it, and we sat with the CEO and she signed off on it. So how it couldn't come up when you were looking for it is quite strange, because it exists, because I created it. In this meeting with the board, I communicated to the board the findings from my evaluation, which was informed not only by our formal assessment process, but also by responses I had requested from the chairpersons of board committees. A majority of these chairpersons expressed serious concerns about the CEO's suitability for the role, citing her inability to adequately represent or manage SAT and lead it towards fulfilling its mandate. These findings were based on her performance in board meetings, committee meetings, and her overall conduct. Based on this comprehensive feedback, it was my recommendation to the board that her employment should not be affirmed, given her demonstrated lack of capability to lead SAT effectively. Although the board concurred with the recommendations that the CEO's employment not be confirmed, one of the board members, who has since remained a member of the now dissolved board, had requested at the time that we must first inform the minister before the board finalized and passed its resolution. Needless to say that we never had the opportunity to conclude this process. On 30 August 2024, on the instruction of the minister, the board met with the minister with the intention of improving communication and collaboration. However, the meeting instead saw the minister, in a recorded meeting, adopt an obstructive and threatening posture. instead of engaging substantively, the minister issued a clear threat, stating that she would deal with the board like politicians if we so wished. And this was in a recorded meeting. Falsely claiming that the board had been gossiping about her in dark corners when we held a meeting to try and address the issues we were experiencing. This alleged gossip was nothing more than the board discussing the challenges, her lack of responses to concerns raised directly with her, her instruction to the CEO that the board should not form part of SAT's strategic planning session, and treatment that we had been experiencing under the minister's leadership, and that it would be prudent to raise this discussion directly with the minister. Unfortunately, the minister failed to address these issues, an omission that undermined poor governance and oversight. On the 4th of September, the chairperson and deputy chairperson participated in a meeting at SAT regarding the ongoing responses to AGSA's concerns about the MI. The chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee and the acting company secretary formed part of the meeting. It was held at SAT offices, and the acting company secretary was instructed to record the meeting. During this meeting, and on my request, the acting company secretary reaffirmed that the meeting was being recorded. During this meeting, the internal auditor and the CEO disclosed alarming information regarding SAT's dealing with various service providers, including the WWP Group. For example, it was revealed that the WWP had been paid over 400 million since 2020, even prior to the disruptions caused by COVID-19. Further, the contract with WWP, like other service providers, was found to have been non-compliant with procurement legislative frameworks. And WWP had routinely engaged in work that was outside the approved scope. In response to this particular revelation, the board recognized the urgency of halting WWP's activities at SAT and directed the legal team to draft and send a formal letter to WWP notifying them of a temporary suspension of activities whilst the AGSA investigation was underway. However, the CEO flatly refused to sign the prepared letter, demonstrating her continued resistance to accountability. On the 5th of September, the deputy chairperson and myself received letters from the minister demanding explanations for the alleged irregularities. She gave us 48 hours to respond. This letter, however, was dated the 3rd of September, and we only received it on the 5th of September. The timing of these letters created an untenable situation. The 48-hour deadline had already lapsed by the time the letters reached us. We were also concerned that this letter was potentially in response to the information we uncovered during the 4th of September 2024 meeting. Alternatively, that we were singled out for leading the probation, evaluation, and recommendation of the removal of the CEO. Despite these logistical challenges, we responded promptly, denying any wrongdoing, seeking clarification on the allegation of irregular meetings and fruitless expenditure as raised by the minister. We also appealed to the minister to meet with us face to face and address the concerns directly and provide us perhaps with a 5-day period in which to comprehensively respond, given the seriousness of the accusations and the potential harm, reputational harm rather, to both SAT and individual members of the board. Unfortunately, the minister ignored our attempts to engage constructively and instead chose to remove us from our leadership positions. We learned of our removal not through formal channels, but rather through media reports, further exacerbating our concern about transparency and procedural fairness in the entire process. Following our removal from our leadership positions, the minister undertook extensive media engagements. In these interviews and statements, she misrepresented key facts surrounding, the board's tenure. She claimed that the Portfolio Committee on Tourism had raised concerns regarding the frequency of board meetings. We went through all of the transcripts from March of last year to the time we were removed. and there was no mention by the portfolio committee of the numerous meetings. However, in a 10 July meeting which I attended, it was the minister herself who offered the information to the portfolio committee, and it is available in a transcript online, that she was concerned with the number of meetings we were having and she was going to write to us. Crucially, despite the minister portraying the portfolio committee's position as instrumental in our removal, we were never afforded the opportunity to respond directly to the portfolio committee. We were not invited to provide substantive evidence regarding the nature and justification of the meetings we conducted, nor were we permitted to explain our actions or provide proof to address these purported concerns. Beyond these misrepresentations, the minister went further, insinuating corruption by publicly claiming that we held the meetings for personal enrichment. One of the members of the dissolved board mentioned just how much the members get paid. We would have had to have had meetings absolutely every single day if we wanted to enrich ourselves. She intimated wrongdoing on our part without providing any substantive evidence to support these claims, which directly damaged our reputations. Additionally, the minister falsely stated that the chairperson and deputy chairperson were solely responsible for AGSA's material irregularity findings being mishandled, completely ignoring the fact that these matters had been resolved collaboratively through recorded resolutions by the entire board. Furthermore, the minister alleged that the chairperson and deputy chairperson were solely responsible for the resignation of the CFO. Again, this claim was made without any accompanying evidence, disregarding the broader governance factors that led to the CFO's resignation and the minutes reflecting the board's collective actions during this period. In closing, I want to say that the events surrounding our removal from leadership positions, our interactions with the minister, her decisions, and the false public narrative she perpetuated about our professional and personal integrity regret a deeply troubling disregard for due process, transparency, and accountability. These actions were designed to discredit our leadership, left us with no other choice but to resign. Despite these circumstances, as board members, we made every effort to engage in good faith and to address the profound challenges within SAT. Yet we were consistently met with resistance, deflection, and unfounded portrayals that sought to undermine our efforts and reputations. It is critical to further point out that these issues were further compounded by the minister's frequent involvement in operational matters, which undermined the governance structures of SAT. For instance, with regard to the highly contentious brand campaign, the minister insisted that she had personally approved the brand campaign concept, despite there being no formal approval forthcoming. Later, attempting to reframe it merely as a blessing. Furthermore, the minister routinely bypassed protocols by directly engaging with the CEO and management staff, excluding the board at the SAT strategic session, and instead leading the session herself, often issuing instructions without consulting the chairperson or ensuring the necessary oversight by the board. This pattern of overreach extended to the AGSA audit process, where the minister intervened to influence the scope and outcome. She reportedly instructed the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee to inform the Auditor General that they knew that the New York office would not need to be audited, claiming she had carried out such an assessment herself during a previous work-related visit. When this attempt failed, the minister directly engaged the Auditor General's office to negotiate a significantly reduced, audit team to conduct a limited audit of the New York operations, blatantly disregarding the board's oversight role. The cumulative effect of these actions, baseless allegations, unwarranted interference, and perpetuation of a false public narrative caused irreparable harm to our professional credibility and hindered our ability to address the systemic dysfunction at SAT effectively. Despite the minister's narrative that sought to isolate the deputy chairperson and myself, the evidence demonstrates that the governance failures were a product of larger systemic issues exacerbated by inept management and a minister intent on undermining the board's authority. As we close, we reiterate that throughout our 6-month tenure, we remain steadfast in carrying out our fiduciary duties, consistent with the firm instruction given to us by the 6th Administration Portfolio Committee to serve as an effective governance body and not a rubber stamp. Our efforts were undertaken in the best interests of SAT and the tourism sector at large, despite the governance challenges imposed upon us. It is our hope that this process contributes to meaningful reflection and decisive action to restore integrity, transparency, and accountability within SAT. I'll allow my former deputy chair to speak on the CEO's probation matters. Thank you.
Chairperson and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me also the opportunity to contribute to the meeting. I fully support the address and report delivered by the former chairperson. I wish also to advise the committee that the initiated litigation is against the minister in both her personal and professional capacity for false and defamatory remarks made about us in print, radio, and television interviews. On legal advice, it was deemed necessary to cite the minister in both capacities, as the statements in question went far beyond the scope of her office. We would also like to point out that, on the advice of the attorneys, we must inform the committee that we sought to resolve the litigation by requesting a retraction of the false and defamatory statements, a formal apology, and engaging in mediation. Unfortunately, all of these efforts were rejected by the minister. With that clarification, my contribution is to provide further context on the probation evaluation process conducted for the CEO during our tenure, mine specifically as the deputy chairperson of the board and the chairperson of the Human Capital and Remuneration Committee. To provide relevant context, it's important that I point out the following. On 3 December 2022, the Tottenham board accepted the CEO's resignation as CFO. Our understanding at the time was that disciplinary proceedings were set to be initiated against the CEO. In light of the potential disciplinary processes and consequences, the CEO chose to resign from a position. This disciplinary process is related to the key findings by the Auditor General on the 4.2 million rand prepayment to WWP. Following her resignation and the dissolution of the Tottenham board, the minister appointed Tim Harris and Koleka Zama as the interim SAT board. The interim Harris board appointed the CEO as the interim CFO effective 1 August 2023, and on 6 September 2023, following concurrence by the minister, the CFO was made acting CEO. On the 29th of February 2024, the CEO was appointed on a 5-year fixed-term contract around the same date that our board was constituted. The CEO's appointment was effective 1 March 2024, and the fixed-term contract makes provision for a probation period of 3 months. This probation was scheduled to end on 31 May 2024. The evaluation process, however, encountered serious challenges due to a complete lack of foundational documentation that should have been in place. In the first meeting held on 16 May 2024 between the former chairperson, myself, the general manager of Human Capital, and the company secretary, we sought information on the signed performance agreement and the key performance indicators that should have been established and signed between the interim Harris board and the CEO. To our dismay, there was no record of any performance agreement, KPIs, or formal deliverables. We requested guidance from the General Manager to understand why no agreement or KPIs have been signed, why this oversight had not been escalated to the new board's attention, and what steps could be taken to address the serious governance gaps. A second meeting was convened on 20 May 2024 to address specific internal challenges and tensions that had emerged between the CEO and the GM for human capital. These issues further complicated the probation evaluation process and highlighted operational difficulties under the CEO's leadership. A third meeting was necessary, and that meeting was held on 22 May 2024 with the CEO herself to discuss the probation evaluation and determine whether she had any portfolio of evidence or documentation to present regarding her performance during the probationary period. The CEO was completely unprepared and unable to provide any substantive evidence of deliverables. Instead, she referred us to an informal arrangement of KPIs allegedly agreed upon with the interim Harris board, but she failed to produce any documentation to verify or substantiate these claims. Finally, a fourth meeting on the 30th of May was convened between the former chair and myself to discuss the legal implications of extending the CEO's probation period and the process required to make a considered recommendation to the board. Based on the circumstances presented, we concluded that it was necessary to extend the probation period by a further 3 months to give the CEO an opportunity to sign a performance agreement with clear KPIs, for her to be given an opportunity to perform in line with the agreement, and to provide evidence of performance and demonstrate her ability to fulfill the requirements of her role. On the 31st of May 2024, this recommendation was presented to the board, which resolved to extend the probation period by an additional 3 months. Following the board's decision to extend the CEO's probation period, several critical engagements transpired that shaped the evaluation process. First, on the 5th of June 2024, we received a letter from the minister, which appeared to be in response to the extension of the probation. Surprisingly, the letter focused on alleged excessive meetings held by the board, completely disregarding the detailed report the chairperson presented to the minister earlier in May. The report outlined the reasons for convening the meetings, as well as the challenges faced by board during the period, the first 3 months. On the 13th of June 2024, and in response to the minister's letter, the board responded comprehensively, submitting a report that detailed the purpose and justification for the meetings held. It was emphasized that these meetings were necessary to address key governance issues, including matters such as the global brand campaign, Africa Travel and Daba contract, the CEO's performance and probation evaluation. Despite submitting these detailed explanations, no response was received from the minister. By June 2024, the former chairperson had worked to establish a formal performance agreement and KPIs for the CEO, aligning expectations and deliverables for her probation assessment. However, as the extended probation period approached its conclusion on 31 August 2024, the evaluation process continued to experience delays and challenges. A probation discussion was initially scheduled for 27 August 2024, during which the CEO was asked to conduct a self-assessment of her performance, as well as provide a portfolio of evidence covering the probation assessment criteria. Additionally, the chairperson requested all committee chairs to submit their assessment of the CEO's performance based on interactions over the previous 3 months. At this meeting on 13 June 2024, at this meeting, my apologies, the CEO presented a portfolio of evidence stating that it was aligned to her performance agreement and not the probation assessment template that she had drafted in June 2024. During the evaluation, significant gaps were identified in the CEO's portfolio of evidence, indicating a lack of necessary detail and supporting evidence. Despite assistance provided to clarify the requirements, the gaps persisted and the probation evaluation had to be rescheduled for the 28th of August to provide the CEO with additional time to revise her submission. It's also important to note that in her self-assessment, she rated herself across 6 performance categories using a 5-point scale, with 5 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. She awarded herself high scores of 4.9 and a lowest score, or 1 score with a lowest of 3. That related to communication and performance. All chairpersons rated the CEO at best 2, at worst 1. Notably, there was a significant disparity between the CEO self-assessment and the scores, the CEO self-assessment scores, and the evaluations submitted by the chair and committee chairs who had worked closely with the CEO. Their feedback consistently reflected inadequate leadership and highlighted shortcomings that raised concern about the CEO's overall suitability for the role. One particular instance that exemplified these concerns occurred in early July 2024 during the handling of the draft Audit General Report. The executive team was expected to submit the annual financial statements, which had already been delayed by the team. The chairperson formally communicated with this issue with the CEO, both through written correspondence and in a direct meeting. Rather than addressing accountability for the delays, the CEO strongly reacted to the chairperson, accusing her of being personal and requesting that she be left alone to manage the executive team. A recurring theme throughout the CEO's probationary period was poor planning and poor management exhibited in her leadership at SAT. There was a pattern of urgent requests for approvals arising outside of the ordinary course of board meetings and subcommittee meetings, often with little advance notice or preparation. Even in cases where special meetings were convened, the preparations for those meetings were consistently inadequate, reflecting poorly on the leadership, organizational foresight, and the ability for it to plan effectively. In addition, the documentation that the board and committees were expected to consider during these meetings often arrived late and incomplete. For instance, in one case, the annual financial statements were submitted to the board in draft format, with the CEO noting that there would be substantial changes that still needed to be made to these financial statements, therefore rendering the agenda item redundant. We had to then reschedule another meeting to consider the annual financial statements. Because of these issues, the board was unable to review, approve, or sign off on the statements. Consequently, the board was compelled to reschedule the new meeting to address the necessary changes, further delaying the processes and raising issues about inefficiency. There was also instances of misleading presentations made to the board, which undermined the trust and confidence the board had in the CEO's ability to lead. Notable examples included the unlawful contract, such as the Africa Travel Indaba Agreement, and the responses to the Auditor General's MI findings. On multiple occasions, documentation presented for board consideration required further interrogation to ensure accuracy and clarity, exposing the management's team's inefficiencies and leaving the board with a serious impression of mismanagement. These challenges made it particularly difficult for the board to approve items through round-robin process, as the submissions were not suitable and required further clarification before final consideration and resolution. Further compounding these issues with the CEO's acceptance of procurement process violations within SAT. The CEO was aware of multiple instances where procurement policies were not adhered to, prepayments were made, and contracts were not strictly followed. In cases where suppliers provided work that was out of scope or failed to deliver value, there was no corrective action that was taken by the CEO to mitigate these repeated governance failures. One of the most concerning patterns identified during our evaluation was the complete absence of consequence management within SAT under the CEO's leadership. Based on these recurring issues, the board chairperson, along with the chairpersons of the committees, collectively concluded that the CEO was grossly unsuitable for the position. As noted by my former chairperson, the board concurred with the recommendation that the CEO's employment not be conferred. Unfortunately, that process was not finalized and the board was unable to pass the resolution. The board did not conclude this process because a week later, myself and my former chairperson were removed by the minister from our leadership positions. We assumed the removal to be in response to the chairperson and I leading the probation assessment and recommendation that the CEO not be affirmed as the CEO of SAT. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haskins. I think we've now come to the end. Yes, and I think everyone has had an opportunity to speak to us as the subcommittee.
Chair, I forgot one sentence, which I wanted to pose to the minister, if I'm allowed, please. The board.
I did not even give you the go ahead. You just decided to proceed.
Sorry.
Without me saying yes or no. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Minister claims that we had an unlawful meeting and an unlawful decision was taken, and went to tell the staff at SAT that the decision to suspend the CEO was unlawful. And she's on record on social media saying the decision is unlawful. And yet the minister went to confirm the suspension. There is an article statement that the CEO will remain suspended. So here we are, a decision that led to the board dissolution now is supported by the same minister that said it was unlawful, issuing a statement and confirming, and now in concurrent with the board, that statement, the CEO will remain suspended. Clearly, Chair, from where I am sitting, it is clear that if utinta unombulelo, utinta uminister, because in her trying to, create an impression that she is not suspending the CEO, she is not bringing back the CEO. She is keeping the CEO there because she does not want to be seen to be protecting her. As I speak, lastly, Chair, the CEO is in full contact with the executive at SAT. All her laptops and everything were not taken just like any other staff that was suspended there. She is in contact as we speak with the executive of SAT. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pilani. I'm just checking my time because at 1 o'clock we have a break, a lunch break at 1. But I can see there's an opportunity for one of the honorable members to pose a question or questions to all the presenters, to the board, to the former chairperson, as well as to the minister, so that we can see whether we reach at 1 o'clock at least. So I'm gonna keep you to your time. The Sang is going to assist me as my timekeeper next to me, so that we do not go over the time. Honorable Ishmael.
Thank you, Chair. I do have quite a few questions. My first question to the Minister. Why did a CEO pass probation despite the committee chairs of the then SAT board being of the view that she was neither suitable nor capable to continue in her role due to her poor performance? And why were you, Minister, so keen to appoint a CFO who had presided over years of qualified audit to lead this entity? Minister, was Ms. Guliwe the highest ranked candidate in the interview process prior to her appointment as permanent CEO? If not, why did you select her over the higher ranked candidate? Minister, when were you first made aware of allegations against the CEO of SA Tourism, including but not limited to the violation of the PFMA during the Dubai Expo transaction? Did you actually take any real action? If you did, please provide, provide us information of that. And then, Minister, when were you first made aware of allegations of bullying leveled, by the CEO of SAT? My next question, upon receipt of the Ngobane forensic report commissioned by the board of SA Tourism, did you, Minister, take any action against the CEO or support the board in taking any action? And Minister, when you received the SIU investigation report, did you not think it's important to make it available to the Tourism Portfolio Committee? And why? I mean, why did you not make it? Why did you not take us in your confidence? My next question, Minister, have you ever attempted to block the board's attempts to discipline the CEO? Why do you appear to have repeatedly ignored serious and credible accusations against the CEO while harshly, pursuing members of the SAT board? On the face of it, Minister, it seems that you are intent on protecting the CEO from any attempts by the board to act against her. So I need some clarity. I want to understand, your thinking. Minister, my next questions I'm going to ask you are related to the dissolved SAT board and its predecessors. Now, less than a year ago, you stood before the public and expressed full confidence in this board, whom you personally selected for their competence and experience. What specific failures of this board, which were not apparent to you then, justify their complete dissolution now? And then, Minister, given your apparent interest in due process, which we all agree with, but why have you twice now dissolved the SAT board via media statements rather than by notice in the Gazette as required by the Tourism Act first? You dissolved the board first, then only gazetted after appointing the interim SAT board members. And then, Minister, on the same note of process, why did you choose not to appoint a deputy chairperson of the board in September last year, which in fact is in violation of the provisions of the Tourism Act? It appears again, Minister, that you are extremely keen to enforce regulations when it comes to the board. But when it concerns you or Ms. Guliwe, however, you seem to have no desire to meet the requirements of the Tourism Act or to enforce any consequence for possible violations of the PFMA. Now, given that you are aware of the view that the SAT board is effectively non-functional without a chairperson, why did you neglect to appoint an interim or deputy chair after the resignation of the chairperson? I think the former board has publicly stated that it called for your assistance in settling its internal disputes with the former chairperson, and that you gave no reply to this call for assistance. Is this true? If so, why did you not take any steps to address the dysfunction within the board until it was too late? Or if not, can you provide the committee with any evidence to that effect? So again, for our understanding. And then, Minister, do you think it's correct that the board should cease to have any powers to fulfill its, judiciary duties when it is without a chair? Is that why you neglected to appoint an interim chair despite the board asking you to do so? And the Minister, what was the reason for the chair's resignation? Unfortunately, he's not here today. But did this actually inform your unwillingness to appoint an interim chair? And then, Minister, did you take any disciplinary measures against the chairperson, Mr. Gregory Davids, for not implementing the AG recommendations and SIU investigation recommendations, including the grievances issues the dissolved members highlighted today in her presentation? What have you as the Minister done to ensure the AG recommendations are effectively implemented? Because as you always say, the buck stops with you. So while we're asking the general questions, I'm asking you, what have you as the Minister actually done? Did you intervene in the Auditor General's audit of SA Tourism, including the New York office, in order to, narrow the scope of an investigation? If so, why? And will you provide written records of the same? And then, Minister, did you secure any evidence suggesting that the now dissolved board of the SAT had indeed held a meeting prior to dissolving the board? Because we need clarity on that. I think the country is waiting for that response. Now, Minister, given that Section 20 of the Tourism Act allows the board to take resolutions without meeting, on which basis did the legal advice you received recommend you to dissolve the board? And will you table the advice you received so that we can see your legal advice and we can understand it better? And then, Minister, did you investigate the Canele board as per their suggestion? And if not, can you please advise us why not? The next questions I'm asking you now regarding the current status of SA Tourism and ongoing issues. What is the status of the company secretary, given that she was suspended by the now suspended CEO, as per the statements in the media? Was this done according to procedure? Is the CEO allowed to fire the secretary? If not, why did you not intervene at the time, and why are you not addressing this matter? And then, Minister, will you publicly release the Nkubane forensic report detailing the allegations against Ms. Guliwe, and which informed the former board's decision to suspend Ms. Guliwe, even if it's a precautionary suspension? What are the terms of reference for the independent investigation into the CEO? Does it include a mandate to investigate the conduct of the now dissolved board in this matter to get a full, unbiased picture? And then again, I'm now looking at the interim board that you've put into place. What are the prior positions held by Brian Mushela, now a member of the SAT board? Is it the same Brian Mushela involved in the Cash Paymaster Services Consortium, which was liquidated to recover over 300 million rand owed to SASSA? If so, why does the Minister think he's an appropriate person to steady the ship at SA Tourism? If not, please advise. Minister, you say the TBS CSA are happy and not aggrieved by your decision. However, I have a media statement stating otherwise. I can read it out to you or send it to you, Minister. You can advise. Through you, Chair, I'll even send it to you on our group. Now my questions to the dissolved board. My first question, when was the board made aware of the allegations leveled at Ms. Guliwe, and what was your response? My second question, when did the board first inform Ms. Guliwe and the Minister of its intention to suspend the CEO, Ms. Guliwe? My third question, when did the board formally resolve to suspend the CEO, and by which mechanism? What mechanism did you use? And what was the reasoning for its suspension of Ms. Guliwe? You touched on it, but I want, actually, if you could provide us with much more substance, I'll appreciate it. And then if this decision was formally made by a round robin, was this a formally established procedure of the board as provided in Section 20 of the Tourism Act? And then my fifth question, by which mechanism did the board establish this procedure? I want to understand it from your point of view. Did the board take any legal advice in pursuing its decision to suspend Ms. Guliwe on the 1st of August, with special reference to the legality of making this decision by round robin? And then my next question, why did the board decide to call for a no confidence vote in the chairperson? You touched on this, quite a few of you in your presentations, but can you make available your recommendations on this to the minister in writing, please, if you do have it right now? And then given the serious claim of an intimidating work environment, the company secretary's grievances, what independent investigations were launched to verify these claims before the decision to suspend was taken? And can you provide this committee with the findings, please? And then, are you aware if Ms. Guliwe was ranked #1 on the candidate list for the CEO position? If yes, please provide the names according to the top ranking. I've asked this question to the minister, but I'm asking it to the dissolved SAT board as well for clarity and for transparency. And then my last question, did the board act to appoint a permanent CFO after the position became vacant in 2024? I think Minister, someone making a minister, Mr. Opa Pilani actually mentioned that you did not get a suitable candidate, if I'm, but anyway, this was part of my questions. And what are you doing going forward? Because it has been a long time now. So please advise. Thank you, Chair. I hope I did it within 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Ishmael. And, we go by trial and error. I think it's extremely unfair towards the minister. He said we are going to do inquisitorial. And you were speaking so fast, I don't even think she captured most of your questions.
Okay, I can.
So I think the process going forward is that you ask a question and we allow the minister an opportunity to answer. I think that would be fair. Otherwise, all your questions you've asked there, even if I'm taking it for myself, I would not have been able to capture all of those questions that you were just, unfortunately, you didn't. You were rambling them off. Let me put it that way. So it went so fast, and some of your questions may have, Minister may not have captured them. So I think let us we'll see. Minister will answer those that she captured, and then I think those that she didn't capture, then you raise them again one by one. And I then think going forward that a member will raise the question. Minister will get the opportunity then to answer. I think that would be going forward to the next honorable member, so that we allow Minister to be able to interact with all of the questions that you are posing, as well as the board. I think that would be fair to everyone. And the 20 minutes, Honorable Ishmael, is inclusive of the answering session. Now, I think you wanted to finish all the questions in 20 minutes and not allow the process for answering. So over to you, Minister, and to the board, but Minister first.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Ishmael for the questions. Indeed, I did try to capture as many of them as I could, but I will appreciate if Honorable Ishmael can send them to me so that I can do justice. I think, honorable members, a lot of questions has been raised by Honorable Ishmael. And for me, we should also say, why are we here? And my understanding, it is the alleged unlawful removing of the dissolved board. And of course, in the process, a lot of detail came out, especially administrative detail, that I will not be able to answer myself. And that's why I would like to get your questions in writing and seek the answers if I don't have them. I've also read in the newspapers
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Maecho.
Yes, Chair. I'm quite worried and concerned with regard to the response of the Minister on Honorable Ishmael, including the advice or the guidance that you have just guided the House in as far as Honorable Ishmael posing the question to the Minister. The response which made me, as this member of this committee, to be concerned is that Minister keeps on referring to say Honorable Ishmael should hide
questions to her. And therefore, she will then respond, whereas there is support staff here with the minister. And therefore, your guidance was that this session will be an interactive session. So there is an ample time here. I don't think that we will agree on submitting questions to the minister. We want to deal with these issues as per the agenda here in this portfolio committee, not to submit written questions to the minister. We are here, the minister is here, the support staff is here, and therefore that's my concern in terms of what the response coming from the minister is all about. Thank you.
Honorable Maestro, I think you have, I listened carefully to what Minister said. She's not saying that she will not answer any of the questions and that Honorable Ishmael needs to write them to her, and then she'll answer. What she's saying is that those that she captured, she's going to answer them. And then she said that perhaps some of those questions that she did not capture, if Honorable Ishmael can write them. That is what I heard. But Minister, I think I have paved the way forward. I have then said that those that you didn't capture, Honorable Ishmael will also be able to check those questions that you managed to capture and answered, and those that you didn't capture, she will then be able to get an opportunity again to pose them one by one for you to interact with them. I think I've said that would be the way forward. Yes, Honorable Ishmael?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just concerned with, I don't have the issue with what you just raised now, but I just want to highlight something. And this put me a step back. The minister just in her opening remarks, and I just want to get clarity. I know our decision to have this meeting was with regard to the dissolving of the board. Every question that I've asked you is related to the dissolvement of the board. So I'm not sure if you were saying some of the questions I asked is not in regard to that, but every question I've actually aligned it to the dissolvement of the board and the consequences of thereof. So thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ishmael. Minister, you may interact with Honorable Ishmael's questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I was looking at the actual agenda, the briefing by the Minister of Tourism. I was just looking at that. And so I am aware about what is there and need to be answered. In no ways I will refuse to answer anything. It mustn't be read into it, Honorable Member, that I don't want to answer. It is just I had difficulty in capturing as Honorable Ishmael was speaking. And therefore, because I could see that she's reading from somewhere, can she assist me with the ones I wasn't able to capture? So that was my first point. And then in terms of the agenda item 10, from 10:15 to 11. Now let me get into the ones that I have to follow what the chairperson is advising. The third question, the first one I was busy writing, why did? The second one I was writing highest ranking. And then the third one, why did I settle or select the CEO? Allegations of bullying, the Nkubani report to the PC. Did I protect the CEO? The issue about gazetting of the board, interference without, I didn't capture it, reason for chairperson, New York office I didn't capture, legal advice I captured halfly, status of company secretary, release of Nkubani report. I went up to 13, 14 questions. Now let me go back, chairperson, in terms of your ruling. If I may ask Honorable Ishmael to repeat the first question, so that I captured it fully.
Thank you, Minister. I have actually WhatsApped you all my questions right now as we speak, but nevertheless, I'll ask you the question for procedure. Minister, why did the CEO pass probation despite the committee chairs of the then SAD board being of the view that she was neither suitable nor capable to continue in her role due to poor performance? Why were you, Minister, so keen to appoint a CFO who had presided over years of qualified audits to lead the entity?
Proceed, Minister.
Chairperson, let me explain to honourable members the procedure that led to the final appointment of the CEO. The procedure is that SAT appoint an independent panel to do the interview process, the shortlisting process, the psychometric test, and all of that. Then the board will then make a recommendation to the minister after they have followed that process. My role then is to take that recommendation to cabinet for approval. And so the process did go to cabinet, and she was finally approved by cabinet. So that is the procedure. I have heard some of the allegations in the media that she was not number one and somebody else was number one. And based on that, Honorable Chairperson, I saw some information about the process that I can share with the honorable members, knowing that that might come up. So I can share with the honorable members the report that I have received, the close-up report of the CEO position that I've requested from them now on the 17th of November. And here is the procedure that the panel followed that came to a decision to recommend her. I will submit this to honorable members. So that is my question on the issue of probation came afterwards. The probation, I suppose, was part of her a contract with SAT. And the probation in terms of law, if you put somebody on probation, you must monitor that person on a monthly basis and then have reports. And if you get to the end of probation, you must then say you are weak here, you are weak there. I wasn't part of that process of checking her probation period. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Next one.
When were you, Minister, first made aware of allegations against the CEO of SA Tourism, including but not limited to the violation of the PFMA during the Dubai Expo transaction? And did you take any real action, if any?
You may proceed, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. First of all, the allegations against the CEO and other members of SAT happened in 2021, before my time. Where I became aware of the allegations is in the annual report of 22-23 that came to Parliament, where the AG raised the issue. Then when the board raised the issue with me about this allegation, I had a meeting with Mr. Lawson Naidu and Professor Gregory Davids. And I've requested them to go and look into the matter and also report back to me whether we have recovered the money. I do think that I have got a WhatsApp from Mr. Lawson. I think what the board then did, the board then, or I don't know which board now, but they had then instituted or appointed the Nkobani report. Thank you. Let me just get Is it okay, Chairperson, if I get it quickly?
Yes, Minister.
It says,
Minister, there's a hand.
should I do it later?
Honorable Longo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, can I please propose that we break for lunch and Minister try finding all her documents with her so that when we come back, the interrogation begins. Thank you, Chair. That's my proposal, that we break for lunch and come back after that. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Flongo, but the lunch is not ready yet. So we will proceed, Minister, until I do get the go-ahead from the kitchen side, and then we'll break.
Okay, I will not, sorry, Honorable Tlonga. I will then take your advice and look for that at lunchtime. I do recall a meeting that I held with Mr. Naidu and Professor Davids, and I said to them, go and investigate and come back to me whether we have recovered the money. That was my instruction to them, or whether there were processes to recover the money. Because even the AG report said that the money, we must try and recover the money. And I will not quote it now, but what I recall was that there was a WhatsApp from Mr. Naidu that the money was recovered. And I didn't take it further than that. So on that allegations of the Dubai, and I think it's the Dome, even the AG, when the AG briefed the portfolio committee on our 22-23 annual report and financial, the AG raised it. So it is not, it wasn't hidden away anywhere. It was there in the annual report that was also sent to Parliament. So my suggestion on this one is that in terms of action against the CEO, in terms of the act, people must get upset when I refer to the act, because that is what I have to deal with. You know, in terms of the act, as I said, the board is a creature of statute and how the board must exercise their powers, which the board did to exercise their powers. They did the investigation. They then in June approached me for concurrence. I asked them that please provide me with all the information so that I use the same information to decide my concurrence or not. The board provided me with the information in drips and drabs, not that I get back in drips and drabs. Until the meeting, my quarterly meeting I have with the board took place on the 4th of July. And in the meeting of the 4th of July, the board provided me with the last input of that information with a letter from CTH. Like I explained in my statement, at the time, I also didn't have a legal advisor. I then turned to Minister Buthelezi. I said, Minister, this is a labor issue. The board asked for my concurrence or not concurrence. Can you assist me with a legal team from your department? The minister then finally on the, I think I'll get the dates right, the 15th or so of July or the 25th of July. I know there's a 5 in the number. Then appointed a director from DPSA to look into the matter. Then on the 27th of July, the minister then furnished me, or the Department of DPSA furnished me with their opinion. That was on the 27th of July. Before I could go back to the board on the 27th of July after I received that, I had also explained to some of the board members that one, in terms of replacing or filling the vacancies on the board, that I was in the process of interviewing and looking at 4 people. And out of those 4 people, the intention was, now that the chairperson has resigned, to replace the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. The process that I have to follow, and the DG is here, and the DGG of Corporate Services, I have to submit those names to the Department of Tourism to do security clearance. And the Department of Tourism did the security clearance. 1 or 2 of the names that I have suggested did not pass security clearance, and I had to drop them. And then in that week of the 1st of August, we had booked the Government Gazette to publish that Friday, because you can only gazette on a Friday. Yeah, that was on the 1st of August. Then all of these things happened. This board, and I'm not going to get into semantics, I will stick to what the Act is saying and what my understanding and interpretation is of the Act. And that is why soon after I dissolved this board, I was able to appoint 6 people and a chair and a deputy chair on the 4th of August. That's also related to that. Okay, now I'm getting into the next question. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Chair. I was just saying the Minister is drafted to answer another question right now. Okay, Minister, upon receipt of the Nkobane forensic report commissioned by the Board of SA Tourism, did you, Minister, as the Minister, take any action against the CEO or support the board in taking action? And Minister, it's all in one question. When you received the SIU investigation report, did you not think it's important to make it available to the Tourism Portfolio Committee? And why, knowing full well that, especially me, have been asking 1,000 questions with regard to internal audits and, all the irregularities and wasteful expenditure, etc.
We'll proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With regard to the SIU report, when we received the report in April, the report had to be processed. And that is why I referred it to the board to do the processing. Then in my meeting of the 4th of July with the board, when I raised the issue of the SIU report, some board members claimed that they've never received the report. The then chairperson was then still the chairperson, Professor Davis. He went into his laptop and he confirmed the date that he sent this report to all the board members. In the board meeting with them, some people claim they've not received it. So I was already concerned, it's July and you have not actioned the report. And the first response was we did not receive it. I then say I want to put it on a record that every board member must respond to me in a writing, did they receive the report or not? And there are some of the responses. Some of them said we didn't open up our emails, but yes, we did receive the report. So now, out of this SIU report, when I looked at the SIU report, I also received a recommendation from Advocate Motibe. The head of the SIU gave me advice that I should write to the president for a proclamation to investigate so that they could deal with possible prosecution and recovery of the money. That is what I have done with the SIU report. And I can share the letter that I've written to the president. I can share that with the honorable members. The first part of the question, Honorable Ishmael.
Upon receipt of the Nkubane forensic report commissioned by the board,
Yes,
did you take action?
upon receipt of the board, the Nkubane report, I had a meeting with the board. And I said, please provide me with all the information, including the Nkubane report. The board provided that to me. I then said to them, anything else that you have used to arrive at your recommendation. And between the middle of June, and they claim that they've sent things, and there were two board members that were responsible to make sure. They can confirm, Honorable Ishmael, that in the meeting of the 4th of July, I received the last bit of outstanding information that I've requested. I can get you the emails from my chief of staff, where on a weekly basis, he's followed up with information. So yes, I received all of the information. And that's why I was dwelling into your already answer to say what I did with the information was to seek advice and help from my colleague, Minister Buthelezi, which he did provide. And then on the 27th of July, he had then responded to me with advice. And while we were busy with this Nkubane report, I was also dealing with the filling of the vacancies on the SAT board. Then when the chairperson resigned, there became another vacancy now. And I had already submitted 6 names to the Department for Security Clearance, and the department came back with 4. Then that Friday, I think it must have been the 4th, I then gazetted, dissolved this board and gazetted the interim board because the process was already in place. That is part of your second question, Honorable Ishmael.
I'm very tempted, Chair, to bring in the deputy chair. It's a question, but anyway, I'll reach that later. Minister, just a follow-up. What was the DBS's advice with regard to the Nkubane report? Just a follow-up on that one, because I want to understand it a bit better. If you could make it available or talk us through it.
Yes, I can certainly provide the committee with a copy of the advice from DPSA, basically confirming that for any action against the CEO, in terms of the Tourism Act, it is the minister that appoint and dismiss, and that the board do need my concurrence. They did not go into the substance of the matter. They just confirm the legal powers that I have as the minister. But I can make that available to the Portfolio Committee. The response from DPSA, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister. That brings me back to the point. If you knew there was irregularities and all that issues, why did you, as the minister, then not take action? But anyway, it's linked up to my next question. Have you, Minister, ever attempted to block the board's attempt to discipline the CEO? Because why do you appear to have repeatedly ignored serious and credible accusations against the CEO, while basically harshly, pursuing the members of the SAT board? That's why on the face of it, Minister, it seems that you are intent on protecting the CEO. It's giving the reflection out there from any attempts by the board to act against her, which they need to do something as a governance structure as well, to be able to fix things. So have you ever done that?
Honourable Ishmael, I'm glad you call it a perception. And let me say, I do respect your opinion. And we're all entitled to our opinions, but we're not entitled to our own facts. I have seen this perception being generated outside in the media that I'm trying to protect the CEO. That's why I even said I'm so happy to come to the Portfolio Committee, because I knew, Chairperson, that here I was going to be given opportunity to put evidence and facts before you. So that is a perception, that is somebody's opinion. They are entitled to your opinion. They almost created a situation to say to the minister, you damned if you do, and you damned if you don't. That is what has happened out there. And so I am happy today to share the facts at my disposal that I have with the committee. And to destroy that perception that I have actually protected the CEO, when I just explained to you now, the whole process, went to my colleague to seek advice, came back on the 27th. Is that protecting? What does protecting really mean? In terms of the law, how do I protect the CEO?
Okay, Minister, now I'm asking questions that are related to the dissolved board and its predecessors. So, Minister, less than a year ago, you stood before the public and expressed full confidence in this dissolved board now, whom you personally selected for their competence and experience. So, what specific failures of this board, which were not apparent to you then, justify their complete dissolution now? Because if it's really based on just one irregular meeting, which I know it's procedure and so forth, but I want to understand your input from there. Because I think it's the first board that I'm seeing, and I think I joined just before you in the last term. We've seen the first dissolution of the board, which I think was appropriate, but to think it right now, we actually had people that were really come from the, tourism background, and I think we're just picking up the pieces to steer the tourism sector to the, to where we wanted to go.
Thank you.
Proceed.
In terms of the Tourism Act, the board, in the exercise of its power, the board must always be guided by the principle of legality, which is part of the rule of law as set out in Section 1C of our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and also one of the founding provisions of the Constitution. And if you ask me the question as to why I've dissolved the board, in the exercise of the powers, that the board must always be guided by legality as part of the rule of law in the Constitution. And if, like I see that the board have said in the newspapers that the board members plan to challenge my decision, then maybe, Honourable Member, the court will bring finality to the board's interpretation of the Tourism Act. That will be tested vis-a-vis the legal advice that I have received. That's really how I want to answer that one, Honourable Ishmael.
Thank you, Minister. Now it's just leading up to my next question. Now, given your apparent interest in due process, which I think we all agree with, why have you twice dissolved the SAD board via a media statement first, rather than by notice in the Gazette as required by the Tourism Act? Because you dissolved the first board, then only gazetted after appointing the interim SAD members. So really, on that same note of process, why did you choose not to appoint a deputy chairperson of the board in September last year in violation of the provisions of the Tourism Act? It appears, Minister, that you are extremely keen to enforce regulation when it comes to the board. But when it concerns you or Ms. Gulewe, however, you seem to have no desire to meet the requirements of the Tourism Act or to enforce any consequences for possible violations of the PFMA. I'm bringing this all together because it's coming back to the requirements of the Tourism Act. So there are loopholes that I'm seeing here, Minister, and that's what I want you to respond to.
Honourable Ishmael, that will be the last question that Minister will be interacting with. Then we are going to break for lunch.
Yes, Honourable Chairperson, let me deal with the announcement versus gazetting. I made the announcement and it was gazetted on the Friday. It takes effect when it is gazetted. And in both processes, both the debacle of the tourism, Tottenham Hotspur's board, I dissolve and then I, at the same time, gazette. And it takes effect once it is gazetted. There's nothing wrong with this, especially with the Tottenham one, where there was a lot of public interest. I'm accountable to the public. I'm accountable to Parliament. Then on the issue of Ms. Guliwe, I think, honorable members, I know there's still a lot of questions going to come about her and around her and whatever. I can answer the questions in terms of my oversight role over SAT. But things that she did in her personal capacity, I hope you don't expect me to answer for her. Maybe if you one day want to call her, it is entirely up to you. Let me answer in terms of the deputy chair, why I've not appointed a deputy chair. When I had released the previous chair and deputy chair of their positions, they opt to resign. I didn't fire them. I didn't dismiss them. I just removed them from their positions. And again, members of Parliament, the question and the reasons why that led us to that has not been answered. It is being denied. And it's being denied because the honorable members or the two people have decided to go to court. And that is their legal right. And I respect their legal right. But in terms of the amounts that I've mentioned, I received those from what the CFO has paid out or was in the process of paying out. I can't make up a thumbs up figure of 900,000. And then today people claim that they've never claimed and they received nothing. I can bring the invoices that I received from the CFO of SAT regarding the expenditure. I did call a board meeting and I raised the issue of the expenditure with the board, led by the two previous people. And I can give the committee the recording, because in the recording, the response from the chairperson was that they have got 5 million rand, which is correct. But the 5 million rand is meant for the total budget of the board. In that 5 million rand, only 1.44 million has been allocated to board fees. So again, there are some dispute around figures here on Parliament. We're all under oath. I can repeat what I've said inside or outside, but I can bring you the invoices, honorable members, that I received from the SAT CFO. So on the deputy chair, you know, it's almost as if we are dealing with angels here, you know, holier than thou. That board was so divided into factions. I can remember I discussed it with one member of Parliament. And I said to myself that the only one that I've noticed that could maybe be a good person to appoint as the chairperson was this professor, because he's from UWC. He runs the Faculty of Risk and Governance, and he knows the PMFA. And just let him try and clean up and try and find some solutions to this based on his experience. I appointed him. And then decided, thereafter board members resigned, some board members resigned, and I then decided that I'm not going to appoint a deputy chair. And I also don't, Honorable Ishmael, know the reasons why Professor Davis resigned, but I can give you the actual letter, Chairperson, that he wrote to me and the reasons that he put into that. So then that is why I didn't appoint a deputy chair.
Chair, on a point of clarity, please, because we're going far out and the minister hasn't actually zoomed into the reply of my question. I won't take much time.
No, you wait for me to give you the go-ahead. There's
Sure.
one chairperson here. Minister, Honorable Ishmael, is there a follow-up that you want?
I want to just do a follow-up because I feel the minister hasn't actually responded to my question.
Okay, sure. Do your follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, my question to you, and I'm going to come back to the Deputy Chair. On the 15th of August, and I'm coming back to the impact of the Gazette and the notification of the dissolvement of the board and a point of technicality. So on the 15th of August, there was already the information that the dissolved board is dissolved. And on the 22nd of August, it was gazetted. That's almost 1 week. Okay. But secondly, when you now relapse onto the question of the appointment of the chairperson, you are telling me all these issues about Professor Gregory Davids appointed as the chair, and you're giving a very weak response with regard to why you did not appoint a deputy chair because of whatever issues the board had. But you have made life very difficult for the board without them having a deputy chair. And I find the time span from September 2024, it is now September 2025, and there is still no deputy chair. And you should have, I feel, have appointed a deputy chair or a new interim chair as soon as Professor Gregory Davids has resigned, for whatever reasons which you will send to us, in order for the board to be able to continue functioning.
Okay, so
Honorable Minister.
let me just go back to the previous question. On the 18th of March, 2023, I was asked a question in Parliament by Mr. De Freitas about what are the dates which the board meetings at African Tourism will help, the budget allocation for each of the board meetings, the details of each expenditure of each board meeting for held in the past 3 financial years, starting from the 1st of January 2023. And there it is on the record in Parliament what I gave as an answer. Then there was another question asked by Mr. J. van der Berg from the Northern Cape Freedom Front Plus. Again, a lot of questions around the total cost of each meeting for the 23-24 financial years. And I have given the honorable member the answer in writing. Here it is, the breakdown. So the allegations.
Sorry, Honorable Minister.
Yes.
I think you need to just zoom in closely because you have the answers on your phone. We don't have them. And if you could just
I will provide it.
You could provide Honorable Ishmael with an answer.
I will certainly provide with this, because I just wanted to also illustrate one point, that there are always 2 sides to a story. And I am here today to give you my version of the story. And I think to just believe one side of the story, yes, I don't mind, you can accuse me of everything. But this is the opportunity that I'm using today to state my side of the story.
Chair, just on a point of clarity here, because I'm losing the minister somewhere. I'm asking you the question.
Ishmael.
Sorry, Chair.
I know you are very excited. You say chair, 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 and then you proceed without the chair giving you a go-ahead. I know we want to get to the bottom of everything, but as we've stated, we will give everyone an opportunity to pose the questions and for the minister to clarify us. Otherwise, we are not going to get to the bottom of things. So we don't want a dialogue where you just jump in and pose and ask the minister. Let's do it orderly. You are watched by millions of South Africans who were also looking for answers. So let us give the minister the opportunity to answer. Minister, if you can zoom straight to what Honorable Ishmael asked. Thank you.
Because it's a long question.
Okay, Honorable Ishmael, try and section off your question for Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Minister, I'm asking you, you're going through the meetings and responses to written questions. I myself asked you questions on the amount of meetings, etc. I'm asking you the question. I want a direct response to say from September 2024, it is now September 2025. There is no deputy chair appointed. 1 year. Surely in 1 year, you could have appointed a deputy chair. Never mind all the other stories around it, because it's essential for the board to work.
I think you are wrong, Honorable Ishmael. I have appointed a deputy chair, like you said yourself, on the 22nd of August this year. I've appointed a chair and a deputy chair. Yes, there was a vacancy on the previous, let me say, the dissolved board of a deputy chair. After the two people here today resigned, and I appointed only a chair. I admit I only appointed a chair. You're asking me, why did I not appoint a deputy chair?
Taking so long, sorry, Chair.
No, but I did.
Well, Ishmael, you see, I've said I don't want dialogue, ne?
I did respond to Honorable Chairperson.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, I just want to come in. I want my meeting to be orderly.
Yes.
And I was trying to avoid dialogue.
Yeah.
In how I have laid out the meeting needs to proceed. So I can see Honorable Ishmael is very excited to get to the bottom of things. We all want to get to the bottom of things, Honorable Ishmael. And then, Minister, I think you just need to answer the questions directly that Honorable Ishmael is posing. The question that she posed was, why was no deputy chairperson appointed? So when the chairperson resigned, in the absence of the chair, there was supposed to be a deputy chair. And so there were no deputy chair to take over the responsibilities of the chair. I think that is as direct as I can get.
So the deputy chair, when the board had their last quarterly meeting on the 31st of July, that meeting was chaired by Professor Davids. Yes? The 1st of August, a few hours later, this is the 1st of August date that's in semantics, whether it's legal or not. The 1st of August, the board did a round robin and they appointed a representative of the board on the 1st of August. No, I must take you through those steps. Now, when they did that, this is the issue in question, and I will keep on coming back to it. Because then, on the 22nd of August, I appointed a chair and a deputy chair after I have dissolved this board. The previous time, Chairperson, I thought you was talking about the previous deputy chair. So it's not just me who's not listening, Chairperson. I'm trying my best. And I will answer the facts that I've got at my disposal.
No, I don't want to. I'm going to try and pose the question again, Minister. We are talking about the period of the dissolved board. There was no deputy chair. when you appointed Professor Davids as the chairperson, there was no deputy chair appointed with Professor Davids. So we are talking about that period and not the period when you dissolved the board that Professor Davids led. So I think that is the question that Honorable Ishmael is asking. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I thought I did answer it earlier on. I said the reason why I only appointed one chairperson was there were already factions in the board. And the only one, because of his governance and the risk experience from UWC, I thought that let me just appoint him to deal with the governance and risk issues. So you are correct. I only appointed a chairperson. I did not appoint a deputy chairperson up till now, the 22nd of August after the dissolved board. So you're right. You're right. I did not. And my reason is that there were factions in the board. And I was trying to sort out the factions in the board. That's
Chair.
why I didn't appoint a deputy chair. If you don't accept my explanation, you can say so, honorable member. But that's the reason.
Chair, may I just do a follow-up on that one last point, because it is critical.
I think also time is going, Honorable Ishmael. We've spent more than an hour on you as one member. And other members, you can see now they are complaining.
But this is a
because they've-
critical matter because this has led to the dissolvement of the board.
I think then we will do so after lunch.
Thank you, Chair.
It's 20 to 2. Let us break and we'll come back at 20, is it 20 past? Half past. We'll come back at half past, and then we will proceed. But then you'll have to round up Honorable Ishmael.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So before lunch, Honorable Ishmael was rounding up because she's taken a substantial amount of our time. So that will be Honorable Ishmael's last question that she's posing. Then Honorable Ishmael will be followed by Honorable Hlongo, then by Honorable Butalezi, then by Honorable Tito, then by, no, I'm giving per party, as you could see. Otherwise, I can do the 3, 4 of the ANC in one row, and others will have to wait. So I'm now trying to say the DA through Honorable Ishmael had an opportunity, followed by Honorable Hlongo, followed by Honorable Butalezi of the MKP, followed by Honorable Mashabela will take over, followed by Honorable Mashabela, and then we'll take another round. Then again, it will be Honorable Linda, then Honorable Likharaba, then Honorable Tito, you will follow Moodley. You'll follow Moodley, then Honorable Moodley, then Honorable Tito, and then we'll give Honorable Klong, followed by Honorable Maecho. Maecho will round up for us. Honorable Ishmael.
Thank you, Chair, once again. Minister, my last question of clarity. You cannot claim you did not appoint a deputy chair due to factions in the board. You yourself appointed an entirely new board other than Professor Davids in September 2024. Until its dissolution last month, almost a year later, no deputy chairperson was appointed. This, in effect, is in contravention of Section 13, subsection 7 of the Tourism Act. So do you admit to contravening the Tourism Act, and based on this, on the 1st of August, the board had to make do with a round-robin meeting and not implement consequence management as required per the AG and the SIU investigation? And on that basis alone, Minister, would you consider reinstatement of the dissolved board? Thank you.
No, I did not contravene any law. Not a single law. I think you're going back to the first question that I've answered. I was now about to explain to you. Your question is to why did I not appoint a chairperson after the 31st of August when that chairperson resigned? The board just had a quarterly meeting on the 31st of August. Immediately, on the 1st of August, they wanted to have another meeting. So you can ask them, why did they not follow? They are here. Why did they not follow due process in terms of the law to convene a meeting? Because Mr. Lawson Naidu was so eager to become the chairperson immediately. And then he got appointed wrongfully and unlawfully as a representative of the board. They can hear, they can answer for themselves. So I did not fail to appoint an acting chair on the 1st, hours after Professor Gregory resigned, because they just had a full quarterly meeting. The Act prescribes that the board must at least have 4 meetings a year. They just had a quarterly meeting. Immediately, hours later, they want to have another meeting. So I think they can answer that question for you. The deputy ministers just reminded me. The two of us were looking at appointing a female deputy chair. We discussed, we had agreed on Sisa Manamela. And before we could do so, she had resigned. So it's not that we were just sitting around, without a deputy chair. We did attempt to appoint a deputy chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Before maybe I ask the questions, Chair, I want to make a few remarks that was seated here today. It's the 2nd of September. The minister comes here and addresses the nation through the portfolio committee meeting, instead of her calling a briefing and address the nation about the tourism month, Chair. Again, in the minister opening or reflecting on your opening, Chair, the minister had all the documents with her. She kept on annexing, but we don't have the documents. It should be noted in record, Chair, that the minister did not submit documents that were asked by the portfolio committee a week before. And also, Chair, as the Chair, you should caution the minister. There's no some people or they or them, they're board members, they're doctors, they're directors, they're everything. She should refer to them as board members, not just as they and all of that. Chair, now to my questions. On the minister said she dissolved the board because of a meeting that had set on the 1st of August 2025. Now, when the board members here were interacting, they kept on referring or mentioning that there's no meeting that sat on the 1st of August that took a decision to suspend the board. Now, on what basis do you, Minister, believe that the board meeting was held on the 1st of August 2025? Because the very same board members that are here and you are here in this meeting are saying there's no meeting that sat on that day.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Solongo. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, the board maintains that there was no board meeting. Where did the resolution come from to appoint Mr. Naidu as a representative of the board? That is what I'm asking, because a resolution was taken, whether it was by round robin or whether it was by email or what, but a resolution came out of that 1st August, whatever you want to call it, a meeting or a round robin or what, a resolution came out of that. And that was to appoint Mr. Naidu as the representative of the board. Thank you, Honorable Member. This, the Chairperson, on the issue of tourism, we launched Tourism Month already 2 weeks ago in Soweto. We are preparing now for the Tourism Investment Summit, the Tourism G20 Ministerial Meeting, the Tourism Hackathon, and we are going on with the work of tourism. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the board please clarify the meeting of the 1st of August 2025?
Thank you, Honourable Member. As I said earlier, there was no meeting of the board on the 1st of August. In the circumstances of the chair having resigned, us not having a deputy chair in place, and needing to deal with urgent issues relating to the finalization of the annual financial statements for the Auditor General, as well as dealing with the speedy suspension of the company secretary. And I might just add at this point, the company secretary reports to the board. The company secretary is a political advisor, is a legal advisor and a policy advisor to the board. The company secretary was suspended without any reference to the board. We were simply informed after the fact. We then had to deal with those urgent issues. So whilst, yes, we did have a meeting on the 31st, an ordinary quarterly meeting, and as I said earlier, the former chair resigned at the very end of that meeting. We don't know when he resigned or when he tendered his resignation to the minister, but that was the first we heard of it. We then had to act, and we, as I said earlier, by a round-robin resolution circulated electronically to all of the board members. Every one of us signed that resolution. It was taken unanimously. So I dispute the minister's statement that I was itching to become the chair of the board. I had to be persuaded by my colleagues, and they are here and they can support that. Thank you.
Thank you. And another question to the board: was the minister informed about the decision taken by the board that Mr. Naidu will represent it until the minister filled the position of chairperson? If so, then why does the minister consider any meeting held under Section 18, subsection 5 and Section 18, subsection 6 of the Tourism Act unlawful?
Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think it's very important for us all to focus on that day. It's a very important day for South Africa, for the public sector, the 31st of July. That's when you meet the deadline to file your AFS. After that, it is the annual report. So it's a very critical period. I also want to share with the Portfolio Committee that the Audit and Risk Subcommittee worked for 48 hours non-stop. The apps were in such a poor condition, and my colleague, who is the acting chair of ARC, can talk to how the office of the AG bent over backwards. They were working, I kid you not, 48 hours non-stop. So for us to be told it was about 8:30 the night we had been working, because ARC has to come to board. We are sticklers for due process. We serve on listed company boards, international company boards. We cannot have our status as non-executive directors tarnished by being labeled unlawful nor delinquent, and certainly not for some of us. We're in the winter of our years, and we have worked tirelessly in the interest of South Africa and Africa, not at this stage of our lives and our careers to be labeled delinquent, unlawful, irresponsible. That is defamatory and libelous. It's not only about your earning capacity, it is about your brand equity, that you work so hard to ensure that it complies and stands up to the most rigorous scrutiny when it comes to ethics, compliance, and transparency. So the 30th and the 31st of July are very critical when you work in the SOE space or in a state entity space. Then, of course, after that, you have to do the AR, the annual report, which means, and hence the previous board talked about the necessity of having meetings. It's required by law that you have these meetings. Also, the Treasury does not look very kindly upon deviations and financial agreements by way of round robins. It's frowned upon, so you try and avoid that. But again, to insinuate that one of our board members wanted to be chair, I think that is just so actually offensive in a way to Mr. Lawson. And when we were deciding on how we're going to manage the suspension of the CEO, 2 disciplinary hearings, the chair just dropped this on us to say, at the end of the meeting, we had been for 2 days in meetings, and he tells us at the end of the meeting, by the way, I have resigned, but I will sign the Fs. So even there is a bit of a complication, because he resigns, yet the Fs have to be signed. So you can see that our attention to due process to preserve the entity of SAT in order to preserve the tourism sector, that is the space that we came from, Honourable Member. That is why we had to find a way. You can't have 10 people talking to anybody working within SAT, nor to the office of the AG. Someone has to be mandated to represent all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Minister. It was presented here, Minister, that Ms. Guliwe resigned from SAT in November 2022, but served a notice period before leaving in January 2023. Why was she then hired again by SAT in August the same year, and after that appointed acting CEO?
Honourable Minister.
Okay, I have asked exactly the question that Honourable Slongo has asked, and I found in my records a response to that exact question from the previous board. and I will share that with the honorable members. They have put it, let me just see if I can find it. Yeah, up. They responded to me on the 8th of February from the then chairperson of the board. I've requested for a report on any disciplinary processes started or allegations made against Ms. Nombolelo Goliwe during her previous tenure at the South African Tourism. And I will share with the honorable members the response from the board. Just in the conclusion of the board's letter that I will share, the board says that in conclusion, the board obtained the necessary assurance regarding the circumstances as why she left SA Tourism during the interview process. And the facts before Ms. Goliwe's departure were confirmed by our review of the 4th of September forensic report, 2023 forensic report. And to the board's knowledge, there are no pending disciplinary processes or investigations involving Ms. Goliwe, no allegations made against her. I raised the same question and I will share the response of the then board with the honorable members. Thank you.
You stated, Minister, that I don't want to go into the deputy chairperson issue. You did not answer that. You were asked, why didn't you appoint a deputy chairperson in 2024? You did not respond. You said you appointed a deputy chairperson now in an interim. And that one is just a no-no for me. And you again, Minister, speak of factions. You appointed because of factions. It really does not make sense that a home minister would appoint because, or would appoint in line of factions. Then how do these colleagues work together if you appoint someone because of factional reasons?
Honorable Minister.
So the honorable member Slongo is saying that she's not accepting my explanation that I gave earlier on.
You did not respond to why there was no deputy chairperson. You said the reason you did not appoint because there were factions, and that's not an answer that as members of the portfolio committee we can accept, that you did not appoint, and then yet you say they said unlawfully but not taking into consideration your own actions, Minister.
What I'm saying, and I will repeat, honorable member, yes, there were factions in the board. I've just answered it a minute ago. The deputy minister reminded me about us wanting to appoint a female chairperson, deputy chairperson. And the two of us agreed on a name. And then before we could do that appointment, that person resigned. So it's not that we've not tried to replace that. And I've just answered it earlier on. Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. It should be noticed again in record, Minister. You sit with us in portfolio committees. You never came with that to the portfolio committee. You are now saying it because we are raising it as a portfolio committee. Now, Chair or Minister, let me move to the interim board that you had appointed. In the interim board that you are appointed, there is one board member by the name of Ms. Kollega Zama, which I think Minister would be aware of the serious issues from the 6th Parliament regarding Ms. Kollega Zama. If I can maybe refresh your memory, Minister. On the 9th of May 2023, a meeting held at Inkosi Albert Lutuli International Convention Center in Durban, Ms. Zama told the committee that she had written a letter to South African Tourism as an acting chairperson based on the decisions taken by the board to take away the delegation of authority to the executives of the entity. It then emerged at a meeting of the 23rd of May 2023 that Mr. Tim Harris had instructed Ms. Zama to write that letter. It was not based on a board decision. She lied to the committee. Secondly, on the 9th of May 2023, Ms. Zama informed the committee that Mr. Tim Harris and Mr. Zwelibanzi Ndambo had tendered apologies for not attending the meeting. She said the reason stated by the two board members was that they will attend an official meeting called by Parliament. That assertion was deemed disrespectful by the committee as the two board members had deliberately shunned to attend the meeting duly called by the committee. It then transpired on the 23rd of May 2023 that Ms. Zama misled the committee, and as Mr. Tim Harris said at the committee meeting, he never said what Ms. Zama told the committee, and he considered the meeting of the 9th of May as official business of Parliament. In that regard, the committee member in the 6th Parliament opened a case against Ms. Zama at the Cape Town police station. Did you consider all this before appointing Ms. Zama as the deputy chairperson of this interim board that you've put in place?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will certainly go and revisit the PMG reports of the 6th Parliament and look at the records. All 6 South Africans that I have appointed now, the department has done some security clearances on them. Now, security clearance is not vetting, but it looks whether you've got a criminal record, whether there are charges of all of that. And in terms of the security clearance report around Ms. Zama, there was nothing untoward. But in terms of what Honourable Shonga raised about the 6th Parliament, I will definitely go and check the records and then come back to you on that. But thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Chair, again, I don't accept the answer. I did not sit in the tourism portfolio committee in the previous administration, but I've got these facts with me. Clearly, the minister sat in that portfolio committee. She knows what I'm talking about. And my question, Minister, did you consider everything that I've mentioned about Ms. Zama before appointing her as the deputy chair of the interim board?
I think, you know, to accuse me that I pretend not to know, it's also not fair. Only thing that I'm asking you, Honourable Slongo, let me go and look at the records. This is in 2023. And I will do so, and I will come back to you with an answer. On the second part of your question, I've answered that all the 6 persons that we have appointed in the interim, we put them through security clearance, and there was not a matter raised against them. What more can I say? If you don't believe me, it's fine also, Honourable Member. But I'm just asking for the time to go and get the records. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the 20 minutes we are given, Chair, is not going to work because we are not getting the answers. And how do we move on without answers? Well, I'm not going to move on, Chair. And you can call it a dialogue, you can call it whatever you want to call it. We called this meeting wanting answers. Firstly, we came here without documents and presentations. We accepted that. Now we need to accept that the minister says she will go back and come back. We're here now asking questions and we need answers, Chair. I think we need, the reason I called for lunch, I was not hungry by the time I called lunch. I called for lunch because I saw that the minister was trying to gather her documents. Hence, I called for lunch so that when we go to lunch, we'll come back. Maybe the minister would have everything with her. But seemingly, we are still going back and forth, Chair, and I'll be seen as disrespecting your meeting, me saying, Minister, you did not respond yet, you did not respond here. So now I get the frustration that Honorable Ishmael was having. The minister is really not answering any of the questions that are posed to her. But then it's fine. I'm trying to skip the minister because you would say what, so that's why I'm taking time.
Proceed on.
Yes, Minister, you spoke of, I think this goes to you and the board. we would want the minutes of the meeting of the 1st. You are saying there was a meeting, the board is saying there's no meeting. So the board clarified what they spoke of, and then you saying there was a meeting. So can you please give us the minutes of that meeting, Minister, since you are aware that there was a meeting that was held on that day?
I didn't speak about Honorable Schlonga. I said there was a resolution. It's not a minute. I said there was a resolution where they have decided. No, what do you want me to? Want me to lie? I'm not in the business of lying. I'm not in the business of lying.
Minister, so you are saying that
Is the
a decision
Right,
you
right,
took
right.
was based on a resolution.
To the record. I just said earlier on, there was a resolution. I even asked, where did the resolution come from? Did it fall out of the air? I didn't do minutes. I said there was a resolution out of that meeting, or call it whatever you want to call it, round robin or what. And I said the board must answer. If you accepted the board's explanation that there was no meeting, then the honorable members must say so. Then I'd say, Minister, you're wrong, there was a meeting.
Minister, you see, the reason why I wrote to you on the 21st of August was to avoid this. We've requested all relevant documentation so that members prepare themselves, come with questions based on the documentation that your office would have provided us. Now, in the absence of the documentation that your office provided us, you see, now it's a free-for-all. We are now allowing members to, and you can see, some of them have done their homework. They've done their homework, and now they're coming with questions. If you were to have provided the documentation, this would not have been the case. Because now it's their word against my word, and it's their word against my word, and it will be a back and forth. But South Africa is watching. And honorable members, I don't think you need to be agitated that some questions are not answered. The public out there will judge. They are watching. They are watching that, and they are seeing that you're opposing questions and your questions are being avoided or not answered. So I think we will proceed. I see there's a hand on the left. Mr. Pilani.
Thank you, Chair. Just to refresh the committee, the Act under Section 20 says resolution, and it's very clear, resolution without a meeting. It says the board may adopt a resolution without a meeting if at least a majority of the members in office at the time indicate their support. I'll not go through it, but all I'm saying is that it was not the majority, Chair. It was all the board members. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity, Mr. Pilani. There was another hand, Minister, and then I'll give you to round off.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Schlongo. It's a critical point that you're raising. And I think the Minister's admission now that she accepts that there was no meeting on the 1st of August is really important, because her letter of dissolution of the board is premised on that very fact. So if that fact is, she now concedes, is wrong, the dissolution of the board is unlawful. And the letter of the minister says, and I quote, "The board acted unlawfully and exceeded its powers when it took the resolution dated 1 August 2025, in that the very meeting where the impugned resolution was taken did not follow the lawful procedure set out in Section 18, subsection 2 of the Act." I think that's really critical, because the minister is now deviating from the written reason she provided to the board for the reason for the dissolution of the board. And the minister now accepts that that was wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I had said, and I made it a point again, and I'm going to repeat, there's a difference between a meeting that you are allowed to have at least 4 times a year and a special meeting. And in terms of section 18(1)(a), the board must convene a special meeting within 14 days of receiving a written request to do so, signed by the majority of the members. They just had a meeting on the 31st. They wanted a special meeting on the 1st of August. So there's a big difference, and it's prescribed in the Act how you call a special meeting, because they just had their meeting. So that is what I was trying to explain right from the beginning. And then it says the request contemplated in section 2B must clearly state the reason for the request, and only after that matter may be discussed at a special meeting. Did they follow the procedure in terms of a special meeting? That is the question, not just a meeting.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. You know, the argument is very simple here. Was the meeting happen on the 1st of, or a resolution? Which is it? I'm not lost, because from what we heard, there was a meeting that happened on the 1st of August. Now we're hearing that the resolution being done. So I'm trying to figure out what we're talking about. What is the minister talking about here? Meeting, resolution. Where the resolution came from, there was no meeting. So some meeting could have happened for a resolution to come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moodley, and I'm deducting some of your minutes, some of your time, because it was Honorable Tlongo that was on the platform, and she had to pose her own follow-up questions. But I wanted to find out as well, Minister, was this a special meeting that we refer to? Because the Act does allow for a round robin. Yes, Minister.
Chairperson, I'm saying again, the quarterly meeting was held on the 31st. Call it a special meeting, then you have to convene a special meeting following certain procedures in terms of section 18(1), 2(a), and B. And I am saying the Act says, if this was a special meeting, because they just had their quarterly meeting yesterday, special meeting within 14 days of receiving a written request. That is the key difference that I'm making here. So I think we're using meeting and special meeting interchangeable, and I am trying to separate the two. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Tlongo.
Okay, Minister. On your statement on the 20th of August 2025, you said the board took a decision to suspend the CEO on the 1st of August. Yet the board say that meeting was held on the 2nd of May 2025. What's your take on that?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There were two sets of critical events. The first event related to the suspension of the CEO started in June, and I've explained what happened there. The board wrote to me asking for my concurrence, and I said, give me all the documentation. I will not repeat that I went to my colleague, Minister Buthelezi, and then he finally responded on the 27th of June. What I was referring to here is the sort of second suspension was reasons given like retaliatory something. So it's two different events. That's my understanding, Honorable Tlongo.
So, Minister, what did the board resolve on the 1st of August 2025?
The board resolved on the 1st of August 2025 to appoint, in that resolution, according to them, to appoint Mr. Lawson Naidu as a representative of the board.
So you are saying they are lying when they say that meeting set on the 30th of July?
Meeting.
The one that appointed Mr. Naidu, because the board say
They
that
can
meeting.
answer. I could be out.
Okay, it's
No,
fine, Chair, let's
no,
move on.
No. Honorable Chair, no, I'm not going to move on, Chair, with your permission.
You may proceed, Minister.
I have got, and I've shared the resignation letter with you. The board chairperson resigned in the meeting, their last quarterly meeting. It is the very next day on the 1st of August where this round robin, whatever was called, and then a resolution came from that. So now you're saying that I am saying that the meeting was on the 31st or not the 30th. And I'm trying to understand if this is what Honorable Slongo is saying. I was wrong in saying the meeting was on the 31st, it was on the 30th. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's move from that, Minister. Looking at the events around the resignation of the chairperson, would you agree that you've put the board in a difficult situation by not either quickly appointing the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the board?
No, I think the law put them in a difficult situation because the law prescribes in section 18(2) what you must do when you are faced with such circumstances, not me. Law prescribed, and they are a creature of statute, and they have to comply with the law. It's not me.
I think, Chairperson, I will stop there and do say that I also think and believe that Minister dissolving the board was unlawful also. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slongo. I think I must just make it clear here. When questions are directed to the minister, it's the minister that answers and interacts with the questions. When questions are posed to the board, it's the board that answers. When a question is posed to the minister, the board, I will not allow any of the board members to answer the honorable members on behalf of the minister. You've had your opportunity to present, to do a presentation from your side. And I think honorable members are quite equipped with all the information that you've given them. They will be posing the questions, etc. So let it be the minister that answers the questions to the honorable members when they are posing the questions to her. And whether it is also Ms. Kanile that they pose the questions to, it will be Ms. Kanile that will be answering the questions if they pose directly to her. Otherwise, we're going to create chaos where the board members, previously I should not have allowed that, where the board members feel that they now need to jump in and answer questions by the honorable members. That will create a chaos in the meeting. Let us then proceed. Honorable Flongo will be followed by Honorable Butalezi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I only have questions directed to the minister, not to the board. There's not even a single positive comment I have heard about the minister so far. It's so embarrassing. It is safe to say you are incompetent, Minister. You have failed to act accordingly in solving this matter. I'm failing to understand why these decisions were never communicated within the members of this committee. It seems as if your communication skills are at zero level, Minister, given the fact that even the former board members seated here having been sending letters to the minister with no response. If you are not communicating with the board members, not communicating with the members of the Portfolio Committee, who then are you communicating with regarding this issue? Well, then I think I'll have to go into the questions. My first question, Minister, will be, how has the suspension of the CEO and the subsequent dissolution of the Tourism Board affected ongoing projects and initiatives within the tourism sector? What measures are in place to assess the impact on stakeholders?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member. Thank you for the question. I did in my opening statement show that there is no crisis. I did refer to a meeting last week from the sector where we had an execution lab and where we had discussed the implementation of the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. I further had reported in my statement, and I provided a copy. The Tourism Business Council, that is the biggest representative of the private sector, wrote to me and pledged their support to continue the implementation of the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. I've also submitted that letter to the committee. So there's no impact whatsoever. Now, if the honorable members say that, yes, I'm incompetent because I failed to communicate with the PC, again, I have referred to the Constitution and the separation of powers in the Constitution in my opening address, Section 85 and Section 40, I think. And therein is my answer also to the honorable member. It's in the Constitution. And if you look at the arrivals in our country and the improvement in our country of arrivals coming to South Africa, together with the private sector, we are building the tourism sector together. I have appointed 6 South Africans to continue with the work of South African tourism, which their mandate in terms of the Tourism Act is to market the country. And already Parliament has approved the medium-term development plan for tourism. You have approved the annual performance plan of tourism. So it's a matter of implementation. And so this has got absolutely no impact on the implementation of the MDTP, the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, and the APP. I thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Is there a mechanism for reviewing the decision to suspend the CEO and dissolve the Tourism Board? If so, what does that process entail?
Honourable Minister.
I said earlier on also, Chairperson, that I have read in the newspapers that the now dissolved board members, that they plan to challenge my decision in court. It's their democratic right. And maybe I said also, the court will bring finality to the board's interpretation of the Tourism Act vis-a-vis the legal advice that I have received. Once you've got different interpretations of the same law, the best is for the courts to resolve it. So I think I will grant their democratic right to proceed in that way, Honourable Member, if they want to review any of the decisions that I have taken, and then that's their right. Thank you.
In the light of the dissolution of the Tourism Board, Minister, what new governance structures or frameworks is the government considering to ensure effective leadership and ongoing support for the tourism industry?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. The mandate of South African tourism, and they receive 50% of the budget of the Department of Tourism, just over 1 billion rand. And the mandate is clearly spelled out that they must do destination marketing. And already we have informed honourable members before too about the global campaign that was launched already I think in January or February this year. So there are plans to be implemented by the sector. The government puts in 1 billion rand into marketing South Africa. The private sector put in 30 billion rand to market the sector. And that's why the collaboration between the Tourism Business Council and government is so important, because we have to work together, and we are working together. So again, must understand the mandate of SA Tourism. I have already, like I said earlier on, appointed 6 South Africans to continue with the work of SA Tourism. That is to market South Africa as a destination. Thank you very much.
What measures are in place to hold accountable those involved in the decision-making process, especially if it is found that the process was flawed?
Minister.
May I seek clarity, Chairperson, what measures are in place to hold who accountable?
Ones that dissolve the board.
Minister accountable.
Yes, Minister.
You, Chair. This is accountability. This is transparency. Parliament is there to hold the minister to account. Anytime, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to explain myself. So, then as I said in the Constitution, Section 85, if the president feels that I have overstepped the mark, it's up to the president to decide how he's going to act. But I'm perfectly happy to be held accountable. I will never run away from my responsibilities. And then people must understand also that if I answer you, and my answer is the truth, but you want to hear something else, you really cannot expect me then to lie to you. I will never do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My questions were exhausted.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable Buthelezi will be followed by Honorable Mashabela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, Section 16, subsection 3A of the Act provides that the minister may, on good cause, dissolve the board by way of notice in the Gazette and appoint a new board in accordance with Section 13. So the Minister of Tourism has, in terms of Section 13, Section 16, subsection 3, paragraph A of the Tourism Act, you, the minister, appointed persons to manage the affairs of the South African Tourism Board until the appointment of the new board is completed. One of the persons appointed is Ms. Koleka Zama. Koleka Zama, who is barred from attending Parliament Portfolio Committee for lying to the committee under oath. Minister, Ms. Koleka Zama was removed from the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee in your presence. Today you say you are going to check records as if it is something new to you. The minister even told the committee that she's going to investigate Koleka Zama for misleading the portfolio committee. Why did you appoint Ms. Zama, knowing her history of dishonesty with Parliament? What made you to appoint a person with a history of lying to Parliament under oath? I'll pause for the response.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, if I may just ask on the first part of the question around section 16, the points made by the honorable member. Is it section 16 of the Tourism Act? Did I hear you correctly?
Honorable
Or
Mashabela.
is it another section? My apologies.
I'm talking about section 16 of the Act, subsection 3A.
Oh, I've got it now, Honorable Chairperson. Now, shit, that's so many documents. Let me start with subsection 16.3A. And then refer the members to
Can you please speak into the mic, Honorable Minister?
Sorry, Chairperson. When I was speaking earlier on about a due process, I was referring that due process was contrary to the specific provisions of sections 18, 19, 20, and 18, 19, and 20 of the Tourism Act of 2014. Now, when I read the act together, clause 16, and I read clause 16 together with 18, 19, and 20, yeah, then your question about 16.3A, that the minister may on good cause shown dissolve the board by way of a notice in the Gazette and appoint a new board in accordance with section 13. I am satisfied, Honorable Member, that I have complied with the law. I have complied with section 3A, that 16.3A that you are making reference to. If I go to section 13, 16, and 3A, section...
It's not a dialogue. I just want to assist the minister.
Please do.
Instead of misinterpreting the act,
yes,
just answer the question. Let's leave the act alone because I can see where you are going. The question is, what made the minister to appoint a person with a history of lying to Parliament under oath is the question. Let's leave the act.
But I'm answering the first part of the honorable member's question. You raised section 16, section 13, section 16.3A. I'm trying to answer you. I'm coming to the second part of your question.
Oh, Minister, thank you for misinterpreting the act. Let's go straight to the question.
You're entitled to your views. I'm reading the act. I'm not even interpreting the act, honorable member. On the question of Ms. Zama, my response is going to be the same. You know, honorable member, it happened in 2023. You are right that I was in a meeting where she was asked to leave that particular meeting. But subsequent meetings, she did come back to the committee. And only thing that I'm asking for is that, so members think I'm lying when I'm saying, I can't remember all of the detail. I will go and get the detail. There's the parliamentary monitoring group. There's the minutes. I will have records in my office also. And I will give you a proper response without trying to thumbsuck some excuse or reason. I will give it to you.
Can I go to the second question, Chair?
Yes, you may, Honorable
Thank you.
Mashabela.
Many employees, Minister, have come out to you crying about the abuse they are suffering at South African tourism under the current CEO. Until today, you and your deputy minister have done absolutely nothing. You immediately removed the board after they suspended the SAT CEO. Is there any corrupt relationship between you and the CEO that you are protecting? Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, the many employees crying. If you have got any evidence, there are many employees crying. The deputy minister and myself, we have twice a year, every 6 months. We call it town hall meetings. We go to SAT and we call all the staff and everybody together and they engage with us and they will tell us. Because we were trying to improve the staff morale. Another meeting is due with all the staff. If they have submitted grievances about the CEO, they certainly have not submitted those grievances to the deputy minister or myself. I know that they have submitted grievances to the board, and that is including the company secretary that has submitted a grievance, but then the board must then say what they have done with those grievances. You know, my colleague, honorable member, I can't even spell corruption correctly because I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I don't want to smell corruption anywhere in government. And like I said in the beginning, every law matters. Every cent of government matters. And according to the oath that I have taken, I must look after the taxpayers' money. So there's absolutely no corrupt relationship with anybody in South Africa. Anybody in South Africa, no corrupt relationship. If you want to, I can open up my banking accounts to you. I can invite you to my house. The president has done lifestyle orders on all of us. It's there. But I will not tolerate anybody even insinuating that I've got a corrupt relationship with anyone in this country.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, why did the minister fail to appoint a deputy chairperson for 9 months when the act is prescriptive that the minister must? Does the minister accept that the failure to fill this leadership gap contributed to governance instability?
Honorable Mashabela, I think I'm going to come in there. I think you are now the second person who's asking the same question. And then Minister have done a rontom tali, like we say in Afrikaans. She's not clearly answered that question. So I think you should move to the next question.
No, Chair, it's not the same. The first part is the same, but the second part, does the minister accept that her failure to fill this leadership gap contributed to governance instability? That part, no one asked it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Contribute to governance instability? The answer is no. Thank you.
Chair. Minister, among the issues requiring urgent scrutiny is the irregular appointment of the current CEO, who ranked second in the interview process and has a history of financial transgressions within South African tourism. Minister, did you deliberately mislead cabinet by failing to present the top-ranked candidate for the position of the South African tourism CEO, thereby manipulating the appointment process?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I have said to this committee earlier on that I sourced a copy of the report and the process that led to the recommendation by the then board to the appointment of Ms. Goliwe. I further said, I've got the copy here, I will share it with the committee. I further said that I took the recommendation from the board to cabinet. And cabinet concurred with the recommendation. To say that I have misled cabinet, I had to take the full report and the process of how they arrived at their recommendation to cabinet. So I've not misled cabinet at all. There's absolutely no evidence. Thank you.
Chair, please, the committee must note that no one has ever laid a formal complaint about the CEO of South African tourism and lived to see another day as an employee of South African tourism. If the decision that was taken by the board was unlawful in terms of the act, why is the minister confirming that CEO remains suspended and yet the minister dissolved the board?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, because the process and the procedure to deal with the suspension or disciplinary of the CEO is with the board. They will make a recommendation to the minister to concur or not to concur. In this instance, again, the new board that is being appointed now in the interim, they will deal with that matter. It's with them. It is on their desk as one of the first items that they have to deal with. I'm not getting involved in disciplinary procedures. That is why I said that she remains suspended, because the next board must deal with that issue and make a recommendation to the minister. Thank you.
Honorable Honorable Mashabela, raise a hand quickly. Honorable
Okay.
Tongo.
Is there any hand?
I hope it's not a question, huh?
No, it's not a question.
Okay.
Chair, we are seated here as members of this parliament, Chair. And I said it when Minister was responding to me. I'm again saying it when Minister is responding to Honorable Mashabela, that it must be noted, Chair, that Minister is not willing to cooperate to this portfolio committee on tourism, the portfolio committee that must hold her accountable, because Minister The board did write to the minister for concurrence in the suspension of the CEO. She knows that they wrote to you, minister, but here you are, you say they did not write. So chair, I wanted just to mention that the minister knows these things. And again, she continues and protect the CEO even in front of us.
Honorable Chairperson, let's talk about which suspension, because her suspension is the second one. And I'm responding to that. That's why I say the second one is going to that board. The first attempt, I also explained earlier on about the concurrence that was sought from me and what I did. So there's no confusion here. So please, when members might follow up, say first attempt or second attempt, then I can respond directly to that.
Honorable Mashabela.
Okay, thank you very much. I get you see the minister is busy. So, Chair, has South African tourism communicated with the service provider involved in the MI finding about recouping the 4.1 million? If so, what was their response? What are the next steps? And what has this been included in South African tourism's response to the Auditor General?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So you are service provider in the 4.1 million. That is the service provider, I think it was WWP. That is what I will have to go and find out, whether the administration and the suspended CEO or COO, whether they have contacted the service provider, and come back and give the honorable member that information. Thank you very much.
I think this time the minister must do the correct thing. The minister must do the right thing. Go and do the right thing, minister. You know the difference between right and wrong. Minister, in conclusion, the dissolution of the board is unlawful, minister, because it is inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic and inconsistent with the Tourism Act itself. Please go and apply your mind and change your decision. Go and do the right thing, please. What you did is absolutely wrong.
Honorable Minister.
I think the honorable member, as Marshall, is entitled to your opinion. Certainly, I grant you that. But like I said earlier on, I have acted in terms of the law, and that is my interpretation. If the decisions that I've taken is unlawful, another member asked whether it can be reviewed, and I said yes. That is why you've got the separation of powers, the executive, parliament, and the judiciary. We've got an independent judiciary in this country. So I'm not going to pretend to be a pseudo lawyer and say this one is right and that one is wrong. I can only say, based on the legal advice that I have received, this is how I have acted in terms of that legal advice. Thank you.
Honorable Mashabela. Okay. Honorable Mashabela will be followed by Honorable Linda.
Chairperson, good afternoon, and good afternoon to all present again. Honourable Chair, I want to thank the Minister for her presentation today, and also I want to thank the former members of SAT and the board members who honored us with your presence today. I know you took the day out of your lives to be here, and we appreciate all your submissions made today. Minister, you said earlier a story has two sides. Let me correct you. A story has three sides. Yours, theirs, and the truth. And I tend to believe the truth. So, Honourable Minister, your steadfast declaration that the buck stops with you rings in hollow in the context of the SIT crisis. Your handling of this matter suggests not that the buck stopped, it went right past you, or it was abdicated. But the fact that this committee and the public first learn of the SIT explosion through the media is profoundly unsettling. It reveals a lack of hands-on leadership and oversight that this department so desperately needs. You should and you could have prevented this. So, Chair, I want to ask some questions to the Minister on the suspension of the CEO. Honourable Minister, you stated that the CEO suspension is related to the allegations from a staff member. So what is the specific nature of these allegations? How you even said that on the media? And can you confirm whether they were formally brought to the HR department or to the previous board, for that matter, before being escalated to you? And then when it was escalated to you, what did you do?
Honourable Minister.
No, I don't know how many times I've explained with due respect to the honourable members. There's a letter that you also have. The letter was written by this dissolved board. I have said in their letter, they said because of retaliatory reasons, whatever. I said it twice. I had also in the meeting of the 4th of July, because I don't deal with disciplinary matters. I've raised it with the board, their failure to deal with 2 grievances from the company secretary. I also raised it with the CEO and the board. I said, why have you failed to deal with 2 grievances from the company secretary up till now? Somewhere between them, the buck, whatever. But you asking, I will go and get you the answers. But that process must go on. The new board must deal with those issues and then make recommendations to me. I don't know how many times must I repeat what is in the law. Please, honourable members, I really don't know.
Let me just come in there.
Can I just also, the last one,
Honourable Minister, I just want to quickly say that, you see, I'm going to reiterate it. And I think for future purposes of the functioning of this committee, that we take this into cognizance. The fact that we are sitting here without any documentation provided by your office. Letters you are talking of, we have not seen them. Resignation letters by the chairperson of the previous, we've not seen any of those documentation. So we are just, that is why I said inquisitorial, so that we get to the bottom of things, because we have not been provided like other committees who get provided by the ministers, they get provided by the executive with information, and based on that information, they then come to the committee and hold the executive accountable. We are unable to do that because we do not have any documentation from the executive. So when you make reference to letters, etc., we have not received those letters, and I just wanted to correct that. Thank you, Honourable Minister. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I was referring to what the dissolved board was reporting about. Now, the honourable member raised that they had to learn through the media. And this happened in the month of August. Your honourable chairperson picked up the phone, even though you were all on a recess. And she said, Minister, as soon as we go back from recess, I'm going to call you to come and explain and answer. When I met with the tourism sector, also to explain to them what is going on, Again, I said that we will give you a feedback on our interaction with the tourism sector, which I've done today. So I don't know whether members expected me to come and bring a report to you or consult with you before I dissolve the board. That is not clear to me, Honorable Chairperson. Was that the expectation of the committee? Because the committee was also in a recess. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, I'm going to comment on that, and I want to make a statement that the minister knew about everything that happened and was happening in SAT, and we did not know about this. So that's why we are not very happy that we should read about the issues in the newspapers, but you couldn't entrust us with it. Chair, but let me continue on my second question on the CEO. And Minister, I do understand that you are not involved with that this disciplinary process. We do understand it, but you have a hand in it, unfortunately. What did I say? The buck stops with you. The suspension of the CEO occurred amidst reported disagreements between the CEO and the board on strategy and governance. And today we learned that the probation issue for the first time. So who made the decision to suspend the CEO? And here my question, was it you or the board, which lacked a chairperson? You dismantled the board, the CEO remains suspended. On what legal basis was this action taken? And please don't tell me your legal advisor told you so. You or the chair or the board without chairperson. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Opportunity. This is not about personalities. This is about accountability. And certainly my only concern is safeguarding public funds and ensuring that South African tourism is stable and credible. Yes, the buck stops with me, but the application of the law prescribe that you have to go through certain processes before the buck stops with the minister. And that is what I am respecting, due process. You can't break the law a little bit or big. I hear some people say, it was just technical. So technically they broke the law. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. The proof is there. And you know, the minister, I am very respectful of all the committee members. I was one side also on that side of the house. And I've got tremendous respect for you. And I don't want to sound as if I'm ducking and diving. I will repeat, the buck stops with me again, because I said to the portfolio committee there. But the buck stops with me in terms of the law. The law gives me powers. It gives the board powers. It gives the SATs and institution powers. It gives parliament powers. It gives the constitution, gives us all powers. So we must know our powers in terms of the constitution. Not the buck stops with me. Yes, it stops with me, but in terms of this, it's the highest law in the country. And if anyone ever expect me to disobey this law, I will not do it. As simple as that.
Thank you, Chair. We'll leave it to the public to decide on these, the quality of these answers. Minister, did you know about the probation assessment, and were you taking sides to deliberately trying to protect the CEO? And I did know you are going to say something about it again, but you halted the process based on what I've heard today. The moment the probation came up, then there were resignations and issues. So I need to know, what is your involvement here? And on the same topic, let me ask another question. The minister can answer it at once. Have you been communicating directly with the SAT CEO Why did you communicate with her? And can you undertake to provide the record of all this communication to this portfolio committee? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Member. Excuse me. Stop thinking. I've heard the allegations today made by the previous board chair. And if the previous board chair has got evidence, those allegations must be tested. If you want to test it now, then I can also say, give me that documents, the allegations that has come out here. But it's an allegation that must be tested. And I'm prepared for that allegation to be tested in whatever way. Even if the portfolio committee want to test that allegation, I will give my full cooperation. Now, communicating directly with the CEO. I want to give you one example where I did communicate directly with the executive of SAT because I sensed that they needed help to completely understand and comply with the PMFA and government procedures and all of that. I convened a meeting with all the executives. I took with me the Director General of the Department of Tourism, the Legal Office of Tourism, Chief Director of Tourism Legal, and also the CFO of the Department of Tourism. And I said to them, you are all officials here. What I pick up is that there are some weaknesses. And I asked the DG and the CFO and the Director of Legal Services to assist them. And they did take up that offer afterwards to contact the DG or the CFO for matters. Again, I am prepared to bring the record to the members where I've written directly to the CEO. One example, it's the Jazz Festival, starting on a Friday and a Saturday. Around about 12 o'clock Friday that afternoon, I received from SAT a call to say, Minister, we can give you 10 tickets for Saturday and 10 tickets for Friday. SAT offering me 10 tickets to the Jazz Festival. I think DM can speak for herself, but I know they also offered to the board chair. I said, you can't invite me to an SAT event. I have got already accepted an invitation to go there. I went there to the Jazz Festival. And the SAT had their own hospitality section. And then I didn't even write that. I phoned the CEO. I said, who authorized this hospitality tent? Because again, I've made interventions in terms of the cost containment measures. The cost containment measures is clear on hospitality. Yes, and I wrote to the CEO, and I wanted to know the following. How many people were invited, and who are those people? I wanted to know what was the cost of the hospitality box. I wanted to know who authorized it. And then what did I do? I also sent that same letter to the board. Because the CEO was my first port of call because I spoke to her on the Friday. So yes, but what you conclude to mean that by communicating directly with the CEO, I have covered up for the CEO, I've undermined the board. It's here. What I raised with the CEO, I also raised with the board. I really, Honorable Chairperson, want to dispel this notion once and for all that I'm trying to protect the CEO without a single stitch of evidence. But people are using it as a cover for themselves instead of answering, why did you break the law? This is not about personalities. I am here for accountability. And I keep on hearing this coming through from several members. Maybe, out of your content advisor, we all, questions.
Order, Chair.
No, I'm just saying that.
Order, Chair.
The advice that you got.
Chair, with your respect, I think the minister was coming okay up until she becomes emotional and want to generalize the participation of individual members of this committee by posing questions to her as personal attack. These are not personal attack. We are here in this meeting to seek clarity and engage the reports from the dissolved board, including the input that she has provided in the beginning. So with your respect, Chair, Minister must not become emotional and generalize the participation of members as a personal attack against her.
But Chair, the order was called by me.
Yeah, but there's also no order amongst you as members this side. You see, Linda was on the floor. There was a point of order called by Hlongo. My ex was just jumped in. And then Mashabela is just commenting. I'm sitting right here by you. So I just wanted to say, Honorable Minister, please refrain from generalizations. It's not a personal attack. When the two of us spoke, we've said to you that we want to get to the bottom of this. You'll be granted an opportunity to come and explain your decisions that you have taken as the minister yourself. Now, this is your opportunity to explain to us and explain to South Africa why you've taken certain decisions. And therefore, when honorable members are asking questions, it is not a direct attack on your character, but it is for us to steer the ship of tourism into the right direction. Thanks. Yes, Honorable Minister.
I apologize. I didn't mean to generalize. I was merely saying that so many of the one question is coming from almost every member, insinuating that I am protecting the CEO. And Honorable Member, my apologies too. I do get emotional when it's implied, either by omission or commission, that I am protecting corruption. And I think you will understand where I come from, but please accept my apology, Chair.
Chair, I still stand on my point of order that I called. Chairperson, the minister can't come here and disrespect us. She says we are mentioning one and the same thing because the content creator, meaning we can't think for ourselves, meaning we do not know what is happening in the board. Minister must withdraw that and minister must refrain from defending herself. As you correctly, Chair, said, we're here to get to the bottom of what transpired and how did minister get to the decision to dissolve the board. Not that we are here to attack the minister and she's not here to defend herself. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hlongo. Thank you, Honorable Hlongo. I also heard the minister apologizing. And I don't think I'm the only one who heard her apologize. She apologized, and we are therefore accepting your apology. Minister, please refrain from generalization, as Honorable Maet was saying. Now, Honorable Linda.
Chair, thank you for continuing my session. Honorable Minister, by dissolving the entire board, you created the perception of a guilty verdict for all. So can you say that there was no individual who acted with integrity and deserved to be retained to ensure institutional memory and continuity?
Chair, can I just get the first part of the question? You said?
Can you repeat, Honorable Linda?
I said by dissolving the entire board, you created the perception of guilty for all.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Honorable Linda? Daar sê.
As ek ons probeer weer, voorsitter.
Clear, ja.
By dissolving the entire board, you created the perception of a guilty verdict for all. Was there no individual who acted with integrity and deserved to be retained to ensure institutional memory and continuity? Did you really have to dismantle the entire board?
Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. and Thank you, Honorable Londi. Like I said earlier on, that I stand by my decision. And I have advanced the reasons why. I have repeatedly stated the reasons in terms of the act. I've also repeat what violations of that I deemed in terms of the Tourism Act, Section 18, 19, and 20, and others. And I will again say, Honorable Chairperson, like I said before, that I have read in the newspapers that the board members plan to challenge my decision. And maybe the court will bring finality to the board's interpretation of the Tourism Act versus my interpretation of the Tourism Act. Because that is where you finally seek a solution through the independence of our court. So I hope that makes this clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Can you walk us through the, let me say, non-public, questionable process that you used to elect this interim board? Did you merely took the names that were sent to you on the letter from TVCSA? Because within a few days you appointed an interim board, but in nearly a year you couldn't appoint a deputy person. So what criteria were used that differed from the criteria used to select the previous now dissolved board? I'm wondering if your hand is being forced in these appointments. As we all know, Ms. Zama's inclusion raised the eyebrows. Who is twisting your arm, Chair? Thank you.
Honorable Linda, that was your last question. Your time is up. You've exhausted your 20 minutes. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Lindy. Nobody can twist my arm. I won't allow it. Let me say, I've explained that I was in the process, after having gone through a process of recruiting. That process was about to be gazetted, whereby I was going to fill the vacancies on the board. The process of appointing the 6 people, it says that the minister can appoint 1 or more people. That is the authority granted to the minister. The procedure that I followed in recruiting the 6 people, of which 1 is a representative from the Department of Tourism, and the other 5 are members that I have recruited. All 5 of them went through security clearance, and I acted based on the security clearance that came from the department to appoint it. Nobody twisted my arm. I could see what we need in terms of this 6 members of the board. What skills do we need? And as I said in the Government Gazette, and I've got a copy of the Government Gazette here, I was satisfied that the 6 people bring together the necessary skills and experience. So that is what I have done in terms of the Tourism Act. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Linda, you'll be followed by Honorable Ligaraba. No, Honorable Linda, you've exhausted your 20 minutes.
See, I need to just follow up on this answer that the minister said. She said earlier today that she received a list of 6 names from TBCSA and of the names of this interim board, or did I hear incorrectly? Because then we need to go back on the recordings.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, what I said is that after we had the execution lab, I received a letter where we discussed the Tourism Partnership Growth Plan. The TBCSA board took a decision to appoint 6 of their board members to work closely with the minister in implementing the tourism growth plan. It was not related to the 6 members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ligaraba.
Thank you, Chair, for affording me this opportunity to deliberate on the matter in question. Good afternoon, Minister, the DM, my colleagues here, the DG, and the SAT board. I'm not sure whether to call you the dissolved board or, yeah. Let me go straight to my questions, Chairperson, as we are behind time. My colleagues here have already exhausted much time. Minister, what is the reason behind the New York offices not to be audited? And then once you start doing that, we all start asking ourselves, what is it that you are trying to hide? And to tell you the honest truth, Minister, you can't be a player and referee at the same time. It can't be. Not so long you said you are allergic to corruption, but once you start saying the offices in New York mustn't be audited, it seems as if there is something that you are hiding. To you, board members or former board members, how was your working relationship between yourselves as board members and the minister before alleged meeting of the 1st August, which prompted the minister to dissolve? And again, what was the relationship between yourselves as the board members? Another one, Minister.
Just on a point of procedure, the chair has gone out for the bathroom. So I just thought she has asked Ms. Hlongo to just facilitate the proceedings.
Thank you. Let's stick to one question and an answer, Comrade Levu.
No, thank you. I've asked 2 questions. The other one directed to the board members and the other one directed to the minister. Can you please answer?
Thank you, Honorable Member. First, as it relates to internal audit, there are 2 provisions. The one is that the Auditor General go and visit SAT offices. Every year they select 2 or 3. Then the AG and her team will go to those offices. In this instance, what has happened is that the AG, and then we must pay, as SAT, we must pay for that services of the AG to go and do the internal audit. And the New York office was one of the offices that was on the list that we agreed with the AG that in that financial year, she was going to visit or office was going to visit. It was New York, it was Australasia, and there was another one. Now, having said that, I will see, because it is a decision in terms of cost containment measures that the minister must sign off on international travel. If you look at the National Treasury Memorandum of June 2024, you will see what is the responsibility there. So when the internal audit of SAT now also wanted to go to New York, where the AG did go, I said, but the AG just went there last year. And I said to them, select another office where you can go to. We've got about 6 or 7 different offices. But what I will do, honorable members, I will draw the correspondence out about this visit of the internal audit to New York. I'm just giving you what I can remember, and then I will share it with the committee, Honorable Chairperson Slongo.
Thank you, Minister. SAT.
Was there a second part with the relationship, must I answer? No.
Sorry, Minister.
No, I'm saying there was a second part of it dealing with the relationship. Must I answer it later?
That was directed to the former board
Oh, I
members.
see. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the question, Honorable Member. With regards to the relationship with the Minister as members of the board, I'm going to speak as a member of the old board and as a member of the new board, which has subsequently been dissolved by the Minister. So there are 3 of us. One of the members is not here. It's myself, Mr. Pilani, Ms. Maya, that are part of the old board that was appointed in March last year. And subsequently, we were joined by our colleagues that are here in September when my former colleagues here resigned, and alongside with the other members as they mentioned. I come from the industry. I've got over 2 decades of experience in hospitality. I run hotels for a living. Just like my colleague here, I am working for a listed company, Southern Africa's top leading hospitality groups. I have served on the Cape Town Tourism Board for 2 terms. That's a total of 6 years. And we did amazing work. I chaired some committees, the marketing committee, the HR Remco committee. We dealt with Day Zero when I was here in Cape Town. We dealt with the Auditor General many times, and the relationship was good. And it is still good. Like my colleague mentioned, we were able to get their assistant to provide us extensions under the difficult circumstances we found ourselves in as the recently dissolved board. So our relationship with the minister, as somebody who comes with industry, big business, we are the private sector. We are the private sector. We are the main members of the private sector, tourism industry, to be specific. There's really no higher than the people around this room. So when you have us on a board, best be guaranteed that you have tourism advocates that are doing it for the love of the game. Any tourism minister is immediately, in our minds, a friend of ours. And that's how we view any appointment when ministers come and when ministers go. Minister de Lille was no exception. We welcomed her with open arms as industry, and therefore, to start answering your question, Honorable Member, the relationship was good. in the beginning, as members of the board with our direct involvement in this sector. Because we, before this board, we're already playing the game of tourism. Tourism growth is our game. International arrivals is our game. Route development is our game. Air access is our game. Domestic campaigns is our game. Creating employment through tourism is our game. We are the ones that do it, nobody else. So if a minister has a board like us, our expectation is that the minister looks with an eagle's eye, oversight, and purely oversight, because we, contrary to some of the alleged comments that we have heard about, are not incompetent. We are not incompetent. We are far from it. We are the top industry leaders in this room. We represent the sector. So the relationship as a board, when I started with my colleague here, or my former colleague, should I say, Mr. Pilane and Ms. Maya, the three members that remained from the previous board that were joined by the members on my right and the ones that are unfortunately not able to be here. We, and I'm pointing to my colleagues on the left because I was on the board with them, we had a relationship that, in my view, quickly became one that is notorious for one-way conversations. The minister will say a lot of things, but the reality is that we are quite often, and the records are there, we are involved in one-way conversations. Remember, I said we are the top in the game. As a collective, we represent industry. We talk about TVCSA, we talk about SETSA, we talk about Saki, we talk about big business, Torvest, hospitality groups, Southern Sun. We talk about members that are running tourism in the Lowveld, doing big things. We are the sector. So our expectation is for the minister to take us in a confidence and allow us to do our work. But like I said, we were involved in many one-way conversations. What became then apparent, and this is a commonality between the old board and the new board, is the commonality as far as the sore thumb, in my view, and I think my colleagues will attest to this, was an issue with one member of the board, which was the former chairperson who subsequently resigned at the last minute of the Q1 ordinary meeting on the 31st of July. That was the common denominator in terms of our issues. We raised concerns. We got to a point where we raised the vote of no confidence with the old board. And to go back to two of the members' comments about, or questions rather, with regards to the deputy chair and the deputy chair appointment, and the minister's response that she didn't appoint for a year a deputy chair was because she realized there were factions. Well, members, with respect, that is news to us. We have never heard that before. We talk about communication in this board, some of the members alluded to it, a breakdown in communication. The minister, our expectation would have been, and mind you, this is not without the board asking, minister, when are you appointing a deputy chair? Once, twice, more than 3 times. And the minister's response, as my colleague alluded to it, is I am working on it. Contrast that with the feedback that has been provided today, which is that there are factions. what you would expect, and one of the honorable members rightfully pointed it out, and it was well placed, that the minister would then bring this to our attention as a concern and cite it as a reason for not appointing a deputy chair. The minister crippled this board with her inaction. And I do not accept that her reason was factions. We do not know of those factions. We are industry people. Outside of South African tourism, we are doing tourism work for a living. Minister cited the budget coming from South African tourism, 1.5 billion. And she mentioned the 30 billion coming from the industry, if I remember correctly. We are the members in that 30 billion. Our organizations, respectively, through trade shows, international trade shows, which some of them are not happening because there's a dissolved board and there's no CEO, there's no CMO, there is no head of risk, there's no COSEC. IMEX is one of them. We are not taking part. Stakeholders were informed last minute. We are the business in the 30 billion. So the relationship is as good as it is mutually beneficial from a respect point of view, from a communication point of view, and the lines of command must never be blurred. I accept that the minister might have to engage with the executives, but surely, if you have a board, you speak to them first, and then you may wish to then speak to the executives because you immediately showed signs of transparency by following the chain of command. To speak to the executive and then say that you're speaking to the board about jazz afterwards, I don't believe that's appropriate. I don't know which organization that has got a line of command runs like that. So we as board members found ourselves in a situation where we are putting out fires, and when we try to deal with that, somehow there seems to be obstacles. You get asked for endless information, which when you provide, then there's just always something else. It was cited by the minister that there's no crisis. The TVCSA chair, Chifiwe Chivenga, stated, yes, maybe there's no crisis in the industry. And I want to assure South Africans in this committee, yes, perhaps there isn't at the current moment, despite the cracks, IMEX, and other trade shows and other international shows that I don't know what's happening right now. We are interested parties because we are a private sector. We are interested parties because we are advocates. We are interested parties because we are South Africans. We know that when we partake in those trade shows, it's going to increase tourism arrivals internationally specifically, which then immediately has a direct impact on employment, especially for our youth. The minister is well aware of the unemployment rate specifically related to our youth. We are trying to do that in the bigger scheme of things with respect, members, chairperson. That's what we are trying to do. We welcome any minister. We welcome any minister, and our relationship is always going to be good with any minister, granted that we are allowed the opportunity to do our job, which is oversight, consequence management. If there's MIs, we need to act. Everybody knows who the Auditor General is. Everybody knows. So how come when there's a 4.1 material irregularity, we do not get the support that everybody in this country expects to be granted to a board so we can move forward? Why are we dealing with obstacles?
Chairperson, Chair, on a point of order.
Thank you.
As much as we love listening to you, our time is really limited. The youth and young businessmen really always amaze me, but thank you for your inputs. But Chair, if we can maybe round up.
Thank you. Honorable Linda, you're out of order because the chair had left me to chair the meeting. And here you are now chairing the meeting. Chair, we were on, still on, honorable leave.
Proceed, Honorable Ikaraba.
Thank you, Chair. I think my time is, I still have 18 minutes. No. Sorry, the board member was like, yeah, unfortunately was unstoppable. Minister, in September 2024, you appointed the dissolved board members and you appointed Prof. Davis as chairperson, but you failed to appoint the deputy chairperson at the same time. I mean, the same time when you appointed him, the chairperson. Was the action deliberate or it was an oversight? And after his resignation as the chairperson, do you agree with me and the committee that you put the board in difficult situation by not acting quickly in appointing the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the board? What prompted you to designate 2 members as chairperson and deputy chairperson on your newly appointed board? Why did you prioritize the chairperson and the deputy chairperson in a committee which is interim, a caretaker for that matter, where you failed to do it before? To me, you failed to provide a proper leadership in the board after the resignation of Prof. Davis. What was your expectation in the functionality of the board when there is no chairperson? You expected the board members to cease their duties or due to the resignation of the chairperson, or that include holding their ordinary meetings and conducting their normal business? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The board had their quarterly meeting, full meeting, as required in terms of the Act, where the full board can meet at least 4 times a year. On the 31st of July, or the 30th. Yes, some members say the 30th. Now, on the 1st of July, on the 1st of August, that was now not a normal quarterly meeting because they just had a quarterly meeting. They decided to convene a special meeting, and I don't want to get into the semantics of round robin or whatever. What I'm pointing out to members, there's a procedure in the Tourism Act that prescribes that in the event that you want to have a special meeting, there is a procedure that you must follow. And that is what I have raised. Also, in terms of the procedure, nowhere in the Act does it make provision or reference to a representative of the board in several sections of the Act, and I'm not going to go there again. So, I've also explained earlier on, Chairperson, that this was not deliberate. The Deputy Minister and myself had a discussion that we want a female deputy, and unfortunately she resigned. Now, I also explained with the newly appointed 6 people that I've appointed, the newly appointed board. The process of filling the vacancy on the board and the intention to appoint a deputy chair and a chair was already there, because a month before that, I submitted to the department 6 names or 5 names for security clearance. And the department did that. So the department came back to me with 4 names that we had security clearance for. I then booked the Gazette. Let me rather get my dates right here. The government Gazette only published once a week on a Friday. And you have to book the Gazette, which we did. And then your deadline for submission of names to be gazetted and anything that you want to gazetted must get the government printers by that Thursday. So it just happened that we did have these 4 or 6, 5 new appointees. And then I appointed from them a chair and a deputy chair. And that was gazetted, I think, on the 22nd or the 17th, I'm not sure. But that was the procedure that we have followed. Now, I must say, I hold nothing against any of the people here from the private sector. I only have respect for them. I've learned a lot from them. When they were complaining about the board chairperson, I fought with the board chairperson in front of them. I said, let's put up a WhatsApp group and put me on the WhatsApp group, but we can help to move these things quickly. And I recognize the capabilities of the people coming from the sector. But while the board comes from the private sector, they must still follow the prescripts of which govern the entity. The entity is a Section 3A entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. The relationship is that government is the shareholder and the minister is the representative of the government as a shareholder. So that is how you apply, or we must apply, the prescribed law that's in the Tourism Act. So I want to put it on the record. I've got respect for them. I will not insult people. It's not in me to insult people. But, you know, we still have to follow the prescripts of entity 3A in the PFMA. I hope I made myself clear, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
You may proceed, Honorable Kharaba.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I hear you talking about the quarterly meetings, but in real sense, you can't just sit down and fold your hands while the house is burning. The resignation of the chairperson itself, it shows us that there is something that was not going well within the board. Minister, do you agree with me that your decision to suspend the board after the resignation of the board chairperson, you interfered with the business of the board? Because you failed to take no action immediately after the resignation of Prof. Davis, but you decided to dissolve the board itself. And then, do you believe in the authority, autonomy, and the independence of the board in line with the powers given by the board to the board by the Tourism Act of 2014? And the board took a decision to suspend the CEO on the 13th of August 2025 based on the independent forensic report findings against allegations of unfair labor practices. And then as Rina, as the committee minister, we put it categorically that your action to dissolve the board was seen as deliberate, wanting to protect the suspended CEO against allegations of misconduct and corruption. And then such charges were the charges that were leveled against the CEO were misconduct, dishonesty, and failure to perform her duties. For example, the legal opinion from the Cliff Decker Commission appointed by the board, the WPP, that one which speaks of 4.2 million, that contravene the Treasury Regulation Act, and the Ngubane report that you, during your presentation, you even mentioned it. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I can repeat that I stand by my decision. I am certain that I have followed the law to the letter and to the T. There can be different opinions about my action, and I accept that. But I cannot accept that I act unlawfully. And if people feel that I've acted unlawfully, certainly there are ways to test that. I think one of the members also said that I appoint subcommittee chairs, which I don't. And so I just want to repeat what I've said earlier on, that the board must still follow the prescripts of the law in terms being a Section 3A entity in terms of the PFMA. So I have acted in terms of the law, and if people feel that I did not act in terms of the law, that's certainly their opinion. But then let's agree to disagree. I have explained it in different ways, but every time coming down to the same point. Government is the shareholder, and the minister is the representative of the shareholder. The role and responsibility of the minister is to uphold the law in terms of the Constitution. And I grant anybody, like I did, and considering what to do with the board, I grant anybody that right too. Anybody. If my interpretation is wrong, it's not, whatever, it's your opinion. But I stand by what I have done. Thank you.
Honorable Karabe, you may proceed.
Yeah, Chair, after all the allegations leveled against the CEO and the decision to put the CEO on precautionary suspension by the board, the minister felt it is important to dissolve the board, therefore undermining the work done by the board itself. In your media statement, Minister, there was no way where you ever mentioned anything about the allegation leveled against the CEO. As the committee, we view your actions of dissolving the board that is dealing with alleged corruption as protecting the CEO and perpetuating corruption at SAT. Lastly, Chair, the media statement to us as the committee, we took it as undermining the portfolio committee, which the minister is accountable to. I repeat, getting information from the media, I consider it, or we consider it seriously undermining the portfolio committee. Therefore, my recommendation to you, Chair, is that, and the committee, is that the minister must apologize to the committee and the public. And instead of dissolving the board, the minister must deal with the forensic investigation findings against the CEO. And therefore, I call upon the minister to reinstate the board. I thank you, Chair.
I think that is just a recommendation, Minister. Honorable Likaraba. Oh. Honorable Kalaba was going to be followed by Honorable Mootley. But Honorable Mootley was not feeling well, so he's left. Yes, so after Honorable Mootley, I've noted Honorable Tito.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone who is here today afternoon. Chair, I'm going to pose my questions on the minister. As the minister was indicating to us that she has received the resignation letter of Mr. Gregory Davis, the chairperson of the board. Can the minister maybe take us into confidence and maybe tell us maybe 2 reasons why the chairperson of the board has resigned? Because of the minister kept the committee in the dark about the resignation of the chairperson. Thanks, Chair. Is my first question.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, can I just say in terms of the recommendation, maybe the honorable member must state based on what law is this recommendation based? Also, the board that dissolves themselves by not following due process. I've repeatedly said that over and over. I have quoted the sections and I'm not going to repeat it. And you know, again,
There's a point of order, Minister.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, Chair. I thought that maybe the minister and Honorable Ligaraba, they were done with their communication. Because of now, I'm asking the question and then the minister is answering another member. Thanks.
Oh, I see, sorry.
Minister, please interact with the question posed by Honorable Tito.
Okay. So let's go to the next question. And as you can see, Chairperson, I have to go back to answer and make sure that I repeat consistently what I've said right from the beginning. And again, the suspension of the board or the dissolution of the board was done in terms of the provisions in the Tourism Act.
Chair.
Yes?
Yeah, no, I think the honorable member Tito must read the question because the minister is not answering the question.
Honorable Ashabela,
Okay,
you
I'm
did not
sorry, can
even
you
raise
just
a point of
repeat?
order, etc. You just say chair and you proceed. No, please.
My apology, Chair, if you can just repeat the question.
Honorable Tito, please repeat.
Thanks, Chairperson. My question was that the minister has the resignation letter of Mr. Davis. Can he maybe give us only 2 points on why did Mr. Gregory Davis resign as the board chairperson? And why did the minister keep the committee in the dark about the resignation of Mr. David? Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I have made the copy of the resignation letter available to the committee from Professor Davids. And in that, I've put it here. I don't know whether it made the copies.
Chair, order again. Minister must not say she's made the copy
But
available. It's not available.
Can you, honorable members, wait for me to recognize you? You just grab the mic, you say point of order, you proceed without being recognized. I see it has now become a regular phenomenon now in the committee. Can you wait to be recognized? I don't know how this committee have done things before, Like I stated earlier, I'm 2.5 months here. In my previous committee, we did not do that. We'll wait to be recognized. Honorable Ishmael, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to say on a point of order or point of clarity. The minister says over and over and over again in her replies that she's made this available to the committee. We are not seeing it in front of us, Chair. I don't know if you have it. Please advise and make it available to us.
Thank you, Honorable Ishmael. I've not received anything and I've put that on record here. Minister probably has it there in the many attachments there somewhere on a desk, but it has not reached any of us here. If it did not reach the committee secretary, who then disseminates all information to all honorable members, we have then not received any such information. And that is on record here. I think, Minister, perhaps it's somewhere there by you.
Honorable Chairperson, this morning when I spoke to the committee, one of the committee people that's assisting you, he asked me if I can give the copies and they will then provide the copies to the committee members. And I was under the assumption that that has happened because I've put it here. But let me just also ask for my office what they have done to make sure that the copies is handed to the committee assistant, and then I will get back to Chairperson now.
I'm just gonna clarify quickly, so that we hear, but we have not received it. I have not received it in my inbox.
Gentleman there next to them.
Honorable Minister, none of the staff members have received the documents. So the documents has not been availed to us. So we are still going to await for that documentation to be forwarded to us.
My apology for that, Chairperson. I think I spoke to the gentleman next to you there, but we will clear it up now. When the DM and myself arrived, we also didn't have the copies, but we will sort it out now, Chairperson. Can I respond to Honorable Tito?
You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Tito, in the resignation of the Professor Davis, 2 paragraphs. He just confirmed to the minister, as discussed with the minister, I'm here with confirming that I'll be stepping down as a chairperson of SAT, resigning as a board member from SAT. My last day will be the 31st of July, 2025. I will avail myself to update the incoming chairperson on the current matters. And Honorable Minister, once again, I express my appreciation to you for giving the opportunity to serve as the chairperson. It was indeed an honor and a privilege to serve and restore SAT governance stability and establish the platform for SAT future strategic growth. That is the copy of the letter dated the 29th of July. And then there is the minutes of the board meeting, where at the end of that board meeting, it is noted in the minutes that he then told the board that he's resigning at the end of the meeting. But I don't want to speak for him, Honorable Chairperson.
I can see Honorable Tito is jotting down follow-up questions. Honorable Tito.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, you know why did I ask that question to the minister? Because of, I remember very well we had a portfolio committee meeting, it was last year, when the minister came to us and gave us a briefing about the board members who were continuously having 54 board meetings. And then we asked her, why did she appoint Professor Gregory Davis as the chairperson? Because he was also part and parcel of that board meeting that was taking the 54 board meetings which were irregular. The minister took us into confidence, saying that Mr. David is qualified and everything like that. But now today, there is this letter that is coming here to us. Can the minister explain to us, because of the letter itself, it's not, how are we going to hold Professor David accountable when he is writing that letter to the minister? It's a question. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Tito. I'm noticing the hand of Honorable Ishmael, followed by Honorable Linda.
Thank you, Chair. I know I'm not allowed to ask a question on another member's question. I just wanted to get clarity. Did the minister say Professor Gregory Davids resigned on the 29th of June? I just want to clarify the date.
Letter is dated the 29th of July. He resigned as from, what's this thing now? He resigned, it's dated 29th of July, but it's effective the last day being 31st July. Okay.
Chair. Can
Minister, Honorable Tito's question.
I think the member is still on, so I see a lot of hands. So can we give Member Tito a chance to ask questions?
Honorable Mashabela, I have just asked the minister to interact with Honorable Tito's question. If you didn't hear me correctly, I've just, before you jumped in, because you did not raise your hand or ask to be noticed, you just jumped in. I've asked the minister to please interact with Honorable Tito's question. I'm repeating myself again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Tito has asked about the resignation of the previous board chair and why he resigned. I then offered to read the letter and that we are going to sort out the copies for all the members now. And so I've read the letter now, and then questions came from here. So through you, Chair, if there's a follow-up from or another question from Honorable Tito, can she please put it to me? I've just answered the first part of a question. Thank you.
Honorable Tito, you still have a lot of time left. May I proceed?
Thanks, Chairperson. I asked the minister, how are we going to call Mr. Davids here to the portfolio committee to come and account, because he was also part and parcel of the previous dissolved board when already he has written a resignation letter.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I can recall in the beginning of the meeting, there was a report to say that the committee did invite him and then he had made some apology, if I recall correctly. But it's up to the committee to, the PC to invite him. Thank you.
Honorable Tito.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, the minister indicated to us that he received legal advice on the dissolvement of the board. Didn't the minister see it fit that she was also supposed to receive the very same legal advice on not having a deputy chairperson for the period of 9 months? Maybe let's say in 2 months already that legal advice must come in and advise the minister that you must have a deputy chairperson because of such instances where the chairperson automatically just resign and leave the board in Lumba like that, and then critical decisions must be taken without a board, and then we don't even have a deputy chairperson. Why didn't the legal advice that advised him to dissolve did not advise him in time to have a deputy chairperson?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Tito, even if there was a deputy chairperson, they still had to follow the procedure because it's a special meeting they convened. And it's prescribed. It's prescribed, doesn't matter. It has to be prescribed in terms of the Tourism Act.
Honorable Tito.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm going to post my last question to the Minister. Because of Chair, I can see that the Minister really, she doesn't want to answer our questions. She's just going around the corners, coming up with lots of stories. When we are actually asking a direct question, she's not directly answering us. So I'm just going to pose my last question and then give over to my next colleague. Could the Minister agree that the dissolved board inherited serious governance issues with adverse audit findings against South African tourism, and that this board had brought some stability in the entity and was working to deal with corruption in the entity? Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Tito's question that they inherited this baggage. And yes, there was a lot of baggage starting way back from 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Yes, they did inherit a lot of baggage. And that is what the board had to deal with. Even myself, I said to this committee before, when you come into a position, I can't say, I'm now minister, that happened before my time. You accept the responsibility and the position with the baggage. And therefore the board must play an important role to deal with that. Even I'm still dealing with 2021. There's still some issues in the department of 2018. And then when members ask me questions, members go back as far as 10 years ago. I must go and find those answers. So yes, there were and still are some issues there that need to be attended with by the board.
Honorable Tito.
Listen, I'm done. You can go to the next person.
Thank you, Honorable Tito. I think you have donated your extra minutes to Honorable Klong.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we must also not overlook that the committee must not overlook that the minister seems not to be having a good relationship also with her support staff. Members have continuously requested for documents. The minister said, no, I will call my office, whereas there is some of their support staff here. We must not overlook that. You can't manage a small office. What about the department? You can't have a proper relationship with small people in your office. Now, what about managing the big department? Chairperson, I want to take the minister back to what she alleged earlier. She alleged that there were factions in the board. Now it means that she is telling us that there were two groupings in the board. So can the minister explain what she specifically meant about those factions and who were the leaders of those factions? In this regard, Chairperson, the minister must give us specific names to say Paul was leading this faction and Mary was leading this faction.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member. The question, I did answer it before. Now, the Honorable Member is taking it 1 point further compared to other members. She's asking for me to give her the names of who led which faction. That is what the Honorable Member is asking. And my response is this, that what I have noticed just from the operations of the board, the chairperson and the deputy chairperson that I appointed, that are here today, and if some of the board members can be honest, in 2 meetings with them, when I call board meetings, I ask the board members, why is it only the chair and the deputy chair that are speaking here? Are you intimidated? I asked them in that meeting. And they didn't answer. And the meeting continued with just 2 people answering the minister. It was only after the meeting where some people confirmed to me that in fact they're fearful or whatever, but I'm not going to go there. So that is what has happened in that particular board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Again, the minister has failed to clarify and to take this committee into confidence what she alleged about the factions in the board. What the minister have just said is that there were 2 meetings whereby she picked up that there are infights. So out of only those small 2 meetings, the minister took a very big decision of dissolving a board. That must be noted, Chairperson. And now, Minister, I want to ask you this question. Are you aware that there is a deputy minister in the department?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, she's sitting next to me.
Honorable Tlong.
I'm not, it's not a joke, Chairperson, because it seems like the minister is just taking the deputy minister as a flower pot decorating the department. The question, Chairperson, is, did the minister consider involving the deputy minister in the decision-making process regarding the dissolution of the board? And did the minister inform the deputy minister about the establishment of the interim board? And did the minister facilitate an introduction between the said interim board and the deputy minister?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, indeed, I do have a deputy minister and we do work together. I must just say the previous question, you were not referring to the same board situation. Yes, the deputy minister, when I had a meeting with the sector to brief the sector about what is happening in SAT, the deputy minister was off sick. The deputy minister was off sick.
There's a point of order.
Even
Minister.
though she was sick, Honorable Chair.
Sorry. I'm not asking about the minister's meetings with the sectors. My question is simple and straightforward. Did the minister take the deputy minister into confidence? Did the minister introduce the said interim committee to the deputy minister?
Honorable Minister.
I'm busy answering her question because she made a statement and she asked a question. I was explaining that when we were briefing the sector, that the deputy minister was sick, but in a sickness, she logged into that meeting. Again, when we had the introductory meeting of the new board last week, Friday, The deputy minister was on a machine because I talked to her every day. So she was sick. So it was not excluding the deputy minister because I wanted to, it was because of the circumstances. And yes, she can answer for herself. I then spoke to the DM again, and I told DM about on Saturday. I called DM and I said to her that I have sent this letter to the chairperson of the committee, the note that we don't have the documents ready. I said to DM that once we've got the documents from the state attorney's office, the two of us will try and meet like yesterday. The documents didn't come until this morning. And as we were walking here, both the deputy minister and myself got a copy. I had prepared my statement, and I also asked my office to give the deputy minister all the attachments which they made this morning. So maybe to insinuate that I am ignoring the deputy minister, it's not correct. We're working well together. So I just want to say, Chairperson, that is not the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Are we allowed to pose questions to the Deputy Minister?
You may. One question.
Thank you, Chairperson. DM, is what the minister is saying, is it true? Has she been informing you even about the process of ending up taking a decision of dissolving the board? Were you informed? Do you know who these people that have been appointed in the interim board, do you know who they are?
Oh, thank you very much, member. I was hoping that I won't be requested to respond to any question. As you could see and hear from the minister that it's the responsibility of the minister by law. But the minister do sometimes discuss with me about the challenges that is faced by the board. But to be honest, we had a meeting, I think, a day before the board was dissolved with the industry, where the minister raised some issues of her concern. But I only then was informed by the minister that the board has been dissolved after it has been dissolved. And I raised that with the minister by saying, I would appreciate it, Minister, when you have such intention to always just to inform me, because I belong to a party, which then when such things happen, they would call me and ask me what is happening. And it's best to say, I don't know. It's bad, it's unlike me. As you know that I've been a deputy minister for ages. I've worked with different kind of ministers, but there's no different from minister and other ministers, which were my party's ministers. We are working very well together, but there is that weakness that the minister then will inform me always after everything has happened. Your second question with regard to the names, I don't know those people. I received a call from the chairperson of the portfolio committee, who was fighting with me as my leader in the party, saying that why didn't you inform us that there are such names that has been proposed? I said, I don't have such a list. Can I have a look at that list? And then the chair then gave me that list. So to be honest, working together, we are working together, as the minister is saying. But where such decisions are being taken, maybe there will be an opportunity in future of us discussing such things before decisions are being taken. That's why I've decided to keep quiet, because I know we are working very good together. But when these specific decisions were taken, I was only informed after. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Tlong.
Thank you, Chairperson. The committee must know that the minister took decision and the deputy minister was informed later after decisions were taken. Another question, Chairperson, is to the board. I want the board to confirm to us if what the minister alleges is true. The minister is alleging that there were factions in the board. So can the board maybe clarify that matter? Was there factions in the board?
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I think it's the board, not the minister.
Is a board, please. Who from the board will be answering?
Chair, based on the discussions that were raised by the minister, she was talking about the former chairperson and the former deputy chairperson, which is Makosazana and I. And so I think it would be best if we are able to talk to the issue of whether there was factions. In response to that, I can say that the minister has distorted the facts of the board. There is or there were no factions in the board. The meeting that the minister refers to is a meeting that was led, it was on the 30th of August 2024, that was led by the chairperson. The chairperson, at the end of her submissions to the minister, had invited me to make contributions, and it was on that basis that I'd made those contributions. In addition, it is not true that the members couldn't answer and were bullied. In fact, the opposite is true, and there's a recording. The members, the board members, and we're fortunate enough to have two of them that can confirm it, said they were covered by the submissions as presented by myself and the chairperson of the board. So that is factually incorrect. The second point that I do have to raise is that when we resigned as chair and deputy chair, there were 4 board members who resigned with us in support of what we had done. So that evidences that 4 board members were not factions against us or did not form part of a particular faction. In addition, there's 4 board members that have remained on the now dissolved board. 2 of those members are here. They can comfortably and confidently confirm to you that they do not form part of any faction. That is then the totality of the board. We then directly and sternly say that the minister is being dishonest to the portfolio committee by saying that there was factions and that the faction was created by myself and the chairperson. Thank you.
Additionally, Chair, I think it's.
Recognize you. I think Ms. Rachel here, her hand was up. Rachel?
Thank you, Chair. I think it comes back, the question posed to the minister was around why she did not appoint a deputy chair. And her response was in relation to factions on the board. And I think I speak for the recently dissolved board when I say there were no factions. That's why you have the entire board in front of you with 3 very firm apologies this morning from members who had pre-existing meetings that they could not get away from. So the confirmation from us is that there were no factions, unless the faction was the board from the 29th of May raising concerns around the then chairperson, Gregory Davids, around his lack of understanding and execution of governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rachel. Ms. Kanile?
Thank you, Chair. I think additionally, it's important to also note that in the letters of removal received from the minister, she cited that she was removing the deputy chairperson and myself specifically because of our leadership positions, which means she recognized the role that those positions play within the board, which means in meetings with her, we were then the de facto spokespeople for the board because of those leadership positions. And it would be prudent for the minister to then detail the individuals, because she said individuals reported up to her after the meeting to say that they were bullied and they were scared and there were factions. I support my ex-deputy chairperson's reiterating the fact that there were no factions, none that we are aware of, or even ever dealt with as a board that we are aware of. But perhaps the minister can shed light on who those members were that felt there were factions, because there were none. Thank you, Chair.
Thank Ms. Kanyile. Mr. Pilani?
Thank you, Chair. I rise on the basis of the fact that we were the remaining ones after the members resigned. And that by saying that, it does not mean that we were a faction. We were nominated by tourism organizations to serve in the board. And we had consulted with the tourism organizations, and their mandate was that, no, you are representing the sector, you should not resign. So we stayed. So there was no faction. It's a factual that there was no faction. But I must also hasten to point out that the minister likes that, using that name, factions, because she then moved it to this current board, dissolved board, that in a WhatsApp group, which I can actually read on the WhatsApp group that she created. When board members ask, what is the purpose of this WhatsApp group? The minister's response was that if you do not want to belong to this WhatsApp group, you can leave. I do not deal with factions. And so we were quite taken aback, because all we wanted is that we saw a group and nobody explained what it was, and our names were in it. And it was rightfully so, Chairperson, that we asked, what is the purpose of this group? Because there was no explanation. But instead of us receiving the explanation, the minister called us factions, you know. And so it's her way, if you do not agree with some of the things that she purports to want you to do, she then factionalizes you, you know, because we did not agree with the chairperson. And then we became a faction, you know, and that's how minister comes to that conclusion. So we disagreed with the chairperson. We informed the minister about the chairperson, and instead of the minister responding, she then labeled us factions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pilani. Honorable Chong?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yet again, the minister has misled the committee. Clarity from the board is of satisfactory. There were never factions in the board, as it's alleged by the minister. So, Chairperson, I'm going to give the minister the last chance to take the people of South Africa into confidence. There is, I'm looking for that question here. Now, Minister, since you have mentioned it many times, since you have arrived in this committee, in the portfolio committee meeting today, you have mentioned that you are the minister that hates corruption with passion. You have mentioned it that you abide by the law and nothing else. Now the minister, I'm giving, like I've said before, I'm giving you the last chance to take the people of South Africa into confidence. There is an information in the public domain about alleged irregularities under the watch of the suspended CEO. In that, 100 million rand tender was awarded by South African Tourism to Pome Express, a company reported to have failed to show proof of experience and alleged to have provided false misleading information in its bid. Has the minister engaged the board on this matter? And is the minister not concerned about this allegation against the CEO?
Honorable Minister?
Honorable Chairperson, I'm concerned with any allegation, anything because I took an oath of office to look after the public interest and the public purse. And any allegations, wherever they come from, they must be investigated, they must be tested, and the law must take its course. That is my position on any allegation. So there is no ways that I could be linked to the responsibilities alone of the CEO. The CEO must answer. If it's the head of supply chain management, they must answer. We know in terms of the PMFA, that as politicians, we don't get involved in procurement. And these issues must be tested. And people can produce the evidence that they have, must be investigated, it must be tested, and the law must take its course. We should not turn a blind eye to any of these things. Certainly not myself. It must be tested, it must be investigated, and those who are found to have done wrong, they must be brought to book. Honorable Member, that's my attitude with any allegation of corruption. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klong. You have exhausted your time. It's now.
I heard, but I had extra from my colleague.
No. Honorable Maecho.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Chair. And once again, greetings to the Minister and the DM, as well as the Office of the Minister, and then the board. I will say the board for now, because they are present with us here. Honorable Minister, I will mention the rules of Parliament, since you have mentioned the separation of powers in terms of the Constitution between the executive as well as Parliament. And these powers, these rules, they empower the committee in relation to holding the minister accountable on the matters at hand. Amongst other provisions, Rule 227, subsection 1, paragraph B of the 9th edition of the Rules of Parliament stipulates that a portfolio committee must maintain oversight, and then number 1, exercise within its portfolio of national executive authority, including the implementation of legislation, and 2, any executive organ of state falling within its portfolio. Now, in addition to Rule 227, subsection 1, paragraph C, it stipulates that a portfolio committee may monitor, investigate, inquire into, and make recommendation concerning any such executive organ of state, constitutional institution, or other body or institutions, including the legislative program, budget, rationalization, restructuring, functioning, organization, structure, staff, inverted commas, that's your CEO, and policies of such organ of state, institutions, and other body or institutions. Now, Honorable Minister, these provisions of rules are very important for this meeting. Now, as we're sitting here as the committee, we're going to interrogate you as the executive on a wide array of issues, including but not limited the application of legislation, functioning of the board, conduct of staff which is the CEO in this regard, and labor policies of South Africa, of South African tourism. Now, I thought that I should at least bring it to the attention of this meeting, because repeatedly you have been reminding us and reflecting on the separation of powers in terms of the Constitution, in terms of your role and our role. So it is also equally important that this meeting must also remind the Minister of our role as the oversight function of Parliament, which is this portfolio committee. On the 14th of August, there was a letter from you that you wrote to the board seeking an explanation from the dissolved board that why they have taken a resolution to place the CEO on suspension. And this was televised or broadcasted on the media and the television, where you also gave them 48 hours. Things like, yeah, you gave them 48 hours to respond. Now, the question is, because when I was listening to the board, and this also will go to the board as well, did you receive that explanation from individual members of the board? And equally to the board, have you written, since you have been given 48 hours to respond to the decision by placing the CEO on suspension? But first, I will want to hear from the minister. Thank you. That's the first question.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, I in fact have the same rules here with me. And I respect the rules, and that's why I even brought it with me and I read it again this morning, especially powers of the Portfolio Committee in terms of Rule 227. So I have them with me here. So I'm aware about the points raised by the Honourable Member and the powers of the committee. The Honourable Member make a reference to a letter dated the 14th of August, if I heard you correctly, where in that letter, I wrote to the board where I asked for a written response as to why the board should not be dissolved. Yes. So I also have that here. And then there was a response by the board, I think on this 14th of August. It's both here. So the letter reads, and the response of the letter of the 14th, they acknowledge receipt of the letter dated 12 August, sent individually to board of directors, the board, concerning the board resolution of 1st August. We provide the board's written submission, though thought it prudent to provide the necessary background regarding the events that led up to the board. Now, if I heard you correct, Honourable Member, you said I wrote a letter to the board on the 14th of August asking them why did they suspend the CEO. Is that what you are saying?
Honourable Edgeworth.
No, Chair, I think the minister did do justice to correcting the earlier statement forwarded by myself to her. The statement is such that you wrote a letter on the 14th of August seeking explanations from the board by its decision. Remember, the board took a decision, the resolution.
Yeah.
So on why they should not be dissolved.
Yes, indeed. The letter to the board reads as South African Tourism Board unlawful resolution taken on 1st of August. It's been brought to my attention that the SA Tourism Board of Directors passed a resolution on 1st August by way of a round robin to appoint Mr. Lawson Naidu as a representative of the board to communicate and implement all decisions taken by the board. And then a copy of that is attached to. I did not, in my request, at any time ask them to respond to the suspension of the CEO. I just made a reference to section 13(7) of the Act that reads, the minister must appoint one member of the board as chairperson and another as deputy chairperson of the board. That was the letter that I've written to them and that I've said they must respond to me within 2 days. So my understanding of your question, Honorable Member, was that you said that I wrote to the board to ask about the suspension of the CEO in that letter of the 14th. So I'm just trying to correct that. Thank you.
Honorable Maechu.
Chair, I want to respect your plea by cautioning the meeting in the beginning when you said we are not going to be engaging on dialogue. And with that regard, I think the minister is aware of what she has addressed the media, and when she addressed the media about the very same decision that you then took to write to the portfolio, to the then dissolved board, and also giving them the 48 hours. So I don't have to be into detail, but if you want me to be into detail, I will do that, because I can do that, Minister. But for the sake of time, with due respect, I humbly ask that did the board submit to you that explanation of why they should not be dissolved within the 48 hours?
The answer is yes, they did respond within the 48 hours.
Honorable
Sorry.
Maechu, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This question also goes to the board.
Board members.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, we received a letter on the 12th of August, Honourable Member, from the Minister asking us to provide reasons why the board should not be dissolved. And the issue we were to respond on was on the Minister's allegation that the resolution that we had taken to appoint myself as a board representative was unlawful. We therefore premised our response on that. But we went further. We submitted a detailed 4-page letter to the Minister, which gave the background to the issues in the board that ultimately led to that resolution being taken. So we feel that we dealt comprehensively with the question that the Minister had posed to us. The problem, Honourable Member, is that as I highlighted earlier, and it's a point that I think needs to be emphasized, is that the letter that then came from the Minister on the 19th of August that dissolved the board used a different reason for dissolving the board. It was no longer an unlawful resolution. It was now an unlawful meeting. We were never asked to respond to the issue of an unlawful meeting. So we were never given an opportunity to be heard. And on that ground alone, the Minister's decision to dissolve the board has no validity. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly. Yeah, you raised a hand, or you didn't.
No, I didn't hear my own surname.
Oh.
I think it's very important, Portfolio Committee and Honourable Chair, that we bring to your attention that we wanted to meet with the Minister over and above the letters that we wrote, that we also said we are willing to meet. It is important that we meet. A meeting was then convened with the umbrella body, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. And as my colleague said, we are members of the TBCSA. And in that meeting, the membership of the private sector had requested to the Minister to mediate, to meet, to commune, to convene in the spirit of a democratic movement as comrades. Let's talk these matters through, because it's in no one's interest to keep dissolving, resigning. It puts us in disrepute. In the meeting, and there's a very nice English word, and actually, I'm not English speaking. It's called duplicity. You say one thing and you do another, which the honourable member there had asked the question, did you not? And in that meeting, the Minister indicated to all of us, the leaders, the CEOs of all the big companies, that she's willing to meet with the SAT board. When that meeting concluded, we received our letters, we are dissolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nokeli. Honorable Maecho.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Chair, this clearly shows that the board or the dissolved board is being dissolved on the basis of performing its constitutional mandate by the Minister. And it is in my view that this was an overreach by the Minister for doing that. Also, I will join the chorus of the other portfolio members that it is indeed that the Minister is seen protecting those that are flagged in the forensic report, the Auditor General's report, and therefore preventing the board from performing its mandate. Now, I don't want to repeat this matter because I know that the Minister will also bring a particular view over this thing. Now, just for the record, I wanted this meeting to note that indeed there is an overreach by the Minister in preventing the board from performing its constitutional duties. Now, the question also will be directed to the board. Now, can the board provide the minutes or letter from the Minister upon receiving the Ngubane forensic report? Because when we were listening to the presentation, there was a mention of the Ngubane forensic report, which also flagged the CEO in terms of maladministration and financial misconduct. Now, we want to check that because the Minister in her statement says that one of the reasons that she had to also write to yourselves as the board is that she expected you to take actions on the forensic report, which you could not do that. So now, in this regard, I will want to ask the board to provide us with at least an explanation in this portfolio committee. Furthermore, these letters that you, Chair, requested in terms of the package prior to the meeting from the Minister to provide us as members of the portfolio committee so that we can then read for ourselves and peruse. Prior to this meeting, we could not do that. So I would want the board to just provide that explanation, Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. To your question about whether we the board did provide the minister with the report from Gubani and Associates, the answer is yes, we did. We did so at the same time as when we then highlighted to the minister that we are going to implement the recommendations in the report. And obviously to do that, we obviously needed the minister's concurrence. The minister requested quite a number of the documents that related to, or, more the issue of the intent to act against the CEO. And the information was provided to her. And as she rightly said, even by the time we had a meeting with her, by the 4th of July, she would have been in possession of all that information. But on the 4th of July, the minister highlighted the issue of the SIU report and the fact that we needed to have dealt with the issues there. Now, as the board, obviously, we were seized with a number of issues, as have been highlighted, challenges within South African tourism, which related to issues of government procurement and financial management. And at the same time, we're seized with the issues around the annual audit. So we had to make a decision as to what is important. We felt that the matter of the material irregularity is very important because it would be something that the AG had highlighted in 2024 with a note to say that it will be addressed in 2025. So as a board, we then applied ourselves to that matter. And that is why we appraised the minister of the report, the Ngubane report, and the intent by the board to act on that report. I think that should answer the question. The minister was very much aware of that. Thank you.
Honorable Maetso.
Thank you, Chair. And I will keep on referring to what you have mentioned in your input of the package of documents that we're supposed to receive. The minister alleges that the board chairperson resigned on the 29th. Is there on the letter there? But because we don't have that letter or document with us, we'll take it as a hearsay for now from the minister. But the board says the board chairperson resigned on the last meeting of the quarter on the 31st. So there is a contradiction here. And what I will propose, Chair, is that the minister must not even, I think that she has done that because I've seen her giving the office staff documents to submit to you. I think the minister has submitted that letter so that we can verify whether the letter is indeed from the former portfolio chair and as well as is dated the 29th, because there is a contradiction of these dates of the resignation of the chair. The board says 31st, and then the minister says the 29th. I think that one, I think it's on the lighter note. But Chair, the minister also said that she had removed the chairperson and the deputy chair from their leadership position and placed them in the board as ordinary members. She did not suspended anyone or dissolved anyone. The board members voluntarily decided to resign. Now, Chair, by doing that, actually the minister undermined the board's autonomy by removing both the deputy chair and the chairperson from their leadership positions and demoting them to ordinary members. But equally, Chair, what the minister did was to punish dissenting voices in the board, so that if the chairperson and the deputy chairperson were vocal about issues within the organization or disagreed with the minister's decision, then they could be seen as a way to be silenced. Now, the minister, I put it to you, I put it on record and I put it to you that these actions by yourself, you were doing so to protect the CEO because of the findings on the material irregularity, Ngobani forensic report, as well as the SIU report, which you requested the very same board to give you the report on the actions that they taken. Am I correct or not, Minister?
Honorable Minister.
I will repeat again. And I might sound like a stuck-up honorable member. Said right from the word go this morning, if there's any evidence that I'm protecting corruption or alleged corruption, please, people know what to do with that. I did admit this morning also that I received the Nkobani report. I received the letter from the board with their recommendation of suspension. I had a meeting with the board and I had said to them, if you want me to concur, let me look at your documentation, including the Nkobani report. I got the last information from the board on the 4th of July, a letter from CTH that was outstanding in my pack. I further advised the board in a letter to them that I seek the help of Minister Buthelezi to assist me to go through that information. Minister Buthelezi came back on the 27th of July. Before I could go back to the board and report back to them on the outcome of Minister Buthelezi's advice to me, and I've also said this morning, I'll make a copy of that advice also available to the committee. But to create a perception that I have delayed this deliberately from when the board requested me for my concurrence, that is what I've been repeatedly trying to explain this morning. It was not deliberate. That it took from the 4th of July to the 27th of July to come back to the board with a response. Now, then the board had their quarterly meeting on the 31st. And in the quarterly meeting, like some of the board members said that they have also had to look at the financial statements for submission to the AG. Because by midnight that night, the report had to go in. And they dealt with other issues and the resolutions of the board in that meeting. And that was an ordinary quarterly meeting of the board, where the problem started from. And this is what I've also said repeatedly this morning. And I don't mind to repeat myself again, because I respect the honorable members. The chairperson resigned on the 31st. The letter that I read here was dated 29th July, but in the content of the letter, he says he's resigning from the 31st of July. also that the quarterly meeting has gone past now. If the board then wanted to have an urgent meeting, it is prescribed how you call a special meeting of the board. Those are the issues that I'm raising. Nothing to do with the CEO. The CEO is still suspended as we speak. I raised the issue of not following due process in terms of calling a special meeting. And then on the 1st of August, and I don't want to go back to the semantics around whether it is a round robin or meeting, not meeting, but a resolution came out of the 1st of August consultation, let me call it that, that the board has decided to appoint Mr. Lawson Naidu as the chairperson, as the representative of the board. That is the procedures that I've questioned, Honorable Member, that they didn't follow due process. But I went further this morning to illustrate to the portfolio committee, it was not the first time that I've raised the same issue with them about not following due process. I had a meeting with the board on the 4th of July where I raised the issue. They must be careful, they must have properly constituted meetings. I followed it up with a letter in a writing on the 13th of July to say, please desist. On the 22nd of July, the board responded and they admitted that they will now improve to have properly constituted meetings. Because I said to them, Honorable Member, the decisions that you take in a committee or a meeting that's not properly constituted could be questioned, could be declared invalid, and it could impact on the integrity of the organization. So I raised it in a letter to the board on the 13th of July. And here we are, the 1st of August, and they do exactly the same, what I discussed with them on the 4th of July and in a letter on the 13th. So I want members to understand that I did make the distinction between a normal board meeting. In terms of the Act, the board are allowed to have at least 4 meetings for a year. But when they want to have a special meeting or whatever meeting, they have to follow a certain process. Now, if the committee members are saying to me, Minister, but it's just a technicality. Look, they might not have followed process or not, why? Then we can discuss that, because then I can refer you to the law. But instead, what I hear is that based on the technicality, you had dissolved the board because you are trying to protect the CEO. And that's why I have to repeatedly say and explain that is what has happened. Now, can you see there? I don't mind to be intimidated, my sister. Yeah, you protected. Thank you, Ian.
I was just going to say you may
So
proceed.
I really honorable member, I really don't want to go through the whole issue again. I'm still sitting here. I'm supposed to be on a flight for cabinet meeting tomorrow. But I had canceled my flights because I want to not be accused that I'm running away from the committee. I'll find my way how I get to Johannesburg tonight still. So, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I think it's a matter of how we approach this matter. You have got your approach and your understanding, and I've got my approach and my understanding. And I think throughout the whole day, I'll be the first one to admit that we were not able to meet each other. We've not been able to meet each other from your approach and from where I am coming. And I'm just, sorry, I'm generalizing. This is what I've experienced during the day today. And the question then is that the chairperson announced this morning that after we are done, then the committee will continue your deliberations. And then in those deliberations, you will then decide on the recommendations, including some of the recommendations that came out already to the committee that the board should be reinstated. And I respect that process. And I will wait for the outcome, Honorable Chairperson, of your deliberations and your decisions, and then we can further engage on that. So I've tried my utmost best to explain both in, the approach that I am taking, from what angle am I coming. I've listened to the dissolved board members and other members before. I fully understand that people think that there is a continuous culture of just dissolving the boards left, right, and center. I understand that too. And that's why I started this morning with the first board of the Tottenham Hotspurs deal and what happened there. So in a way, we need to, in future, or we need to, not even in future now, that I will work with the committee. I will give my opinion to the committee, but the final decision will be the chair and the committee that will decide how you take this forward. But you are not going to let me just comply because there's a feeling that the minister must admit that she is protecting. I don't work on feelings. I respect your feelings, but I also want to ask Honorable Chairperson that this is my approach. And I hope I can leave you in peace now. You can have your deliberations. I will wait for a letter from the chairperson.
Chair,
Honorable Minister.
I'm still on the platform and hearing the minister. The minister is summarizing now the session, and I'm still on the platform. So
it sounds if I'm summarizing because I'm repeating.
So you leave us in peace. And
No, I'm going to leave, Honorable.
Honorable Maecho, we've put a timer for all of you. You're on 32 minutes.
Chair, listening to the minister, I think I agree with her when she says that in terms of the act, the board is required to follow procedures in terms of convening its meetings. Even in a situation where there are urgent matters, they should follow the procedure. In a normal situation, yes, it's correct. But in an abnormal situation, which you, the minister, have created, what do you expect the board to do?
Honorable Minister.
I still expect the board to follow the law. Thank you.
The minister will from time to time not even answer us. And I think that we must just accept that she's not willing to answer us. But Chair, let me not further question the minister and just make proposals that the minister should reinstate the dissolved board. As the portfolio committee, we view the minister's action of dissolving the board as a way of shifting the blame, just to deflect criticism for her actions by placing the responsibility, her responsibility on the board members. And as well, I think that the minister is trying to maintain control in terms of what is happening in the administration, particularly the CEO, by portraying the board members' resignation as voluntarily decision. Therefore, the minister may be trying to maintain control over the narrative and limit scrutiny of her actions. Now, Chair, in the interest of time, that we have deliberated this matter, but it is not the end. We have the responsibility to hold the executive accountable, and I'm happy that the deputy minister was not even involved in some of these unilateral decisions that the minister took, but just calling her and say, I'm informing you that I've appointed so and so and so to continue with whatever that she believed that it will be in the best interest of the South African tourism. But in a real sense, the minister has brought lots of confusion, and where we are, we could have avoided this matter if the minister would have at least engaged yourself, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, but taking into confidence the Deputy Minister as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maecho. And we have now come to the end of our meeting. I see the person who posed 13 questions is shaking her head. She will, Honorable Ishmael, I think you can pose those questions in writing. You can submit through the SANG, and then we will then submit it to the minister. And then, Minister, we give you a week to respond back to the questions of Honorable Ishmael. We know that we've said that we will finish at 4:30. So I have to just extend an appreciation and thank everyone, because we are way over 4:30. It's now 2 minutes past 6. And you have remained here and stayed here until the end. So I would like to just thank the minister. And as she has mentioned, she had to catch a flight and cancel that flight because the Honorable Member Maecho was still on the floor, and she needed to still interact with all of the questions of all the honorable members, so that when we leave here, that we as the committee are satisfied with our deliberations for the day. Also, thank you to our Deputy Minister, Mamegi Sochu. She's also been here the whole day with us. Thank you to DG Vele, who's the leader of the department, and your team that's present here. Thank you to the South African Tourism Board. And then I must add the dissolved board. Thank you to the previous chairperson, Ms. Kanile, in absentia. She had to catch a flight. Thank you to the deputy chairperson. Is it Ms. Hashkins? Hashkins. Ms. Hashkins, you see I got it right? Oh, I put Advocate Hashkins, yes. Thank you to all honorable members and the committee support staff. Thank you to you, as well as our legal services. They have been here in the meeting, guiding us as we deliberated the whole time. So I'd just like to do some closing remarks. Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Just a proposal, Chair, that the minister kept on referring to her documents, that she leaves the documents before she leaves, so that she does not go and alter the documents and come back with new ones. She referred to them, meaning the information is there on those documents. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Chair, I'm just told that Kobus could see my parliamentary liaison officer will get the documents to all the members. Thank you. Kobus could see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Honorable Flongo, for jumping the gun, because that was one of, it was part of the closing remarks, that all documentation that were not submitted to the chairperson's office be submitted, so that we provide the information to all honorable members. Honorable Ishmael, you are going to pose your questions via Disang. The meeting of the 1st of August 2025 is contested between the minister and the dissolved board. This is the meeting that forms the basis of dissolving the board. The committee needs to get a legal opinion from the legal services of Parliament on the interpretation of the law. The committee must follow up on the issue of Ms. Koleka Zama, as the minister said she will still consult the handset. The minister ignored substantial issues on governance and financial mismanagement when dissolving the board. The new board must deal with the suspension of the CEO. It should be noted that the board inherited the CEO, who was appointed on the same day as them. The caution is that the CEO has checkered past as the material irregularities of 4.2 million happened under her tenure as the CEO. She was brought back by the interim board. Again, it is the interim board that will deal with her suspension. This matter needs special attention by the Portfolio Committee. So based on the legal advice, the committee may further deliberate on the matter of the dissolution of the board. The challenge is that the minister said the dissolved board intends taking legal action against her. If the legal action is taken by the dissolved board, the matter will be sub judice, and the committee may be hampered to deal with this matter further. Based on the legal advice, again, the committee may, through the office of the Speaker, need to write a letter to the leader of government business expressing concerns about how the minister is dealing with the issues at the South African tourism. And I know that majority of the members have proposed for the dissolved board to be reinstated. But we have consulted our legal advice that has been here since this morning, 10 o'clock with us, and said that we should have a thorough legal opinion, and then we will come back to attend to the matter. But the matter will not just be swept under the carpet. We will again interact with the matter. Thank you everyone for attending today's meeting. The meeting is closed. Thank you so much.